Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 of the 2023 New South Wales Open and Under-23 Championships. Another absolutely spectacular day here today at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. And what a super Saturday we had yesterday afternoon and evening. It finished with two superb 100-metre races. Monique Quirk defending her New South Wales title with an 11.71, comfortably beating the rest of the field behind her. Katie Smee was brilliant for that silver medal for Maitland, and so was Bronte Cowell for bronze for Mingara. And Josh Azzopardi, he went from one of the last competitors in the final this year to winning his maiden New South Wales title, and so well deserved. He's the national silver medalist and one of the best sprinters in the country. 10.28 for him with little wind, and he was superb. Unfortunately, Ishmael Dudu-Kamara pulled up sore with a hamstring, but we wish him well, and he is doing okay. Posted on social media last night, so we wish him a speedy recovery. A brilliant race for the silver as well between Carl Curry-Ewings and the youngster speedster Seb Sultana, who got him by 1/1000th of a second for that silver medal. Another brilliant set of 1500 metre races, particularly Connor Whiteley and Ethan White-Smith. How about that race? Connor Whiteley just getting the youngster at the post after an absolute ding-dong battle over the last 400 metres. Really good race to call. So plenty of excellent action. Also Brodie Mate in the 400 metre hurdles. Big shout out to her and Sarah Carley, the Kembla Jogger teammates. They did the 4 hurdles and the 4 flat double for the club. And Sarah Carley, we spoke to her afterwards. We're really looking forward to seeing her go over the 4 sticks at the Sydney Track Classic next weekend on her road to the World Championships in Budapest later this year. Terry Fragiadakis, also in the men's 400, was particularly impressive in 46.58 to take out his maiden New South Wales 400 title. So on to day 3 we go, and just looking through the timetable here, the women's 200 metre para ambulant won't be too far away, just behind me, about a couple of minutes away from now, and then we're going to be heading on to the men's 800 metre B final. Those unlucky gents who missed out on the 800 metre final with the heats being run yesterday, they're going to be taking part in that B final. Then we move on to the preliminary rounds and the final later on for the women's 100 metre hurdles, and we're going to see another fantastic matchup between Michelle Janicki and, of course, Abby Taddeo of Illawong. They've raced each other so many times before. Shelley's just coming off a 12.75 win at the Murray Plant meet and a World Championship qualifier. So let's see what she can do here on a warm track at Sopak. The men's 110 hurdles will feature Jacob McCorry and Nick Andrews. And again, another brilliant rivalry over the years. We can't wait to see those Sydney Uni gents go head-to-head in that. And then we move on to some of the 200 metre finals after the preliminary rounds not too far away. Monique Quirk is on paper to run the 200, so let's just see if she can do the 1-2 double. Josh Azzopardi not backing up for the 200, so we will have a new men's 200 metre champion, and we've got the likes of Jackson Rowe, Connor Bond, and some of the real contenders last night lining up again over double the distance. We'll be finishing things off with the 3K steeple for men and women. The women will be headlined by Georgia Whincup, Tokyo Olympian in that event. In the field, the women's shot, the men's hammer with Costa Kasparis and Tim Hayes featuring in that one. The men's pole vault with the Priscilla White brothers, women's long jump and the women's pole vault and the women's hammer as well, headlined by Alex Hulley. And of course the men's long jump will be towards the end of today's action on the field. Another massive day 3 here at the 2023 New South Wales Open and Under-23 Championships. Let's get underway. Thanks, Matt. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard me down the track. I'm now back in the box. Matt Whitbread's going to be joining me in about an hour's time. But welcome to day 3, and we've got the women's shot happening right now. The first of our track events is still a few minutes away, the women's para-ambulant 200 metres. But let's have a look at this field of 8 for the women's shot. Alicia Pearson of Sutherland is down there in position 1. Marnia Coulter of Bankstown position 2. From Parramatta City, Monique Brown. Emma Polakowski, who we saw throw well in the discus. She goes for UTS Norths. Lily Hewitt in the lime green top there of Karingal Wagga. Sally Shockery from Sutherland will be throwing 6th in the order. Caitlin Coulter, Marnia's sister, from Bankstown. She's in position 7. And Francesca Swagman of Trinity Athletics in 8. So that's the field of 8. And it looks like Emma Polakowski now in the shot circle. We've seen a few of the girls get up over that 13-metre mark. You can see the distance markers just in the left of the screen, and that's going to be close to 12 metres there for Polakowski. She's a 12.20 putter. You see Sally Shockery just wiping a bit of sweat off the face. It's warm out there. It's certainly the warmest of the days on day 3. Luckily, we're avoiding the 39-degree day that I've been told we're getting tomorrow. So I think tops of about 30 here today, which is going to be very, very nice for the 200-metre runners in particular. And we're going to see Monique Quirk, at least on paper, try and do the sprint double, the 1-2 double. She was absolutely unbeatable in that women's 100-metre final last night. Slightly different narrative to what played out last year with that incredible dead heat with Olivia Rose Inkster. We'll never forget that, but she was just too good for the ladies last night. And still love that smile that I saw on Katie Smee after she realised she won the silver medal. That was pretty special, that moment for the Maitland athlete. So into the circle now, Lily Hewitt this is, of Karingal Wagga. Travelling quite a few hours to be here this weekend. Thank you to Lily. That's around about the 10-metre mark, I'd say, for Lily Hewitt. So quite a few of these girls backing up from the discus throw on Friday night it was, a couple of days ago now. So Sally Shockery, she was 4th overall, but 2nd New South Wales athlete, and she's picked up the silver medal in the discus. Couldn't quite retain her title from last year, but a good performance of 47.93 in the discus. She's back here for the shot put, and that's pretty good from Sally Shockery. That is getting towards the 14-metre mark. She's actually the defending champion as well, so she won the shot and the discus last year. Silver to Chelsea Wayne, who I think David Tarbotton put up a really good stat. Chelsea Wayne took out the discus on Friday night with 49.94. And just looking at David Tarbotton's write-up, she becomes the became the youngest winner of an event at the New South Wales Track and Field Championships in 41 years, at just 15 years old. Very, very impressive performance from the youngster out of Athletics Wollongong. And we've been singing her praises so far this year. Smashed the country best on record against Ashlyn Blackstock. Both of them throwing very well in Dubbo. And she's continued on to take out the junior championships and now extraordinarily the Open Championships. She's not backing up here in the shot put. I think she's very much a specialist in the discus, but going very nicely early on in her career. So we'll pick up some more of that discus in just a moment, as we're not too far away from a start of our first track event of day 3's proceedings. This is going to be the first of 2 heats and 2 races of 5. So 1-2 me to run a straight final. So we're going to have the top 9 events by time. Only one athlete will miss out from the heats to final progression for the women's 200-metre para-ambulant events. And again, that will be those who progress from the heat to the final will do so via percentage rather than time-based. So not necessarily the first athletes across the line will be the ones going through to that final a little later on today. So let's have a look at the first of two heats here. Lisa Weingartner of Manly Warringah goes in 3. Lucia Bruce Gilchrist of Balmain in 4. Stephanie Schweitzer of Hills Districts goes in 5. Sabella Wharton of UTS North goes in 6. And Taylor Doyle of Girraween, who's had a big program. A lot of these girls have. She goes in lane number 7. So that women's para-ambulant final is going to be at 1:41, so about 2 hours and 20 minutes away. And only one will miss out from these two heats of 5.
On your mark. Set.
So away nicely. Sabella Wharton gets off to a great start, but Steph Schweitzer just going past her shoulder now, and she gets into her running really nicely. The Hills District athlete Taylor Doyle going well on the outside here for Girraween, as well as Lisa Weingartner of Manly Warringah getting into the picture. Great battle for second across the line there, but no doubt about our line honours for Stephanie Schweitzer, 28.70 unofficially for her. Wharton second across the line, and Weingartner third across the line, with Taylor Doyle just behind her. And here comes Lucia Bruce Gilchrist, 44.22, and she's going to dip under 44 seconds. So well done to the Balmain athlete, and nice running by the girls there to kick off the first event of the track program for day 3. So we'll try and bring you those finalists as soon as we can after the second heat, as we can take a good look at Stephanie Schweitzer here. Very good talent, super strong over the sprints. Steph Schweitzer, also very good 400-metre runner as well. Now that Matt Rawlings camp of Hills Districts, as many of these high-performing para-athletes. Steph is one of them. I'm sure she'll be chasing one of those qualifiers for the World Para Championships in France, to be held in July this year. As we look at the second heat now on the track. And we'll bring you the fourth round of the shot put, which is just kicking off now as well. It's just a reorder for those 8 athletes down there. I think all 8 athletes will actually go through to the rounds 4, 5 and 6, which is great news for all the ladies down there. And we just saw the first throw of round 4 for the Kringle Wagga athlete Lily Hewitt, I think. And we'll keep track of that one, and we'll get a good idea of, from the throwing order, who is in the medal positions after 3 rounds. So Emma Polakowski now in the circle for UTS Norths. Nice throw by Polakowski. That's beyond the 12-metre mark, I'd say. It's a good attempt there. Nice rotation through the circle. A good arc on the put. On the shot, sorry. See the Coulter sisters there, Mania and Caitlin. Been throwing very well, both very well for Bankstown.
On your mark.
So here's the second heat now for the women's 200 metre para-ambulant event. From the inside, Marley Level in 3, Charlize Colwell in 4, Tamsin Colley in 5, Amelia Parnell in 6, and Amelia Mazzy in 7. So Mazzy getting off to a flyer there, out in 7 for Armidale. Starting to come into her reign now, Marley Level, who does have a World Para qualifier for this event and starts to range up on Mazzy's shoulder. Mazzy holding her off at the moment. These two looking very good just in front of Charlize Colwell of Wollongong. Mazzy will take line honours in 29.84. Lovell will be right around that 30-second mark, and Colwell a couple of seconds behind them. Tamsin Colley having a good run through the line there, 4th across the line for the University of New South Wales, and Amelia Parnell finishing off in 5th there. So we'll try and bring those qualifiers as soon as we can through to the final. Only one of the ladies will miss out from those 2 heats. As we can see, Amelia Mazzy, courtesy of a very strong start, just holding off the UTS North's athlete Marley Lovell, who had a really good run as well. 29.84 was the unofficial time for Mazzy. And back to the shot we go. So this is Sally Shockreach, silver medalist in the discus. And that's nice from Shockreach. Again, that's right around, if not beyond the 14-metre mark for the Sutherland athlete. And it looks like we've got the scoreboard in play just off screen as well, so we might try and pick up some of these distances in the 4th round. She's the defending champion. She put 13.86 to take the title last year, and just having a look at the board, it was certainly, I thought, over the 14-metre mark, as Pearson in the circle now, Shockreach's teammate, and that's going to be a little bit shorter, I think. So just trying to pick up, yes, 13.15, great shot there. So actually just short of that marker, and 13.06 for Pearson. So probably about a metre off there with the angles just putting me off a little bit. So 13.15 for Shockreach, and Pearson, who actually leads us through the 3 rounds, a 13.06 there. So pretty close going between the 2 Sutherland athletes. And we're back to the start of the order for round 5. And that was Monique Brown of Parramatta City, sitting 8th, I think, although Suagman of Trinity may not be down there, so it might be just the 7 there, as Lily Hewitt comes into the circle next, and getting all the angles now. 9.63 there for the Parramatta City athlete, Monique Brown. And Hewitt now in the circle. And that certainly looks beyond the 10-metre mark. I've been off a little bit on the last couple, but that definitely looks further than the 10-metre mark. And it is, so 10.61 for Lily Hewitt of Coringa Wagga. Polakowski will be back into the circle next. We're getting towards the midway stage of round 5 here for the women's shot put. Some nice height on that one. That's probably going to be pretty close to 11 metres for Polakowski. So you can just see behind the shot circle, gents are just doing some run-throughs for the 800 metre men's B final. So these are 9th through 16th placed athletes. They'll be getting underway in 6 minutes. There's a 10.83. So pretty close to 11 metres there for Polakowski. And now Mania Coulter in the circle here for Bankstown. Just wedging that shot. It's getting close to the 12 metre mark, I'd say. We've just got the men's hammer throw as well being introduced behind them. So a small but quality field of 6 down there. There they are. Tim Hayes, very, very good throw. He's a 68 metre man. He goes in position 1 for UTS Norths. Jamie Muscat, we've seen a lot of Jamie in the discus and the shot. He backs up for the hammer for Wyong. He goes in position 2. And then the other big man in the field, Costa Kasparis of Sutherland, a 67 metre thrower. So it's going to be a great battle, you'd think, between Hayes and Kasparis. Once again, Will Brown of UTS North not defending his title here, so we're going to have a new champion. I remember Tim Hayes and Costa with Will Brown always have a three-way battle. Is very much worth watching. Sam Perkins, talented thrower from Sutherland, he goes in position 4. Damien Wells of Tomorrow, very good thrower, goes in position 5, and Warren Jones of UTS North in position 6 for UTS. So you would think that the gold will be battled out between Tim Hayes and Costa Kasparis over there at the hammer. As we go back towards the top of the order, this is Sally Shockery, currently sitting 2nd in the women's shot. She's a 13.48. That's an impressive throw. And just before that was Caitlin Coulter. So that's pretty good from Sally Shockery as well. But Caitlin getting out to 13.48. That's one of the longest throws of the competition thus far. And that could be quite close to that mark from Shockery. So Shockery sitting in silver after 3 rounds. As we're just having a look at the board, that's a 13.15 again. So same distance, 4th round, and Caitlin Coulter has maybe just shifted her way up the leaderboard here for women's shot put. And we're now with our current leader, Alicia Pearson. Oh, that's pretty good from Alicia. That's going to be longer than Shockery's last attempt. A nice arc on that one. Plenty of power behind the shot. And just going up on the board now, 13.70. So that is impressive from Alicia Pearson, getting towards the mark that Sally Shockery set last year. 13.86 she took out the title with. So getting towards that 14 metre mark for Alicia Pearson. Her best is 13.95. As we're back now with Monique Brown. And this is the final round, the 6th round. All the ladies have gone through for 6 attempts, as we've had, I think, 7 athletes in the field. So, final throw there, final put for Monique Brown. Will be a 9.23 as Lily Hewitt getting out towards that 10 metre mark again. So 9.23 finishes Brown's competition. So a few throws to go now in this women's shot put, and some last chance opportunities for athletes to shift themselves up towards the medal dais. Polakowski back in the circle here. Eighth in the discus throw. She looks to improve her position here in the final round. And probably pretty close again to the 11-metre mark. It's a 10.92 for Lily Hewitt in that final round for her. Looks to be over the 11-metre mark here for Wojciechowski. Marnia Coulter now into the circle next. And just looking at the board, it is an 11.10 there for Polakowski to finish off her competition. Marnia Coulter in the circle. And a little bit flat there. I don't think she's, yeah, she goes over to her sister Caitlin. Probably not quite her best throw of the comp as the men's B 800-metre final is about to kick off there. There's Josh Atkinson looking to make amends for an unfortunate dip on the line for Tom March to go into the final. They're off with the men's 800-metre B final. Ben Jones goes in 1, Rob Dickinson in 2 there. Then comes Ethan Forbes of Queensland, Josh Atkinson in 6, Tom Vigona in 7, Aidan Love in 8. So field of 6 here for the men's B final is underway. And Josh Atkinson will be keen to take this one out, I imagine. Goes through in 25 seconds. So men on mission looking to make amends for that mistake last night. He's got another opportunity to race these gents and get across the line first here. He leads this one by a couple of steps from Aidan Love of Run Crew. Then comes Tom Vigona, UTS North's athlete, and the Queenslander Ethan Forbes just behind him. Rob Dickinson and Ben Jones battling out just at the back of the field with Josh Atkinson going through in 54.4. So it's pretty quick for this men's B final, currently on 1:48, 1:49 pace. As Ethan Forbes just slots into second now with Aidan Love of Run Crew making the lead pack of 3. Tom Vigona just starting to fall off a little bit. The pace is pretty hot here from Josh Atkinson, and a bit of determination on that face. Wants to take this one out. The Queenslander is hot on his heels with 200 metres to go, and so is Aidan Love. So here we go. Can Josh Atkinson make amends for last night? Forbes is going to make him work hard for it. Aidan Love is just a couple of steps off now for Run Crew. So Josh Atkinson enters the straight and starts to pull away from the Queenslander. And Forbes' lift here doesn't look likely. Josh Atkinson is streaking away, and it's going to be a pretty good time here. Just going to be around about that 150 mark for Atkinson, who takes out the B final. 150.71, Forbes in second, Aidan Love in third, Ben Jones dips across the line in fourth, Vigona fades to fifth, and Rob Dickinson just behind him. So Atkinson does take out the B final. He'll be disappointed with last night, but at least gets a W on the board. And he's going to reset mentally and physically to race Fred Curley in a amazing 400 metres at the Sydney Track Classic. That's just 6 days away now, so I'm sure that will do him a bit of good just getting across the line first in the race, making sure he had that one wrapped up. We'll go back to the drawing board for the 400 on Saturday night against the 100-metre world champion. What a race that's going to be. And make sure you do get your tickets if you haven't already to the Sydney Track Classic, Saturday the 11th of March. We have essentially 90% thereabouts of the fields from the Maury Plant Meet in Melbourne showing up, and we want Sydney to stand up and support this event. And we'll make sure that we can put on a really good show. We're going to have plenty of initiatives as well. Premium tickets are being sold for a couple of the field events, in particular the women's and men's high jump, and we're about to release some javelin premium field of play tickets as well, which is really, really exciting, as the women's shot put is just being packed up there. So we might just try and get across to the hammer throw now, which has just kicked off. 6 gents over there. Another bit of a lull on the track, and actually quite a long gap here of 20 minutes or so. That'll be the women's 100-metre hurdles. We'll have our first look at Michelle Jenica and Abby Taddeo in those 2 heats. They go in separate heats, as you'd imagine. The 2 front runners in that event. But here we go with the men's javelin. Men's hammer throw. And looks like Tim Hayes is entering the circle here. He's a 68-metre man, so we'll see this one fly. Just looking at some of the distance markers, we've got them out to 75 metres there. So the second last distance marker, 70 metres, is going to be in play, I think, if Tim can get this one out nicely. So a good chance to stay with this men's hammer for the next few rounds. There is nothing else, I think, apart from, the pole vault, which is just warming up. They've still got the warm-up bar on, so the only competition at the moment. Tim Hayes here, the left-hander, 68-metre man. And lets it rip. So, somehow, yeah, there's Fred Eder on the camera, getting out of the way with plenty of time. The officials digging that one out of the surface, and that is way beyond the national qualifying line for the men there. That's the red sector tape, and that's set at 50 metres, so that's going to be absolutely no problems at all for Tim Hayes. And it's probably in the low 60s, I'd say. It's quite away from the distance markers on the right-hand sector line, but I'd say in the low 60s to kick things off for Timothy Hayes' competition, with Muscat going into the circle next. So a significant divot again left by Jamie Muscat. That's right around the 42 metre mark. So that's actually the national qualifying mark for the women. That yellow sector tape. We're going to see the women after the men a little later on in today's program. So Muscat just over 42 metres, you would imagine there. And probably the next gold medal contender here from Sutherland, Costa Kasparis, training mates with Alexandra Hulley, the Commonwealth Games silver medalist. She's going to be up in the women's competition after the men have completed their comp. Costa, the right-hander. You can see Tim, the left-hander, the side gate, which you can see on screen there, is opened up for the left-hander with the right-hand side closed, and for the right-hander, the left-hand gate is closed for safety. So here's Costa, and lets that one fly. That's big. So that is a lot bigger than Tim Hayes, and that's an excellent start for Kasparis. He takes the advantage in the early stages there for the men's hammer. So I'll try and pick up some of the distances if we can here for the athletes. (63.16) for Costa Kasparis to open up his competition. So I reckon that is probably leading the way so far. Sam Perkins now of Sutherland in the circle. He's a 50 metre man, but that's beyond 50 metres. So An excellent start there for Perkins. That national qualifying mark is the red sector tape, and that's over that. You can see that there. It's not by much, but definitely over 50 metres. And actually, sorry, 63.96. So just an amendment to the board there. That is Costa Kasparis' first round, 63.96. So Sam Perkins is going to be over the 50-metre mark in his first round. Now comes the Temora athlete Damien Wells.
Turn your attention to the infield of the scoreboard end. We've got the athletes lined
Temora club, probably made famous by Wells and Grace Krause, the exceptional junior. The sprinter, hurdler, horizontal jumper, long jump and triple jump. She does it all. She's a superb talent, and so is this man, Damien Wells. So he comes in for his first launch of the championships. Oh, and just getting out wide there, and yes, rightfully so. Our clutch cameraman gets about 20 metres away from the ball and chain. So it is moderately hairy stuff out there. You absolutely need to make sure you've got your eye on the cage at all times, and everyone did, and got out of the way quite quickly. That will be a foul to start Wells's competition. Out of sector, as we now go to Warren Jones, who's last in the throwing order here for UTS North. Another one of these Masters / Open athletes, and pops that one out. And no, it just walks out the front of the circle, so not happy with that. That won't be recorded for Jones. I'm sure we're going to see both Warren and Jamie Muscat at the National Masters Championships, which we keep talking about the Sydney Track Classic for good reason, but the National Masters Championships is certainly happening across the 4 days, Friday the 10th to Monday the 13th of March. So that's going to wrap around the Sydney Track Classic, and we thank the National Masters Association and the local organising committee led by Jill Taylor for allowing us to transition really efficiently from the end of day 2's competition into the Sydney Track Classic. There's a little bit of logistics, as you can imagine, there to transition from one to the other, but we're absolutely doing it together and making sure that everyone has as seamless experience as possible with that transition. It's going to be a great 4 days of competition, though, and actually there's going to be, I hear, a champion of champions hammer throw, and we'll talk a little bit about that after. This is Tim Hayes in round 2, and that's very, very long. That is a lot better from Tim Hayes. Wow, look how far that is over the national qualifying mark. It's quite extraordinary. So I reckon that's getting close to that 65-metre sector line for Tim Hayes. There's a 60. It's over that. No doubt about it. You can see the damage that's done to the turf. They are moving at a rate of knots. Those 7.26 kilo ball and chains. That's how heavy they are. Same weight as the shots, and that's long. So 64.17 moves Tim Hayes into the lead here, just in front of Costa Kasparis' 63.96. So already in round 2, the competition is heating up there for the title. So as I mentioned, the champion of champions hammer throw, that's going to be one of the pre-session events as part of the Sydney Track Classic, the National Masters champion hammer throw, and that will essentially feature the winner of all the age groups. So the National Masters starts at the 30 to 34 years age group. They go up by 5 years, all the way up to, well, I hear there's actually a 100-plus-year-old competing in a few events, which is absolutely sensational. Can't wait to see her go round. But all the age group champions are going to feature from both the men and the women. So the winner of the 30 to to 34, the winner of the 30 to 5 to 39, the winner of the 40 to 44, and so on. That will be the field for the men's hammer, and then likewise the women's hammer, as Jamie Muscat right around that 42 metre plus mark again, like he was in round 1. And it's a great initiative from the local organising committee and Australian Masters to get that onto the Sydney Track Classic program. And I hear there's also going to be some expert commentary from some of the hammer throwers themselves from those communities, the Masters communities, actually doing some on-the-ground announcing, which I know they're very excited about. So the gates will be open for everyone to come in and have a look at some of the best hammer throwers over the age of 30 as part of the pre-session. We also have plenty of other events going on. There's going to be a couple of Masters relays. There's going to be the Valor's Sydney's Fastest Kid, which we're really excited about as well. And thanks to Valor for supporting that. As Costa Kasparis now, can he surpass Tim Hayes? Don't think that's going to be quite as long for Costa. So I think the advantage has gone back to Hayes after round 2. Just a little high and wide there, not too far away from that left-hand sector tape for Kasparis. So it was 42.45 for Muscat in that last throw, and it's not going to be too far away from his first attempt, actually. I thought it might be a little bit shorter than that, but that's a pretty good attempt, 63.61. So 63.96 followed by 63.61 for Kasparis. Back in the circle now, Sam Perkins. And that's even longer. So he comes in with a 50. He was over 50 on his first attempt, and that's going to be longer again. That's probably going to be maybe a metre or two up, although I think it's might be a foul. He may have just overstepped the circle there. It looks like that's not getting measured. So it was pretty good by Perkins, though. He's going in the right direction. Wells now, after a out-of-sector foul in his first round, looking to put a mark on the board here in round 2. So that's better from the Temora athlete. That's over the 50-metre mark, getting up towards, say, 53, 54 metres maybe, as you can see there, just on the inset screen. Men's pole vault action has just started as well, so we'll keep that there for the time being. And we might just going to change over to a split screen as well for you, so similar to yesterday, we'll have the 2 field events running concurrently. And as Matt's mentioned a few times as well, when the track gets started, we won't be able to cover every attempt of every field event, but we'll do obviously the very best we can with the split screen action, thanks to Clutch. As Warren Jones goes into the circle to end round 2. 52.59 there for Damien Wells of Temora in his second round, so that's his first valid attempt. And Jones getting out there towards probably the 30-metre mark or so. As there's our men's pole vault. We'll run through that start list. So there's 7 athletes down there. So Aidan Princina White of Bankstown is jumping there in position number 1. Ryan Marshall of Manly Ringer in position 2. Daniel Fatios of Hornsby, I believe it is. Daniel is from. Just the abbreviations doing me in once again. He is position 3. Tom Galvin, we've seen a lot of him, the multi-eventer from Sydney University. He goes in position 4. Then comes Ben James of Maitland in position 5. Brody Cross of Bankstown in position 6. and Joshua Watson of UTS North's in position 7. I think it might be Watson who is opening up the competition down there. You can see also the time board, 2 minutes to get this attempt in. And the ladies are just setting up their blocks there for the women's 100-metre hurdles. That's still 5 minutes or so away. So we'll stick with Watson here, Joshua Watson of UTS Norths. And just missing there, so I think that might be his second miss. Okay, so back here again, we're just trying to get some of the height increases from the men's pole vault by the scoreboard. The officials doing a great job down there. We're just trying to get a view of what's going on, and just being turned around now, and the bar's at 350 at the moment. So that's the height for the men's pole. And you can see just the final run-throughs there. Michelle Janke just waving to the crowd, walking back to her blocks. We'll just see her appearing on the left of screen in a moment, I think. So not too far away. About 4 minutes now from the first of our women's 100-metre hurdle heats. And it's going to feature the World Championship qualifier and the winner of the Maury Plant Meet Melbourne, Michelle Janke, multi-time World Championships representative, Olympian, and one of the true stars of our sport. Such a lovely lady as well, Michelle. She's always up for a chat, very, very humble, and a great ambassador for our sport. She'll feature in 4. And her big rival here, we've seen them go a number of times against one another. I think I mentioned in an interview with Abby before the Illawarra Track Challenge, Abby Taddeo, that they'd versed each other about 57 times or something over the open heights. Quite extraordinary. It'd be hard-pressed to find a bigger rivalry in terms of the amount of head-to-heads between Michelle Janke and Abby Taddeo. As we've got Watson now back at the runway. This is, I think, his third attempt here at 350 for the UTS North athlete. And just missing, so unfortunate there for Watson. I think that will be his competition over. And just recapping some of the early action from the men's hammer. We're through 3 rounds now down there, and we had leading after 3 rounds Tim Hayes, 64-17. We saw that big launch from him in round 2, and Costa Kasparis in his first round, 63-96. So there's 21 centimetres between gold and silver between the 2 favourites down there, and Damien Wells, that 52-96 throw, I think it was, close to 53 metres. He sits in the bronze medal position. So that's after 3 rounds in the men's hammer. And so we're not far away from a start now for the women's 100-metre hurdles. We'll stay with this men's pole vault after each of the track races. You can see Tom Galvin just warming up there. But we'll get through the first 9 athletes here for the women's 100-metre hurdles, and 2 for Barker Athletics, Imogen Breslin, 3 for Maitland Tiana Skelton. Michelle Janker, the favourite for another New South Wales title. She goes in 4. Sophia Chibai of UNSW in 5. Ella Costa of Sydney University in 6. Michaela Kelleher of Ryde in 7. Carla Takchi of Epping in 8. Julia Baxter of Sydney Uni in 9. And Lucy Hill of UTS Norths in 10. So away cleanly. Michelle's off to a great start here. Tiana Skelton and Imogen Breslin having a great battle on the inside. Breslin's just stretching away from Skelton now and also going through Lucy Hill. But Shelley Jenker, 12.80. 12.80 with a plus 2.4. Whoa, so that is super quick in the heat from Michelle Jenica. 12.80 officially with a plus 2.4. What a heat to kick things off. She is in some sort of form, is Shelley. Wow, so this was taken out in 13.02, which was a PB for Abby Taddeo. That was just behind the interstate, the Celeste Mucci last year. But look at Michelle Jenica here. Absolutely flying. She set a World Championships qualifier, 12.75, the second fastest run of her career. That was in the Maury Plant Melbourne meet. But look at her form. That is absolutely supreme. You won't see better hurdling domestically than that from the Sydney Uni superstar. Michelle Jenica, 12.80, absolutely flies into the final later today. Imogen Breslin had a nice finish there for Barker Athletics. She goes through as one of the automatic qualifiers, and Tiana Skelton will also join her as an automatic qualifier. Top 3 through, but that is breathtaking stuff from Michelle Janker. She runs like that in the final. She is going to be incredibly hard to beat, but she is the top-ranked hurler in the country, so you probably expect that from her, as we're going to get our first look at Abby Taddeo. Desperately close to that 13-minute barrier. We'd love to see her get under it today. We're going to see both Michelle and Abby at the Sydney Track Classic in 6 days' time, which, again, it's just such a cool rivalry between those two. But Shelley, must be said, with all due respect, is just on another level at the moment. You know, that 12.80 is, it just looks so easy as well for her. There's Abby on screen in the blue kit there. She's going to feature in lane number 4. As we run through the full list, Amelia Brandon of Sydney University goes in 2. Alexandra Richards, she was superb at juniors last weekend, really pulled away to take that age group title. I think she was in the under 18. She goes in 3. Then Abby Taddeo of Illawong features in 4. Amy Bowery of Barker Athletics in 5. Emily Britton has run really well. She ran in Melbourne as well for Cherrybrook in 6. Ebony Newton of Raymond Terrace in 7. Maya Pierce we saw in the hundreds last night. She goes in 8. And Georgia Fickart of Sydney University in 9. So Emily Britton will be fairly stiff competition here as well for Abby. The Cherrybrook-based athlete. Top 3 will go through to the final there. They'll get underway pretty shortly, as this is Tom Galvin at 3.95, so the bar's gone up 45 centimetres from when we last checked in, with Watson bowing out. But Tom Galvin of the All Whites. Let's see if we can sneak this attempt in. Only 50 seconds to go to do so, although he might be waiting for the start of the... Nope, looks like he's about to go. So here we go, Tom Galvin. Just off screen at the moment. Just missing there. So Galvin misses. You can just see at the top of screen as we're ready to go for Heat 2 of the women's 100 hurdles. Abby Taddeo in 4. So away cleanly, Taddeo gets off to a good start. Britton matches it with her early on, and Britton might just have the step on Taddeo here. Emily Britton of Cherrybrook is having a flyer. Alexandra Richards and Maya Pierce trying to battle it out for that third spot, but Emily Britton, 13.19, takes heat number 2 over Abby Taddeo, and I think Richards have just came through for that third automatic spot. Perfect conditions, 1.8 that time, so that's a legal wind for a 13.18 for Emily Britton. So that's an excellent run. Just going to have a look at her PB. She's 13.49 on paper, so that's a superb run to get over the big scalp there of Abby Taddeo. You can see the start. Taddeo just got the step, but Britton through flights 3, 4, and 5, and 6 just starts to pull away here and put together a very nice run indeed. You can see just on the inside there, it looks like Maya Pierce actually may have just got over the top. Yes, she did, of Alexandra Richards. So Pierce will go automatically through to the final. 13.18. Britton takes it from Abby Taddeo, 13.34. She'll look to improve on that in the final. And Maya Pierce outdips Alexandra Richards for the third spot, 14.15 to Richards, 14.23. So saw Galvin miss at 3.95 in the men's pole vault, and yeah, that's a PB by 11 hundredths for Emily Britton. 13.29 goes down to a 13.18. Super impressive for a Cherrybrook athlete. And she gets one up over Abby, and that's a nice clearance there. That's Ryan Marshall of Manly Warringah. We saw him in the triple jump. Got the helmet on there, the head protection. Don't see that too often. So it's a nice clearance for Marshall at 3.95. Very safety plus indeed. So Galvin just lining up his next attempt here for Sydney Uni, the decathlete. Better attempt there for Galvin, so he goes over 3.95 as well, so a couple over there. And very similar in terms of their seeds actually. Tom Galvin a 4.10 jumper and Ryan Marshall 4.12. So good to see them both get up into the 4 metre range. I think the bar's going up by 10 centimetres each time. So it should be going up to 4.05 next, as we're back in the circle now for men's hammer. After 3 rounds, it was Tim Hayes with a 64.17 leading this competition. There's the current silver medalist after 3 rounds on screen, Costa Kasparis. And if you just missed it, Michelle Janica has just dropped a 12.80 in the heats of the women's 100-metre hurdles. It was a plus 2.4, so a slightly illegal wind there, slightly windy, but was absolutely superb. And it's going to be very hard to beat as Kasparis lets one launch again. And that looks pretty good from Costa. That's going to go very close to that mark he set in round 1 of 63.96. So we just missed... Oh, actually, I think we're about to see Tim Hayes. So if the order has been reversed, which I think it is, and the officials just changing over the safety gates there, we're going to have a good look at this battle between Sutherland and UTS Norths in the circle. As the bar is now up to 4.10, so we've actually gone up 15 centimetres there in the men's pole vault. So Marshall of Manly Warringah and Galvin of Sydney Uni over at 3.95. Probably a couple of gents yet to open up their account in that competition, but back in the circles, our current leader, Tim Hayes, has 65.62 for Costa Kasparis. That's his best throw so far. And he may have just set the mark to beat here. Good throw from Costa as he relaxes on the fence, watching Tim Hayes, left-hander, looking to try and surpass 65-62. It's pretty good as well. I don't know if it's quite as long though. It's looking around about the, probably it's over 60 metres, but I don't think it's 65. Looked a little bit flatter that time from Hayes. His best so far, 64-17. So we're just staying with that scoreboard. And 61-78, yeah, so not quite as far there for Hayes. And it looks like Kasparis has hit the lead now with that 65-62. Great job by our volunteer on the scoreboard there, making things very easy to follow along. See plenty of adjusting of that pole vault bar. Once it gets over 4 metres, it's not the easiest thing to put back up and keep still. You can see a couple of the officials just battling away. It is a little bit windy out there as well. We saw some lovely tailwinds for the ladies in the 100 hurdles. 2.4 in the first heat, 1.8 in the second heat. So the second heat got the perfect conditions. So we're back to the start of the order here with Warren Jones of UTS Norths. And pretty consistently around about that low 30s, I'd say, for Warren. So next event on the track, a little bit of a gap again of about 15 minutes to the women's 200 metres. There's going to be 6 heats of the 200s, so we'll get a really good look at Monique Quirk again featuring in lane number 6 for that first race. She's looking to do, well, she confirmed to looking to do the 100-200 doubles. She is the defending champion as well. So the 1 and the 2 shared the 100 title with Inkster last year, and won it outright last night in 11.71. She will be lining up to defend her double championship just over 10 minutes time. So just checking back, Jamie Muscat, that's a little bit further from him. That's probably around 44 metres, I'd say, or Jamie Muscat of Wyong comes in with a 44 metre throw, so we'll get close to his seed. And we're back at the pole vault again. It looks like Ryan Marshall of Manly Ringa will be up next. Soared over 395 without any troubles. Back in the circle now is the Sutherland athlete. This will be Sam Perkins, currently sitting 4th, so trying to battle it out with Damien Wells for that bronze medal. That's a pretty good throw from him. So Wells was sitting with the bronze, 52.96 after round 3. That's going to be pretty close to the 53-metre mark, although just a foul, I think, again, just out of the circle there, so that won't be measured. And Wells will be back in the circle, looking to improve on that 52.96 throw. I think Marshall just missing there at 4.10 in the pole. Galvin will be up next. So Wells in the hammer, top left of screen. And that will improve, I think, if that's a legal throw, which it is. So I think that's getting closer to the probably 54, I'd say. It's not a massive improvement, but I think it will be an improvement. So the bar goes back up for Galvin's attempt at 410. Just off screen at the moment on the stadium side, as track and field always goes. There's a third field event that's about to start. The women's long jump is not too far away from kicking off, and it's going to be at 12:35, so about 20 minutes away. Big field of 20 athletes, and it's going to feature the likes of Samantha Dale, on the World Championship and Commonwealth Games representative, and fresh off a PB and the win at the Maury Plant Meet. An incredible competition from Sam to take down the likes of Tara Woodall-Davis and Brooke Bushenko, to 7 metre plus athletes, as Kasparis launches again. So 52.75 for Wells there, actually just under his best so far, as Kaspara launches again, and that's 65.62, we reckon leads the competition. That was his last throw. And that might go fairly close to challenging that. So, just looking at the board again, 63.20 that is, so not quite as far, a couple metres under, but in the pole position is Kasparis to take that title as we go into the latter stages of the men's hammer throw. Here's Galvin now at 4:10 for the pole vault. In he comes. And just missing there, it's a uni athlete. And Tim Hayes now ready to try and counter. 63.20 there for Costa, but leads the competition with a 65.62. Tim Hayes with a 64.17, just over a metre back now. Left-hander from our Rotary Field. It's a little bit flat. That's not going to improve. Yeah, walk straight out the front. So I think we might be heading to the 6th and final round shortly for the men's hammer. As the bar, they're having a couple of troubles with the bar down there. Actually, I'm just wondering whether it's some of the crosswinds just blowing it off or making it a little bit difficult to put up, because it's a few minutes between attempts down there for the men's pole. And I think we've seen a couple of the big guns haven't yet entered the competition, the likes of Ben James from Maitland, Princina White of Bankstown, and I think Brody Cross as well of Bankstown. So still pretty early stages there with the bar at 4:10 for the men's pole. And we're heading towards, no, that is the end of competition actually for the men's hammer. So I think that might have been Hayes' final crack at trying to surpass Kasparis, and Kasparis I think will be crowned the champion down there. We'll try and confirm that in a moment. As Marshall comes in at 4:10. Just missing there, Manly Ringer athlete. So Galvin and Marshall trying to negotiate this 4:10 height as the warm-ups continue for the women's long jump. Still 18 minutes away there. I'm sure we'll try and pick up some of that really high quality field there. I mentioned Samantha Dale, fresh off a massive win in the Continental Gold Meet for the Epping athlete. She jumped 6.71 there, goes in clear favourite to try and take out this title. It's actually held by Tamisha Clark though, 6.34 she jumped last year to win this event. And she will be jumping in this event as well. Yes, she'll be 14th in the jumping order. Comes in with a seed of 6.15, so a few of these girls still very early in their seasons. Just looking through the rest of the field, Brittany Carroll is listed there from Maitland. She's been particularly impressive. Katie Gunn of Gosford All-Stars, the World Junior representative last year, superb jumper. Of course, her brother Tyler going around in the 400 metres at these championships yesterday. She'll be looking to get herself on the podium. Some other contenders here. Alyssa Lowe's been jumping very well for Sydney University. Also jumped well at the Maury Plant meet in Melbourne and continues her upward trajectory throughout the season. Here's Tom Galvin back at 4:10 now for the men's pole vault, bottom of screen. And just missing there, just not quite getting the height. So, and Bethany Cranendonk from Wyong, 6:23 jumper. Grace Brennan joining us from the nation's capital, 6:20 jumper. Elizabeth Heading from Trinity, 6:20 jumper. And Leah Clark, Tamisha's sister, older sister. She's joining us as well from Illawong. So great field. Probably one of the deepest field events we've got at these championships, the women's long jump. There's 20 in it. Marnie Withnall is back for more after we saw her in the triple for Barker Athletics. So yeah, there's there's the runway on screen. We're still 15 minutes away from that competition starting, so still a ways to go. The state record, 687. Sam Dale's now 16 centimetres off that. That is, of course, held by Nicole Boagman. Now Nicole Boagman-Stewart of, I think, Revesby Workers, which is the old Illawong Athletics naming convention, all the way back from 1988. So there's a lot of old state records. That's one of them. Nicole Boagman from 35 years ago. So great competition coming up in the women's long. We'll catch as much as we can as Marshall back now at 4:10. And over he goes. Well done to the Manly Runga athlete. And with the helmet. And he'll be happy with that because his seed is 4:12 as I'm, with pleasure, welcome Matt Whitbread back into the commentary box to join me for day 3.
Thank you, mate. Sorry to leave you alone for an hour and a half. I know how you do without adult supervision, but I had some domestic duties to attend to at home, lest I not make it here at all. So, yeah, no, 3-day competitions. They're a bit tough on the home front, but back at it for day 3. Super Saturday, still buzzing after that. That was fantastic last night.
What a great day of athletics.
That last couple of hours in particular was just brilliant. Some fantastic championship racing, some drama. Thoughts with Jasmine Guthrie and Ishmael Dudakamara in particular.
I mentioned Ishmael in the pre-show, but yeah, Jazz had an unfortunate hamstring pull-up as well, so absolutely wishing all the best. I did see a couple of things on Ishmael's social media last night just saying he's doing well and he's going to be better for it and back fit and firing soon. So yeah, it's great to see the positivity after the devastating nature that injury can cause an athlete.
There were some big stories out of last night. Josh Azzopardi is back. He was a fine performance in that 100. Still be looking to run quicker, no doubt. But Sarah Carley, particularly strong in on the 400 metre flat, which bodes well for her season to come over the hurdles. We heard from her last night in the interview that that'll likely see her out for flat racing this season, and she'll be back over the hurdles. And the men's 1500 in particular was probably the race of the night for mine. The battle between Connor Whiteley of Sydney Uni and Ethan White-Smith of Bankstown. So much promise and so many raps on Ethan coming out of his training camp in Canberra. They all have high hopes for him.
Galvin over, third attempt at 4:10. Well done to him. So Marshall and Galvin, sorry to cut you off, Matt, just over at 4:10, and they'll progress through to the next height.
By all means. So I think we've wrapped up at the Hammer, haven't we? And
we have. That was a good battle. Tim Hayes and Costa Kasparis. We think Costa got it in the end with a 65-62 launch. It was tight though. It's another great comp between Hayes and Kasparis, and just seeing some of the divots out there, Matt. They were getting them out there.
Yeah, the hammer's pretty cool to watch, isn't it? Yeah, you get the good guys. Pretty hard to believe how they get it out that far.
So we're not too far away from the first of our women's 200 metre heats now as well. So a couple of minutes away, and Monique Quirk, we can confirm, is trying to defend her sprint double. She was the 1-2 champion last year. She won the one last night and trying to add title number 2 again. She took it out in 23:38 last year. Comes in with a 23:21, so I think she's gone quicker this season. And might go in slight favourite again as we'll try and cut to the 200 metres. So 7 athletes in the first heat, and big stakes here. Only the winner goes through, plus the next 3 fastest times. So cross the line first, you're through to the final. That's it. Ruby Fifield of Bankstown goes in 2. Lara Willett of Epping in 3. Emma Klassen of Sydney University in 4. Bronte Pickering, she was pretty impressive in the hundreds yesterday. She'll try and match it with Monique in 5, but their favourite will go in 6 for Illawong. Claire DeSalis of the ACT in 7. Elizabeth Scott of Manly Warringah in 8.
Quirk a little bit sluggish away. Pickering got the better of her on the inside, but as soon as they're into the drive phase, Quirk, as you'd expect with that 100-metre speed, up and into the lead as they hit the bend. Pickering and Klassen going pretty well on the inside. Klassen, the second position at the moment, and Elizabeth Scott going well on the outside for Manly Warringah as well. But Monique Quirk, no problems, straight through to the final with the 1 automatic position, and puts the brakes on as she runs through the line in 24:17. And a bit of a tailwind, so 0.9. Hopefully the nice sprinting conditions from last week have returned to SOPAC for this afternoon's 200s.
No issues at all there for Quirk. We saw plus 2.4 and a plus 1.8 in the women's 100-metre hurdles. So the tailwinds are certainly with us today, and a warm track as well, which I'm sure all these ladies will love running on over the next 20 minutes or so. So I think Elizabeth Scott going well too.
Yeah, so she gets up for second on the outside, chasing one of those 3 time qualification positions. And we had Emma Klassen of Sydney University 3rd over the line, but you'd imagine they'd be the only 2 hopes to get in on time. And there's the results on screen. So 24:70 and 25 flat. Will be the times that we're looking for in terms of time qualifiers.
Yep, so Quirk through safely to the final. Not much stress there for her. And the bronze medalist from last night, Bronte Carroll of Mingara, will feature in lane number 7 for this second heat. Jess Lawrence was also pretty good for Campbelltown. She was a finalist last night in the 100 metres. She's in 3. Try and match it with Carroll on her outside. Carroll is such a powerful athlete. She's one of those tall, powerful athletes that, you know, probably maybe even a little bit better suited to the 200 metres. You can think of the likes of Olivia Rose Igster as well, who takes a tiny bit more time to get out of the blocks, but once they get going, they go very, very well. Tierney Dunn comes to mind as well. I remember calling quite a few of Tierney's races, and similar build to Bronte. Once those athletes get going around the bend, they roar down that home straight. So let's see what Bronte Carroll can do here. We'll look at the full list of 8. Dominique Mitten of Macquarie Hunter, she goes in 2. Jess Lawrence of Campbelltown in 3. Emily Rampoldi of Sutherland in 4. Alicia Kramer of Sydney Uni 5. Kate Warby of UTS North 6. Carroll, the bronze medalist, in 7. Hampshire of Sutherland in 8. And Raquel Albino of Hornsby Districts in the middle of screen in 9. Oh, no. Okay. Not away, first time of asking. Don't think I saw anything untoward there. Everyone just sort of stopped after a step. Certainly looked to go simultaneously across the field.
Yeah, nothing stood out, did it? Just a replay. Well, maybe just a little bit of movement from Rampoldi from Sutherland, but
very minor. No,
they're all
good
still
to go.
there.
Yeah, just a bit of unsteadiness. So the second time of asking here. This is the second heat of the women's 200. Only the winner goes through. Well, that is a break.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
Won't
for
get away
Rampoldi.
with the second one. Yeah, that bit of unsteadiness. You could get away with the first one, and no hesitation here. This will be straight to lane 4, and a red card up. So third from the right of screen. Just watch this. Clear. Unimpeachable. So Rampoldi's going to come out.
All right. So we saw, I think it was one of the heats we had 3 cracks at it, didn't we, Matt? So a little bit of nervousness maybe in the girls here, particularly those who are trying to keep up with the likes of Bronte Carroll. Big stakes with only the winner going through. And yeah, I reckon there's some nervous calves down there because it's a big final to make a New South Wales 200-metre championship.
It's always tricky with the 200s being on the Sunday. You have to have heat final same day, so no semi-finals to work your way through like there is in the 100. Might be different if we ever get to a 4-day championship, but as long as it's a 3,
There's
you're
just
going,
no chance.
yeah, you're going straight heat and final.
Oh, it's 5 races as well in 3 days. It's still a big program for a lot of these girls. So away cleanly this time. Carroll does get off to a flyer. Trying to go with her is Alicia Kramer of Sutherland, and also the UTS North athlete Kate Warby. But Carroll will lead them into the straight. Lawrence trying to get herself into the picture as well for Campbelltown. Lawrence is having a good run here, actually. She's not too far behind Carroll. Carroll's holding her off, though, at the moment, and she will sail through to the final. Lawrence will be second across the line, just in front of Kate Warby and Alicia Kramer of Sydney University, 24.01. So pretty quick stuff there from Bronte Carroll. Plus 3.0, though. That helps that tailwind. So strong tails. 24 flat for Bronte Carroll of Mingara gets through to the final pretty convincingly in the end.
Yep, very comfortable, wasn't it? And back in 3, pardon me, Jess Lawrence of Campbelltown looking pretty solid to pick up that second position and put herself in contention for a time qualifying position.
24.68, I think, puts her as the fastest non-auto as well, and that plus 3 tail will be a big help to her cause as well. The ladies in the first heat got the 0.9, so it was fortunate there for Lawrence to be in the second heat.
What was the third time there, Jimmy?
24.77 for Kate Warby.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just doing it the old-fashioned way, working out how we're placed for time qualifiers. So at the moment we've got Jessica Lawrence as the first time qualifier in 24.68, Elizabeth Scott as the second time qualifier in 24.70, and Kate Warby as the third time qualifier in 24.77. And we now know that Emma Klassen, who was third over the line in that first heat, will miss out with a 25 flat. But on to the third and final heat of the women's 200. Oh, pardon me, third of 6. I'm thinking 2 automatic qualifiers rather than 1. So the third of 6, and we'll get the start list once it's available. Lisa Quinn of Illawarra Blue Stars on the inside of the track. Ali Bart of Bankstown. Keisha Pritchigak, we saw her run well in the hundreds for North. Sarah James of Sutherland in the middle of the track inside Sarah Luxford of the Blue Mountains. Heba El Sadiq of Sydney University runs in 7. Lucy Twigg visits us from the Sunshine State, and she'll go in lane 8. And Emma Cotton on the outside of the track. POS, Jimmy?
Port Stephens?
Port Stephens.
Yep.
Some of these abbreviations need some review. We'll have a word during the week.
Summer Harrison, exceptionally talented junior out of the Port Stephens club as well. I saw her run very well at juniors, so building a nice contingent of female sprinters up there.
So look for Pritchiak in 4. Twig on the outside for Queensland as well, second from the left. Pritchiak away fairly, and Twig away very quickly for the Queenslander on the outside. Luxford for the Blue Mountains going on the centre of the track, but Pritchiak into her running now will lead them into the straight. Twig hot on her heels, and Ali Bart running a good leg for Bankstown on the inside of the track, but Pritchiak pulling away now. The fight's on for the second position here, and the Queenslander Twig going the best of them, and is just going to manage to hold off Ali Bart and Emma Cotton of Port Stephens on the outside. 24.02. So all these heats going around that 24 low mark. 24.01 for the winner, Bronte Carroll, in that last heat.
And 0.8 there as well, so the wind dying down and still registering at 24.02. Probably the quickest run when you factor in the wind there for Pritchiak. 24.01. Lucy Twig 24.85. She's might be missing out this stage as one of those non-auto qualifiers.
Yes, she will miss out, so that won't be good enough. So, as we ran you through them after the last heat, they still remain the time qualifiers: Scott, Lawrence and Wabi. So we won't have any time qualifiers out of that third heat.
Just, I didn't mention this before, but the non-auto qualifiers from the women's 100-metre hurdles that we had before: Carla Takchi with the 13.90, Sophia Chibai with the 13.96, and young Alexandra Richards gets a run in the open final. She is the 9th qualifier, 14.23, just in front of Georgia Pickard, 14.40. So well done to Alexandra making it through to the final. She's 17 years old. Good to match it with the established open athletes in, I think, an hour or two's time. The women's long jump field, there's 20 on paper down there, Matt, and it's a superb field. They're just getting introduced to the crowd, I'm sure. We're just going to...
Most of them there too, I reckon 18 on the line there.
Just trying to see if Sam Dale is down there, the Cherrybrook star from Maury Plant. She might be taking...
Is that Clark on the end as well?
Yeah,
so Clark's there.
Clark, yeah. Just trying, I can't quite see Sam at the moment of the day. We'll certainly pick some of the action up from there. We might head back to the track. So the fourth heat is about to get going, and on the inside of 2, Katie Smee, how good was she for the silver? And that gleeful joy when she saw the scoreboard. And that was a real highlight from last night, as well as the winners. She goes in 2 for Maitland. Jasmine Love, Epping, she goes in 3. Sundance Fuller of Camden in 4. Ella Randazzo of Sutherland in 5. Jen Cowie of Sydney University comes down to the 200 in 6. And Essence Sikarsin of Manly Warringah in 7. Kiara Crandall of Essex West Strathfield in 8. Chloe Davis of UTS North in 9.
We've seen a lot of it. You mentioned it earlier, Jimmy, the early 100-metre speed of the 100-metre specialists. Saw it in Melbourne with Rowan Browning in the 200 against Curley. Browning was actually probably in front as they come off the turn, but the specialist half lap it in Curley's case, full lap strength, well and truly comes into its own the second half of the race.
So away we go. Smee off to a pretty good start. Crandall out of the blocks well. Once again, like the hundreds, and now starting to come into it. Jen Cowie of Sydney University. Where's Smee? Well, she's going to rocket off the bend, and she's going to go straight into the lead. How about that from the Maitland athlete? She pulls away. Jen Cowie's got a nose in front for second, just in front of Sundance Fuller and Randazzo. But Katie Smee, that might just be the most impressive of the heat so far. She crosses in 24.38, but pulled up quite a way before and a plus 1.9. She gets the best of the conditions. Big smile on the face once again. So not the quickest time, but how about that from Katie Smee?
She was
full of confidence after that silver from last night.
And she was pretty happy when she got that silver last night. It was down that trackside, and there was a big reaction when it came up on the board. It was pretty tough to split them. Jen Cowie's going to be second over the line. Just waiting for her time to come up to see how she'll fit with these time qualifiers, but I suspect it won't be enough given what we've already got on the board.
24.76 for Jen. It's going to be very close.
She's going to knock off Kate Warby by 100th. So 24.76 will be enough for Jen Cowie at this stage of proceedings. And she's going to put a line through Kate Warby's 24.77. So at the moment, we've got Jessica Lawrence, 24.68, Elizabeth Scott, 24.70, and Jen Cowie, aided by that tailwind, with a 24.76 as the time qualifiers. But next on the track, heat 5 of 6 in these women's 200 metres. I think that's the last heat, so I'll just update that on the scoreboard. Yep, there it is now. So Maya Francis on the inside for Wollongong, Alexandra Alizart of Westfields on her outside, Erin Smart of Nowra, Scarlet Pie of West runs in the middle of the track in 5, Rachel Tuffer of Illawong in 6, Christina Bryan on her outside for Cherrybrook, and then comes Emily Duvet of Sydney University and Kelly McAndrew of Mingara. That the field for the 5th of 6 heats in the women's 200 in this cutthroat system of one automatic qualifier. You're going to have to run 24.75 to make it into the final as a time qualifier. So pretty evenly away, Pie out pretty quickly in the centre of the track, and also Duvet and McAndrew on the outside. Duvet running a really good bend for Sydney University, and Scarlet Pie in that black crop in the centre of the track. McAndrew boxing onto the shoulder of Duvet, but she'll lead them into the straight, Duvet, and extending away. No sign of anyone getting to her at the moment. McAndrew holding the best spot to get in on time, and Pie will fade late. 24.11, good run in the middle of the track for Duvet, and McAndrew will wait for her time to come through.
That's a nice
plus
run.
1.5, so
really nice run.
Nice conditions.
24.09, so that's impressive from Emily Duvet of Sydney University. Really gone to her running with 80 metres to go. Kelly McAndrew, she featured in that final as well, didn't she? Second the Mingara athletes, but quite a ways away from Duvet there.
24.74, I think, for McAndrew, is that?
She sneaks herself into the conversation, I think.
Yep, so she'll be in at the moment. And that is going to take out...
Is it Cowie?
Jen Cowie at a 24.76. So we won't have a time qualifier out of heat 4 at the moment. Assuming I've done this right the old-fashioned way. We're going to have Jessica Lawrence at 24.68, Elizabeth Scott at 24.70, and Kelly McAndrew at 24.74. So the time to beat in this final heat, well, if you can run 24.74, no, we've only got 9 lanes around the track, so I don't know what they'd do there, but 24.73 to guarantee yourself a time in the final.
So Amstown New Lantern's Jenna Heath will go on the inside in this final prelim. Only the winner going through. Alex Rampoldi of Solent in 3. Amber Pensini of ACT in 4. Rowena Craker was pretty impressive in the 400, coming down to half the distance for Manly Warringah in 5. Sarah Durante of Hills Districts goes in 6. Brooke East of Sydney University in 7. Vacant Lane 8, and Jade Johnston Mitrevska of St George in 9.
So take out Tierney Dunn.
Tierney Dunn, yeah.
Tierney Dunn, pardon me.
So away we go. Matreska off to a nice start there on the outside of 9. Coming through nicely is Rowena Craker as well. I mentioned she ran very nicely in the 400 metres, but Johnson Matreska might just lead them through in 9. Also going well, Jenna Heath of Amstown New Lambton. This one's a little bit closer this heat. Those three all the way across the track with Heath maybe just getting the step, but Matreska is fighting back on the outside. Jade Johnson Matreska will just get in front of Jenna Heath and Rowena Craker. A really good race in that 6th heat there. 1.4 the tailwind, so again the great conditions continue. She gets it by a few hundreds, I reckon. Jade Johnston Mitrevska of St. George, 24.51. And Rowena Craker is going to make it as one of the next fastest with the 24.68. And I reckon Jenna Heath might be joining her as well. It's very close.
24.70 was it for Heath? So, all right. Let me just
very
work
close.
This out. So
Craker's in.
This is going to be close. So we've got Jessica Lawrence with a 24.68, now matched by Craker. So those two will be going in, and now that will rule out Kelly McAndrew at a 24.74, and we have two athletes matched at 24.70. And we only have 9 lanes on the track.
I don't know what
so
they're going to do.
I don't know what the rule is there.
Well, they might have to look at the thousands to try and get one of them through.
That's an excellent point, actually. So photo will go to thousands, which doesn't show on our board.
Correct.
So that's how they'll separate them unless they've run the same to the thousands, at which point I still don't know what they do. But that'll be our...
I literally don't know what you do. If they're the same to the 1,000th, and that's only a 1 in... Well, it's a 1/10 chance, I imagine. It's to the 1,000th.
Yeah.
So
maybe
anyway.
you take whoever had the more favourable wind reading. Maybe you flip a coin. Whoever run it. In Formula One, it's whoever does the time first. So
interesting.
But they're all out there at the same time. In
I think
Formula
the
One,
wind's
so.
actually a really good way of separating it. Whoever had less favourable conditions, that sort of makes sense to me. But anyway, you can't really choose what.
I'll have a word with World Athletics about it.
All right. So the women's long jump on the top left of screen. We're early stages in a huge field of 20 on paper down there. And we've got the likes of Katie Gunn, Tamisha Clark is down there. Sandale's on the start list. I'm not sure if she's jumping. We'll try and confirm that. We'll certainly know if she is jumping because she'll be going long once again. But the pole vault, that bar's looking like it's getting right up there, as this is Elizabeth heading now for the women's long jump. A 6'20" athlete from Trinity. You can see that windsock, and it's blowing in the right direction for the ladies here. Ooh, nice jump from heading. Smart on the board, and she jumps out with a smile on her face. So 5:42 the last jump there. I just missed the athlete who jumped that, but this is heading's distance going up in a moment. Again, the EDM and the high-tech measuring continues in the pit. And so it's a 6:02 for Elizabeth Heading. That's a nice start to her series.
And a miss at the pole vault. Oh, just hanging around up there for a while.
It's the Bankstown athlete there, I think Brodie Cross.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Might try and find out. 4.65. So okay, we're in some business stages there. 4.65 is pretty high. You can see it on the screen. We are getting up there. So next on the list should be Sophie Kavanagh of Ride. It is beautiful on the board and gets the white flag. So Kavanagh, a 5.78 jumper. She had a +0.9 tail behind her. You see on the screen that was the wind reading for that jump. And Matt's going to act as roving reporter for a while, which is excellent. As just getting the reading there for Sophie Kavanagh, 5.76 for her. So that's very, very close to a seed of 5.78. Claire Roberts here of the ACT. We've seen Claire in the sprints as well. She's been pretty impressive, ACT athlete, the 583 jumper. Going down the runway. And just a foul there, just overstepping was Roberts. So Tara Webb will be up next for Cherrybrook. And plenty of heavy hitters still to come in the first round of the women's long jump. Tamisha Clark will be in a couple of jumps' time. Taylor Clark will end the round, and Sam Dale just confirmed that she's there. It'll be excellent to see her jumping here today. We're going to see her next week at the Sydney Track Classic take on Brooke Bishenkel once again, the Australian record holder, 7.13 jumper. Silver medalist, I think, at the Commonwealth Games. As Matt heads down to pick up some of the action on the field of play. This is Webb. Pretty good on the board. And gets the white, probably around about 550 mark, I'd say. A little bit back from where Kavanagh was landing. So bar at 465 here for the men's pole vault. And here's this cross again for Bankstown. You just saw him miss before. Brodie Cross just pulling up, actually. Well, he's got 15 seconds to... yeah, there's the yellow flag. So yellow flag goes up, 15 seconds to go. And this will be impressive if he can get over here after jogging back to his mark. Steams in. Just not enough time there. That will be a foul. He runs out of time. So on the runway now, Charlotte Banks of UTS Norths. And that will be a foul. Oh, sorry, actually, that's Tamisha Clark. So might have just missed Banks' jump, but Tamisha just fouling there on her first round. The defending champion, 6:34 to win this competition last year. Emily Jones will be up next for Cherrybrook. Just a couple minutes away from the next jump in the men's pole vault. Just looking at the men's 200 as well. That's going to get underway in about 6 minutes' time, those heats of the 200. Josh Azzopardi not running in the 200s. So, unlike the women, we won't have a sprint double. We'll have a new champion as well as...
Jimmy, I'm sorry to interrupt, mate. I'm down at the pole vault.
Oh,
I've got an update for you. So, 3 athletes still in the competition here. We've got Brodie Cross of Bankstown, who's about to have his 3rd attempt at 4.65 meters. You can see him on the runway now. And we'll watch this attempt. So this is Cross' 3rd attempt at 4.65. And just missing there. Had the height but couldn't quite get the horizontal clearance. And 2 athletes now to come back into the competition remaining at 4.75, who are Aidan Princetta White of Bankstown, as well as Benjamin James of Maitland. So those are the 2 athletes left in the competition, and they're about to return at 4.75 meters.
Thanks very much, Matt. Some excellent roving reporting down there. So Cross bowing out, and the gold is going to be determined between Aidan Princetta White and Benjamin James, who we saw perform well in the high jump and looking to take an outright title here in the men's pole. So the title holder, Alec Diamond, is not competing in the pole this year. We've seen Alec in a couple of the other events, but going to have a new champion between Aidan and Ben. We just saw a foul there from Clara Nordine of Trinity Athletics in the women's long jump. And here is Kirikou of Victoria. Pretty nice jump. And some great news. I think Sam Dale is just lining up next in the order. So fresh off her 671, she's the top jumper by a long margin at the moment in New South Wales. And it's awesome to see her jumping essentially 3 weeks in a row. Melbourne was last Thursday, state championships this weekend, and 6 days' time she's going to be a part of a fantastic women's long jump field with Brooke Bushenkel, the Australian record holder. So Sam Dale, Matt, you're down the ground there.
Yeah, I am. We just had a 2.1 tailwind as well for that last attempt, and this Dale's first attempt. We're still rounding out the first round of competition here, obviously with a big field. So the witch's hat just about to be removed for Dale's first attempt, and still a bit of breeze down here, but going in the right direction.
So Dale, first attempt here, steaming down the runway. Oh, that is a long jump. Wow, that's impressive from the Epping athlete in a class of her own at the moment.
Going to be about 6.5, I reckon, Jimmy. We'll see it in a minute as the EGM comes out, but if the indicator boards or anything to go by it.
So, Matt, we've just got the men's 200, so we'll just pick up this one as we get going as well. This is the first of 8 heats. Again, only the winner plus the next fastest time. Massive stakes here. And they're underway. So from the inside, Faulkner, McLean, Jeffrey, Peter, Gaffney, Baskaran, Hannah, Wong, and Quintana. So Michael Hannah was good in the hundreds. He's trying to match it at the moment with Michael Jeffrey of Sydney Uni. But Jeffrey bursts off the bend here. Hannah's trying to come back to him. Jeffrey's still got the set, and I think he's going to take this one out. A great run, 21.13. From Michael Jeffrey with a 1.0 behind him. Wow, that was quite impressive indeed. So he sails through. Hannah had a good run. He's a 28.6 guy, but Jeffrey gets the step and comes in with a 21.59. He's annihilated his seed. Confirmation of a 21.11 for Michael Jeffrey. And as I mentioned, only one non-auto qualifier through to a hot final for the men. Currently, that mark is set by Michael Hannah, 21.30.
Jimmy, I've just got Michael down here really quickly, mate. 21.13 with a nice little tailwind there. Good sign of ahead of the final this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. Wasn't expecting that, so pretty good hit out. Hopefully a little bit faster in the final.
You're looking forward to it?
Oh, absolutely. Stoked.
Well, good luck, mate. We'll see you this afternoon.
Cheers. Thank you.
So pretty good start there in the 200 heats, Jimmy.
Geez, we haven't seen a lot of Jeffrey, but I reckon we're going to see a lot more of him after that. 21.1. That's superb in the heat. And Katie Gunn just spraying sand all over Ryan Jones. That's just off camera at the moment. Katie Gunn's had her first attempt, and just confirming that opening round for Sam Dale was a 6.44, so shoots right to the top of the leaderboard as you'd expect, fresh off that win at Maury Plant in Melbourne. So it's all happening now. There are plenty of heats of the men's 200. We've got a fantastic women's long jump field going on. Men's pole vault getting into the business stages with 475 on the board. So we'll bring as much of the action as we possibly can with heat 2 now of the gents on the track, headlined by Jackson Rowe. He was unfortunate to miss out on a medal last night, but had a great series through the 100 metres. He goes into the 26.6 man. Max Holmes goes on to his inside in 1 for UNSW. Then Brody Fox on his outside from St. Ignatius in 3. Xavier Zukon in 4. George Ocker in 5. Ethan Duggan 6. Luke McKay in 7. Jinsun Jung in 8. And Harry Fullerton in 9. But man to beat here, you'd think, is Jackson Rowe in 2. So he gets off to a pretty good start as we stay with the outside lanes. Jinsu Jung try and match it with Fullerton, and coming through Ethan Duggan of the Pan. But look at this man, Jackson Rowe. He is a fantastic 200-metre runner and has a massive gap already. Look at that, already pulling up with 60 metres to go. This man knows how to run the half lap, and he is going to stop over the line in 21.38. Jogged about 60 metres of that. So impressive. And I reckon he's really suited to the 200 metres. So he will sail through to the final. And I don't think, no, Michael Hanna will still sit as the fastest non-auto with a 21.30 in that first heat. So none of those gents, unfortunately, will have any of the next fastest time, but very impressive there from the Campbelltown athlete. You can see him having sneaky looks about 70 metres before the finish. Wasn't quite jogging, but really turned off.
Jimmy, I've just got Jackson really quickly as well. Jackson, pretty happy with that heat, mate. You were jogging 60 metres out.
Yeah, pretty cruisy. Just good to get through it. Know it's going to be a tough final, just trying to preserve myself as much as I can.
Big weekend of racing, obviously, with the hundreds as well. How do you go about backing up that quickly, 5 races in 3 days?
Well, yeah, coach put it through a lot through the pre-season, you know. We got a little trial run at Canberra, backing up 4 races, so I feel like it should go down pretty well.
Good luck in the final, mate.
What do you think, class?
Yeah, good stuff there from Jackson Rowe. He loves the 200, so he's going to be certainly one of the contenders, particularly with Josh Azzopardi not backing up for the double the distance from last night's final.
Jimmy, we've also just got some results from the first round of competition. Cut me off when you need to for this third heat, but plenty of fouls in that first round. But as you mentioned, Sam Dale leading the competition through one round with a jump of 6.44. And the only other athlete in the 6 metres is Elizabeth Heading of Trinity with a 6.02. And then you've got, with a 5.99, Katie Gunn of Gosford sitting in third position at the moment after one round of competition.
Thanks for the update there, Matt. Yeah, Katie Gunn, we caught that attempt, probably just not her best. She's certainly way over the 6 metre mark, so you expect for her to improve on that. We did catch it heading 6.02, and of course Dale 6.44 as we head to heat number 3 of the men's 200 and a full field of 9 in this one. Charlie Wilkinson for Blue Mountains in 1, Ben Treby of Sydney Pacific in 2, Andre Gollage of Mingara in 3, Joseph Bradshaw, Newcastle runners in 4, John Gickus, great to see him back for University of New South Wales in 5, Connor Bond, probably the man to beat here in UTS North for UTS in 6, Phil Baker in 7, Finn Connell Buck in 8, and Tom Tucker in 9. So away cleanly. Good start there from Bond. Just coming into shot now. John Gickus. Great to see him back for the University of New South Wales after a bit of time off, and also trying to get into his running now for Sydney Pacific is Ben Treby. But it's Gickus and Bond as they go head-to-head. Gickus is matching it with Bond. Bond's just got the edge. It's very close, but Bond just gets it over Gickus. That was hairy stuff from Bond. He didn't look like he was at 100%. Shakes the hand with Gickus. I reckon Gickus has got himself into that non-auto spot as well in front of Michael Hanna. He has 21.16. So Gickus, that is an excellent run. We haven't seen a lot of him over the last couple of years. But the two, stride for stride down the straight. It was only 700ths in the end, but Connor Bond does get through with a 21.09 plus 0.3 behind him, so not too much of a tail there, but again, pretty good conditions, as I reckon Matt's just catching up with the winner.
Yeah, I've got Connor down here, mate. Pretty tight there with Gickus in the 200 heat. Didn't have the chance to really put the cue in the rack too much, but talk us through the heat.
Yeah, man, I mean, funnily enough, John was actually the captain of my dayboy house when I was at school. So he's my hero, man. Like, growing up with him, watching him run, man, it was an honour to finally race him. And, you know, I'm so stoked to be out here today. It's always good fun out here at these carnivals. And, yeah, like, God bless, and just super happy to be here.
A little bit of disappointment last night with the 100 and a bit of confusion there, a bit of recall gun, but ready to bounce back today?
Yeah, man, I mean, look, super unfortunate, but things happen. And, you know, what happened yesterday is in the past, and I'm out here today. Like I said before, I'm just blessed to be here, so, yeah, happy, man.
Good luck in the final.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
He's a good man, Connor Bond, and lovely sentiment towards John there as well. Didn't realise they were so tight and had that connection. So yeah, there's a lot of good stories around the sprinting stables, and that's another one. So well done to Connor Bond getting through to the final. Another one of those big hitters. And John puts himself in the pole position for that non-auto spot. 21.16 is going to be tough to beat to get through. It's a very good time. So Julia Sim won this race in 2098 last year. You expect that to be surpassed the way these gents are running in the heats. Matt Shervington from 1998 holds the New South Wales record 20:45. I reckon this up-and-coming generation might have half an eye on that time as well as they get established as open athletes on the circuit. So the gents just warming up in their blocks for heat number 4, which will feature Jordan Sarmento of West Track and Field, a superb runner from Sydney's in the western suburbs, 28-man. Also going well this season, Jamie Smith. We saw a good run from him as well in the 100. Plenty of these gents backing up, as you'd expect. So, big stakes again. Of course, only the winner going through, as we're just checking back in with the women's long jump. We're halfway through round 2. Sophie Kavanagh just having her second round attempt there for ride. Just getting measured by the officials. Maybe not quite as far as her first attempts. That was a 5.76, so she's just off the podium at the moment. Again, early stages in that comp with Katie Gunn sitting third with 5.99 so far. And Claire Roberts of the ACT will be up next on the runway. So it looks like we're almost ready for a start at the top of the track for heat number 4. We might just run through the field while we have the chance. Lachlan Parry of Illawarra Blue Stars will go in 2. Daniel Lloyd-Jones of UTS North in 3. William Myant of West Track and Field in 4. As there's Roberts in the long jump. And Ben James sails over 485 in the men's pole vault. You could just see that at the top of the screen. So Ben James moving his way towards 5 metres. That's exciting in the men's pole. We might try and pick up some of the action back down there when we get the chance. Just going back to this 200 field. Will Myant of West Track and Field in 4 then. Sean Fitzsimmons of Bankstown in 5. Jamie Smith of Illawong in 6. Jordan Sarmento of West Track and Field in 7. Erin Palmer of St George in 8. And Jack Van Tempest in 9. And here's that temp. This is 485. Look at the... Oh, that is massive from Ben James. Look at the clearance he got after the bar. Gets the clap from the volunteer. Well deserved. So, wonderful jumping there from Ben James of Maitland. And I think he soars into the gold medal position at the moment. And we'll go up to 495 next. So, back on the track. And away in heat 4, Sarmento, you can see in the black strip there, gets off to a pretty good start. Just leaves Jamie Smith in the dust at the moment, but Smith will try to fight back. Palmer of St George having a good run at the moment as well, but it's Jordan Sarmento who leads them into the straight. Smith is trying to fight back over Palmer's shoulder, does get himself into that second spot, but Jordan Sarmento will go through to the final 21.60. So no non-auto qualifiers from that one, a plus 1.4 behind Sarmento, and he will go through to the final. So another nice run off the bend there for the West Track and Field athlete, and again just pulled away from about 50 metres out from Smith and Palmer. Lloyd-Jones trying to fight there on the inside as well. Actually, Lloyd-Jones third across the line, but Matt with our winner, Sarmento.
Yeah, I've got him here, Jimmy. Jordan, able to put the cue in the rack pretty early there and jog through the line. All things going well ahead of the final?
Yeah, going pretty well. Just wanted to get out into the final, make it through there. Just wanted the body to hold up too after the 400 last night. So, looks like pretty good. So I'm happy.
You're pretty solid through the heat in the final of the 400. Happy with how you ran through that?
Yeah, considering where I've been in the past few years, to put like back-to-back quality sort of runs and like staying consistent with the times I'm running around at the moment. Hopefully I'll see a pretty decent drop coming up in the next few weeks. So
It's a big few days of racing with the 4s and now the 2s as well. How's the body holding up?
pretty good, pretty good. Just staying there. So get through to the final and then hopefully hold up there. Should be right.
Good luck this afternoon, mate.
Thank you.
Good stuff there from Jordan Sarmento, winner of Heat 4 of the men's 200 metres. So how about that from Ben James? I'm still pretty speechless after that vault. That was something else from the man from Maitland with those famous locks. Matt is racing over there. Princina White missing there at 495. So it looks like we've got two gents who have cleared 485, and Matt will certainly bring us an update in just a couple of moments' time. And I think Princina White must be getting very, very close to his lifetime best at the moment if he has cleared 485. We'll just quickly run through heat number 5 here for the men's 200 metres. Tyler Bussier of Girraween in 2, Ben Carter of UTS Norths in 3, Jesse Turner of the ACT in 4, Rashid Carver goes for Westfields Athletics in 5, then Chris Yus, 26-6 man from Sydney University in 6, Chris Yang of Illawong in 7, Jake Hayter of Nepean in 8, and Travis Hargrave of West Track and Field in 9. And we might actually just wait until this race is done just before we get confirmation of how that pole vault is heading along. Chris Yus featuring in this one for the All Whites in 6. So away they go. Yus gets off to a good start. Carver on his insides trying to stay with him, but Yus is up and away. Carver is getting towed along at the moment. Trying to go with him is Chris Yang, but at the moment Yus is leaving them behind as well as Carver now, and he's already pulling up. Carver's trying to fight back, but Yus has done plenty and will cross the line. 21.16, maybe the most impressive run so far. He was pulling up pretty early on at that stage, and with Matt over at the pole vault, we with a miss just at 4.95. We won't be able to catch up with Chris, but very impressive there. 21.16 through to the final. Matt, have you got an update for us?
I do, mate. So that's a first attempt miss there for James at 4.95 after a second attempt clearance at 4.85. But Aidan Princina White with a first attempt clearance at 4.85 leads the competition outright. So that first attempt clearance has him in front of James, who had a first miss at 4.85. So obviously if anyone's able to clear here at 4.95, they'll go into the lead of the competition. But at the moment, both Princina White and James with first attempt misses at 4.95.
Have you got any idea what Aidan's PB is? We've got 4.65 on paper, Matt. That's pretty high, 4.85.
Let me try and confirm that, mate.
Thank you.
I'll try to speak to him as little as I can mid-competition, but I'll try and confirm that.
Yeah, it's really impressive. He's turning 19 this year, so still the under-20 age group, as Sam Dale. Here we go. 6.44 in round 1, leading the women's long jump. She's coming in for round 2. Oh, that's big again. Is she going to get the no red there? So I reckon that was maybe a little bit longer, but the red there for Sam Dale. So she still leads comfortably, though, with that 6.44 first round attempt.
Jimmy, I can confirm down at the pole vault, so that is a personal best for Aidan Princina White by 4 centimetres. So his PB coming into the competition was 4.81, and he's now jumped 4.85. So already a personal best in this competition to lead outright, and this will be another attempt at a PB here. He's on the runway for a second attempt at 4.95.
Fantastic. So Talia Clark as well in the women's long jump, and we'll try and bring you a replay if he does clear here. And Princina White just at the top of the screen does clear
comfortably over 2, Jimmy. It gave it a rattle, but the vertical elevation was sensational. So he's gone from 4.81 PB to a 4.95 personal best in this competition alone. So 14 centimetres he's improved his mark by.
Absolutely sensational from Princina White. One of the field performances of these championships, as we move on to heat number 6 now for the men's 200 metres. So from the inside, Daniel Samsa, Oliver Marr, Ace Hanslem, Matthew Windsor, Lachlan Ash, James Mizzy, and Jack Darcy. So unfortunately, vacant lane 8, that was Ishmael Dudu Kamara's race. So open field here with the Queenslander Oliver Marr. So the Queenslander leading Ace Haslam, and he will get through. So with no Dudu Kamara, really opened up that first spot on the start list there, and Oliver Marr walked through and took that opportunity to get his ticket through to the final. The Queenslander through in 21.7 or thereabouts. And Ace Haslam, his run won't be quick enough to get one of those non-auto spots. John Kikas still in the pole position with a 21.16 with Connor Bond in a couple of heats ago. There is Oliver Marr, plus 0.6 behind him, so slight tail. Gets through with a 21.72. So it's all happening on the track and the field here. And we're heading into round 3 now of the women's long jump with Katie Gunn.
James just on the runway here as well, Jimmy. And had the vertical elevation, but just couldn't quite clear the bar horizontally. So another miss at 4.95 for James.
So he'll be going into his 3rd attempt next to stay in the competition. Katie Gunn in the women's long jump. Gets the white flag. She's trying to put some performances in the low 6s on the board. 5.99 in the first round as we look to see this attempt. And 5.99 again there for Katie Gunn. Now, did I see a 6.46, Matt, for Taylor Clark? I'm not sure if that was a 5 or a 6. If you can just confirm that. That is massive if she's jumped that, as Alyssa Lowe, in-form athlete for Sydney Uni, next on the runway. So Lowe coming in now. Oh, nice jump by the Sydney Uni athlete. Super consistent, around about that 6.20 mark each competition of late. As Matt's, I think, got an update for us.
Yeah, so we're now through 2 rounds of competition at the women's long jump. 6.07 the first attempt in that second round for Katie Gunn. So improving on her 5.99 from the first round. That puts her in a good position, but not enough to get in front of Sam Dale's 6.44 from the first round. So she continues to lead the competition with a foul at her second attempt. 6.07 for Gunn. 6 metre for Alyssa Lowe in the second round of Sydney University. And to answer your question on Clark, Jimmy, as I just worked my way down, that was a 5.70 in the second round, and she fouled the first round. So at the moment, we've got Dale leading the competition at 6.44. And then we've got Katie Gunn in second at 6.07. And the third athlete in the 6 metres at this point is Alyssa Lowe of Sydney University, with Clark with a bit of work to do.
Yep. So I think, and Matt, no fault of your own, we've just had an update to that Alyssa Lowe 6.17. So things just changing a little bit there in the third round. And Alyssa Lowe now goes into outright second behind Samantha Dale with a 6.44. So it must have just been a little amendment on the scoreboard there for Taylor Clark's second round attempt. We're now back with Lani Withnall of Barker Athletics. Getting out there into the mid-5s is Lani, and that $1 million smile might be worth $2 million now. Lani Withnall, she continues on her merry way. Absolutely loves her athletics, and it's so good to see her another Open Champs. All right, back to the track. Here we go with heat number 7 of the men's 200 metres, and 7 gents on the start line here. Gordon Damchevsky of St. George in 2, Hadi Youssef of Bankstown in 3, Marco Vasquez of Sydney University in 4, and then from Nepal, Kil Badur Karki joins us, the international. Lachlan Kasozi of Camden in 6, Andrew Goshnick in 7. Daniel Katana has been superb for Epping in 8. Maybe the athlete to beat here if he can. Of Illawong in 9. So Katana is out very, very quickly there in lane number 8. Try and go with him. Lachlan Kasozi of Camden, also Andrew Goshnick of St. George. But it's Katana who leads them into the home straight. He's been in superb form, has the junior, and is looking to seal his fate in the final just in front of Andrew Goshnick. He does so. Kasozi, I think, just third over the line, 21-22 unofficially. So again, John Gickus, as Vasquez just giving us a bit of a wave to the camera. Katana, though, will make it through to the final, 21-21, and Goshnick's 21-30, unfortunately for him, will not beat Gickus's 21-16 as the non-auto qualifier. I think Matt's down there with Katana. He's been in great form, Matt.
Yeah, he has. I'm down here with Dan, mate. That was a bit of a tighter heat with the man on your inside, but through to the final, it's a pretty cut-the-throat system. Only one going through.
100%. Tell you what, that lactic hit you hard. No, it was a good race between me and Andrew, and try to hold on for the last 50 in the final if I can.
It's been a pretty busy weekend of racing, obviously, with the 3 days of competition. How's the body holding up?
Yeah, well, this is my first race this week. Last week I ran in the juniors, but yeah, it feels right. Not too bad.
And Jimmy's been talking about your form through this season, which is pretty solid, in an open 200-metre final. What's the plan of attack for that race?
Well, to be honest, I wasn't expected to make the final, so I'm just going to enjoy it, I'm only running the 20s at Nationals, so this is a bonus.
Well, go out and enjoy it. Good luck to Savo, mate.
Thank you.
Bonus for the junior. We see it so often as well as in the sprints. So Katana makes his way through. Thanks to Matt for another interview. And this women's long jump, a fantastic field, continues to saw themselves way into the pit, and I reckon we are going to get an update. 5:05 the bar's at for the men's pole vault. Matt is clocking up some Ks back to the tent at the northern scoreboard, and here's one of our contenders for the medals in the women's long jump, Elizabeth Heading, 6:02 in the first round, one of 4 athletes over the 6 metre mark. She comes bounding down the runway.
First attempt at 5:05 at the pole vault as well.
Foul there for Heading, so we're into...
Clear.
Yes.
Clear
Goodness
at the pole vault.
me. 5:05 for Aidan Princina White. That is a 24 centimetre PB. So we'll get a replay of that. This is extraordinary jumping from the Bankstown junior. Unbelievable stuff.
I'm not sure we can get a camera on. He's about to go over and be congratulated by his coach, Zusra, as well. As you said, Jimmy, 24 centimetres worth of PBs at these championships.
Here it is, the replay. This is outrageous from the under-20 and soars over the bar. How about that? Oh, that is spectacular from Aidan Princina White. 5:05. So he only jumped 481. He was nowhere near 5 metres coming into this competition for his lifetime best. And it must be the cool shades, surely. Having a performance effect. That's spectacular from the 18-year-old from Bankstown. Superb performance.
And just confirming, Jimmy, that Ben James did miss his 3rd attempt at 495. So Aidan now the only man in the competition. And I'm just hearing, I think, the bar about to go up to 5:15. So another 10 centimetres going on. And I'll just confirm that. Yep, it is. It's going up to 5:15.
So extraordinary stuff out of the men's pole vault. As we go back to the women's long jump, Claire Roberts back on the runway here from the ACT. And just getting the red there, unfortunately overstepping the mark. It looks like Heading was 6:02. Oh, it might have been Kevin 5:65. But last heat here of the men's 200 from the inside with Thor. Lindstrom, Goshnik, O'Neill, Nilovu, Otievano, McKenzie and Stryer. So close race here. Mitch O'Neill will lead them into the straight. Battling hard is Hamish Lindstrom of the University of New South Wales, but O'Neill just staying the stride away now. Lindstrom's trying to come back on the inside, but O'Neill's done enough. 21.05 is one of the quickest that we've seen, so a nice run from Mitch O'Neill. Waves to the camera, and we wait in anticipation at Lindstrom's time. So 21.04, the time to beat's 21.16 from John Gickus, currently sitting on the bubble, and no, it's not quite going to be enough. 21.26, so John Gickus will join the 8 winners from the 8 heats in the men's 200-metre final. So well done to John on his comeback. We saw Dan Katana his comeback season here as well get through automatically. So a couple of nice stories going into that men's 200-metre final. Mitch O'Neill will join that field later on today. So that does it for the able-bodied 200 heats, and we'll move on to the next event, and it's going to be in about 17 minutes time for the women's 200-metre para-ambulance final, with a couple of heats run earlier today.
Jimmy, I'm just clocking up some Ks down here. I've just been over to the women's hammer throw as well to get an update on that competition. And of course, speaking of megastars, we've got one, Alex Hulley, throwing in the women's hammer, and she currently leads the competition with 60.97. The throw in the second round after a first round foul. And sitting in second position at the moment, I think we've got Alicia Pearson of Sutherland, Alex's teammate, with a throw of 54.76. And as I just skipped through, we've also got in third Renee Hardy, the third Sutherland athlete. So Sutherland locking out the podium at the moment with a throw of 51.76. And we're just about through the second round of competition there at the women's hammer.
Thanks for the update, Matt. And we're going to get some of that women's hammer very shortly with a break in the track program. And there we go. So
just keep an eye on the pole vault as well. Aidan will have 5 minutes from his last attempt to take his next attempt at 5:15. And I'll try and get us an update at the long jump as well, which must be then close to the end of the third round of competition when they'll obviously be reordered.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, so the women's long jump continues along. We're getting towards the end of round 3 down there. Kiriko of Victoria is going to be next to jump.
Aidan on the runway at the pole vault, Jimmy. Sorry to cut you off. I didn't get that.
It's all right. There we go. 5:15. No. Not at the first attempt for Princina White. So he'll have 2 more goes at that height. Kirikau now coming down the runway for the long. 5:67 for Clara Nordine of Trinity Athletics before her. And sorry, that's actually Sophie Bowley that was of Tamora. Just didn't pick up the uniform there. So Sam Dale though will be next on the runway. We now have some of the women's hammer being captured with Maria Simino in the circle there. And just our sector there for Simino, but we're going to stay with Sam Dale here for her third round. A 6:44 in the first round, her best jump so far. As Bowley registered 5:19 with that last jump.
So this will be the last jump of the third round, Jimmy, and a foul on that second attempt. So they're looking to improve on that 6:44 first round attempt.
So here comes Sam Dale. Oh, that's going to be
long on the board, I think.
That's unfortunate. That looks long as well. So a couple of fouls there for Sam Dale, but still well in front with that first round 6:44. And I think we're one more athlete, I think, Matt, Taylor Clark on the start list.
Yeah, I've just realised that very unhelpfully takes it over to a second page on the results sheet. There's only one athlete on the second page, and it's Clark, so that's why I couldn't see her
second of the
on
Clark
the
sisters.
first one.
Yep. So she'll end round 3. We've got Alex Hulley at the bottom of the screen now as well, back in the circle. So we'll have a look at this women's hammer. The 70-plus metre throw, Alex Hulley. As she launches that one. That's a big throw. And landing right around where those gents were at the 65-metre mark earlier. That will be a foul for Clark.
Yeah, a mile long there. So that will round out the third round of competition. You have a look at your phone, Jimmy. I'll get your results card in a minute, but I'll bring you an update in just a second on that.
No worries, Matt. Thank you. So just picking up that distance from Alex's throw in the women's hammer as a 62.81. So actually can't remember if that improves on their previous performances. You can imagine, you can see there's a bit going on here, but 62.81 there for Alexandra Hulley, who leads that women's hammer competition.
Jimmy, I can just confirm some disappointing news at the long jump. Clark has actually now fouled all of the first 3 rounds of competition. So my understanding of the field rules is that she won't be going through to the final 3 rounds when they get reordered.
Just confirming that's Taylor Clark?
Yeah, I think Tamisha was on the first page. Yes, she was. So Tamisha's 580 at the moment, and she's so her attempts are foul 570 and 580. But Taylor Clark, pardon me, will be out of the competition with 3 fouls.
Yeah, shame there. But one of the Clark sisters probably good enough to get through to the final 8. There's been a few ladies over 6 metres, but I think 580 might just scrape her through, as there's going to be a bit of a reordering process now to determine that final 8. There's a miss there for Princina White. I think that was the second attempt at 5:15. So just looking at the state records, Angus Armstrong has still a ways to go. 5:43 is the under-20 state record, so we're not going to be seeing that today. But
I think you'll find it's also the open state record, Jimmy. I was there the night he jumped that, taking it off Jack Hicking. And I think you'll find both the under-20, the most recent under-20 state records in New South Wales were also the state open records, which was a sign of just how good Hicking and Angus the Goose were. Just a small piece of trivia down at the pole vault. There's some bragging rights there with that 5:05 clearance, because Aiden's brother Ethan has a PB of 5 metres flat. The Princina White brothers, well known in the pole vaulting community. So Aiden gets some bragging rights at the kitchen table by taking a PB higher than his brother now. But I can also provide an update after 3 rounds of competition. And if you bear with me here, as it always is a bit tricky, but the top 8 we're going to take through. It might actually be a little bit more than that. I'm going to assume everyone circled here is going through, so if you can bear with me. Katie Gunn with a best attempt of a 6:07 at the moment. Alyssa Lowe with a best attempt of 6:17. Lani Whitnell with a best attempt at 5:68. Bethany Kramarick with a best attempt at 5:82. Ella Costa has a 4:73. Elizabeth Heading a 6:02. Sophie Kavanagh 5:76. Claire Roberts 5:46. Tara Webb 5:41. Tamisha Clark 5:80. Claire Nordine has a 5:67. Sophie Browley a 5:46. And Samantha Dale, as you mentioned, leads the competition with a 6:44. Jumped in the first round with 2 fouls since then. I'm just looking for the other athletes in the 6 metres. So right now you've got Dale in the lead at 6:44. Alyssa Lowe in second at 6:17 for Sydney University. Katie Gunn of Gosford with a 6:07. And the fourth of 4 athletes in the 6 metres at the moment is Elizabeth Heading of Trinity with a 6:02. So 4 athletes in the 6 metres, separated by 42 centimetres at the moment.
Great stuff. Thank you, Matt. So I have got, I think, going into the next phase of that competition. Sam Dale leads with 6:44. Then Alyssa Lowe currently sitting in the silver medal position, 6:17. And Katie Gunn in the bronze medal position, 6:07. Then Heading sits in fourth, 6:02. And then there's a couple of athletes behind her with Bethany Crandog, 5:82. And Tamisha Clark, 5:80, will go through. And I think it's very tight. Sophie Kavanagh, I think, will get through with a 5:76. And possibly lining with not with a 5:68. That's to be determined. But the four athletes, as Matt mentioned, over that 6 metre mark. Sam Dale sits in gold, 6:44. Alyssa Lowe, she's been so consistent lately. She's been very impressive for Sydney Uni, 6:17 in her second round. And Katie Gunn with a 6:07 sitting in bronze. Elizabeth Heading 5 centimetres back with a 6:02. We knew it was going to be a good competition, and it's certainly shaping up that way at the women's long jump. So back to the hammer, as we've got one more jump, I think, in the men's pole vault. It's one of the UTS North's athletes. That's the national qualifying line, actually, at the 42 metre mark. I think that's that for the women's hammer. Yep, 42 metres is that qualifying mark. So nice throwing there from the UTS North's athlete, Rebecca Moore, that was. She's a 45 metre thrower, so nice work from her. And in the circle now, it's Sally Shockery in her third throws competition. So silver in the discus yesterday. On Friday night. And that'll be just over 42, 43 metres for Sally Shockery. She's back at it in the circle in the hammer.
Jimmy, sorry if we've missed it, but I'm not sure if there was a third attempt miss at the pole vault or if it's just Aiden's just foregone the third attempt, but it all looks wrapped up over there to me. And I'll see if I can get a word with him.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so 5:05, confirmation of Aiden Princina White taking out the men's pole vault with a massive 24 centimetre PB. Fantastic jumping there. And just into the net there in the women's hammer from Caitlin Shepperson. Cara Baker of the ACT into the circle next. And Megan Moynihan of Sutherland will round out the field. Alex Hulley leading that competition, as you'd expect for Sutherland.
Jimmy, I've just managed to grab Aiden Princina White as well, the newly minted New South Wales pole vault champion. Aiden, 24 centimetre PB in that competition. How are you feeling?
I'm very stoked, honestly. I was hoping for a big height today, and that's exactly what I got. Good conditions, and I couldn't be more happy.
You had Ben James there for company up through 485, I think. That was your first PB jump, and then clearances at 490 and 505. Just talk us through the competition itself.
Yeah, I was a bit nervous when it got up to 485 and we're both at the same heights because we're like tying in count back, and I just knew I had to clear them first attempt, and that would give me the extra confidence boost. And then I sort of got into rhythm, and that's sort of what took me over the 505. So yeah.
I'm not going to be at all critical for missing at 5:15, but talk us through the attempts at that. Obviously, you've jumped a massive PB as it is, but what's next? What's the next target?
The next target is 520, so just above what I just did. But you know, when it comes up to 515, 520, it is like it's a noticeable difference in height, and I was a bit nervous, but I put all my all into it, and hopefully next time I'll be on better poles and better jumps. So yeah.
And last point, not least important at all, is the bragging rights around the kitchen table at home. I think you've got Ethan covered now.
Yeah, I do. So give him a little brag at the kitchen, you know. Could be more happy, honestly. Yeah. Well,
congratulations, mate. It's a New South Wales title. Add to your resume as well.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks, mate.
Well done to Ethan Princina White with Matt Whitbread there. Historic day for the Princina White family. And Matt mentioned, interesting dinner, I'm sure, tonight. So there's Lani Withnall. She has gone through, I think, as the 8th placed athlete through to the final 3 rounds now. Representing Barker Athletics down there. As we're into round 4 of the women's long jump. And it looks like Sophie Kavanagh will be up next. 5.76 her best through the first 3 rounds. Lani Withnall was a 5.68. So unfortunately for Clara Nordine, she missed out by 1 centimetre getting through. 5.67. Here comes Kavanagh of Ryde. Lovely on the board. No, actually just overstepping there. That was very close. The officials deemed that a foul. Of course, a much better view than what we've got up here. And we are certainly not officiating outside of those with the badges on down there. So this is Tamisha Clark. Now, this is a bit of a surprise. She currently sits in 6th with a 5.80. She's certainly capable of more than that. And she jumped 6.34, so over half a metre further to take out the title last year. So she is a clutch performer, though. Regularly pulls out her best attempts in the second part of the competition. I think we saw it last year. I think she might have only scraped through to the last 3 from memory as well before pulling out the 6.34 jump. So she'll be looking to replicate something along those lines here again today.
Yes, they're just being held here briefly at the long jump. Cone still on the runway as we get a measurement for that previous attempt. And clear now.
Yeah, so Clark just getting ready for round 4. She'll be looking for something well over 6 metres here to get herself back into medal contention. The defending champ. Bit of pressure behind these next couple of attempts, but she's done this many a time for Illawong Athletics. She is a class act. Coming down the runway now.
Going to be long.
Foul.
Yep.
So the pressure mounts for Tamisha Clark going into the final 2 rounds. She'll have another couple of cracks though, as Crenendonk will be next on the runway for Wyong, 5.82, a couple of centimetres further than Clark through the first 3 rounds.
It wasn't a long foul, Jimmy. She was only just a toe over on the board. I'm just standing right in line with the board here for the next little while, but yeah, pressure on Clark now with only 2 attempts left to get a chase on after Dale.
So Bethany Crenendonk of Wyong, she is a 6.23 jumper as well. So a lot of these ladies have gone 6.20 or further, just not quite at their best through the early stages. Here comes Bethany. That looked good, and that is good. So that might be getting closer to 6 metres. I dare say it's an improvement. As we're checking back into the track action now, and this is the final of the women's 200-metre ambulance event, and we saw a couple of heats go through. 90% of the field actually went through to this final, so great to see a full field of the ladies lining up here. Lisa Weingartner of Manly Warringah in 1, Amelia Mazzy of Armdale in 2, Taylor Doyle of Girraween in 3, Stephanie Schweitzer of Hills Districts in 4, particularly impressive in her heat was Steph, Sibylla Wharton of UTS Norths in 5, Marley Lovell of UTS Norths in 6, Lucia Bruce Gilchrist of Balmain in 7, Tamsin Colley of the University of New South Wales in 8, and Charlize Colwell of Athletics Wollongong in 9. So just about ready to go. It's just off screen at the moment. Here's Elizabeth Heading. Nice jump there for Trinity Athletics. 6.02 her best, currently sitting in 4th. and I can confirm it was only a very slight improvement for Crandong of 5.83, so she still sits 5th at the moment in the competition. So off we go in the women's final of the 200 metre para-ambulant event. And Steph Schweitz is off to another great start here, like she did in the heat, away from the rest of the field at the moment. Amelia Mazzi is going well again for Armidale on the inside, and Sabella Wharton and Marley Lovell, the UTS North teammates, side by side. Lovell now just getting the step on Wharton and trying to range up onto Mazzi, but Steph Schweitzer, as she did in the heat, will take line honours in the final, 28.57, so just a little bit quicker by just over a tenth of a second in a heat performance. Mazzi gets second across the line and Lovell third across the line. Plenty of different classifications though, so plenty of calculations need to be made. Lucia Bruce-Gilchrist have just improved as well on that heat time. Sub 44 for her as the girls embrace. Lovely scenes, of course, from camaraderie, so strong in the para-athletes community. All these girls race each other so often on the New South Wales circuit, and of course at national level as well, some of them internationally. Steph Schweitzer, very impressive once again, holding her form brilliantly as she bounds down the straight. And she took line honours there. So just checking back into the long jump, and Katie Gunn has just pulled out a 6.17, so she goes into equal second. Or actually, no, sorry, still third on count back with Alyssa Lowe now in the long jump. Plenty of space on the board there. And may not improve. So Katie Gunn, though, 6.17, starting to come into her competition very nicely at the right time in round 4. And, well, actually, no, sorry, she might be second on count bet through that 6.07. So just actually depends on what Alyssa Lowe has jumped. And actually, you're not going to believe this, 6.07. So it is an equal second at the moment for Katie Gunn and Alyssa Lowe, with Lowe just jumping 6.07. So very, very tight stuff there for the silver medal between Gunn and Lowe. But we're going to stay with Sam Dale here for round 4. The Epping star. Oh, that is another foul. She's getting out there. It's just over the board at the moment. I'd love to see some of these distances because she is getting right out there. Thankfully, we saw the 6.44 in the first round because there's been 3 fouls since then for the Epping athlete, but she is pushing the boundaries.
Next final up on the track is the men's
in the women's long jump.
Introducing your competitors.
So I think this is the replay. No, sorry, this is the men's. That's all right. This is the men's para-ambulant final now for the 200 metres. A straight final here, no heats for these gents to the start line here. Leighton Lloyd, a quality athlete for Macquarie Hunter. He goes in 3. Zane Newton of Hills Districts in 4. Jackson Love of Manly Warringah in 5. Philip Nwusu of Illawong in 6. A vacant lane 7. And Jalen Martin of Hills Districts in 8.
This is the field for the men's para-ambulant 200 metre final. In the hands now of our star.
So away in the men's 200 metre para-ambulant final. And Nwusu getting a nice start there for Illawong. Coming up onto his shoulder, though, is Leighton Lloyd of Macquarie Hunter. Particularly impressive in the para-ambulant long jump on Friday. He's streaking away from this field. Nwusu's going really nicely for Illawong in that second spot. He's going to be a couple of seconds behind Lloyd, who crosses in 24.43. Nwusu second across the line. Newton, Love and Martin finish in that order, third through fifth. But Leighton Lloyd takes line on as 24.43, the T20 athlete. And again, with different classifications, Lloyd a T20 athlete, Nwusu a T64 athlete, Jackson Love a T35 athlete. The calculations will need to be made before those medals are decided. But again, a nice run from Leighton Lloyd there, and Nwusu holding his form very nicely as he crossed the line. A couple of seconds behind him. Just looking at some official times, 24.41 for Leighton Lloyd, 25.65 for Nwusu of Illawong, and 27.22 for Zane Newton. So another foul for Tamisha Clark. Real pressure now on the Illawong athlete with 5.80 in this competition. It's all going to come down to our last attempt as we're picking back up on the women's hammer. This is one of the Sutherland athletes, Alicia Pearson, I think. Actually, no, there's quite a few of them down there, so I probably won't speak too quickly. So I think that might have actually been Renee Hardy. Apologies about that. For in the women's hammer. As we go back to the track now. And this is the women's wheelchair, men's wheelchair, and women's frame running 200-metre final. We've seen a couple of these races so far with this lineup. Again, it'll be Kim Newenkirchen on the inside for Cherrybrook in the frame running in 1. And Cormac Ryan in 3 and Ethan Moos in 4 in the inside lanes now. And Sarah Jane Trevenar, Clifton Bly and Amy Fisher on the outside lanes for the women's wheelchair event. Foul there for heading. As we get towards the latter stages of round 5 for the women's long jump. About to get underway in this combined wheelchair and frame running 200-metre final. So away they go. Amy Fisher off to another great start. She's been super impressive so far in the 100 metres from memory. Just some of the warm-ups going on for the women's pole vault there as well. Now Cormac Ryan gets into his pushing. 31-12 athlete on paper as he's roaring down towards the line. Bankstown Junior has pushed very nicely this weekend and comes across, just under 30 seconds. That might be a PB for Cormac Ryan. Ethan Moos just behind him, and Amy Fisher takes line honours in the women's event. Sarah Jane Trevenar, Clifton Bly finishing off there, and so is Kim Newenkirchen, and around about 45 seconds. So nice stuff there from the ladies and gents in the wheelchair and the frame running final. So a 6.15 for Katie Gunn in the long jump, I think, has broken that deadlock between her and Alyssa Lowe. Both sitting on 6.17, but now on countback, Gunn sits in the silver medal position, and now Lowe has an opportunity to counter. This is round 5. And pretty good jump there from Sydney athlete. Gets the white flagged. Plenty of, enough space on the board. She was certainly on the board. It's tight going here in the women's long jump. Sam Dale is going to be up next to 6:44 in the first round. Pretty spectacular. Followed by a foul, and a foul. So she's coming up for round 5. And a 6:05 for Alyssa Loesch. So she will remain in the bronze medal position. And our leader, our clear leader, Sam Dale, who's looking like a big chance to take out this title, will try and register one of those big jumps. She's overstepped the board just on a couple of occasions. Can we get a fair jump in here? Yes, we can. That's pretty big from Sam Dale. So she will get the white. As a look back, not overly happy, but yeah, might be around about sort of the 6:30-ish mark, I'd say. Just have a quick look at the scoreboard. So I think Alicia Pearson now walking in the circle for Sutherland Districts in the women's hammer. We'll keep that in our inset screen. And nice throw there. That's going to be in the probably mid-50s, 53, 54 metres for Alicia Pearson, as the hurdles are going back out on the track just off screen, ready for our women's 100-metre hurdle final, which will be an absolute cracker. We'll have to keep an eye on Michelle Janica in that after a superb 12.80, slightly illegal wind in the heats. So that will be up in 20 minutes time, so a bit of time before that. Finally, Withnell coming into her final attempt there for Barker Athletics in the women's long jump. Trots out of the pit. Another big smile at the camera. And that will do her championships, I think. She was excellent in the triple jump on Friday night, and another impressive performance getting through to the top 8 there in the women's long jump final. So 5:55 to end her competition for Alana Withnell. And Kavanagh on the runway next for Ride. And just looking down at the hammer throw, I think we've gone through the reorder process, so we'll try and pick up some of the action next. Kavanagh here for the Ride. White flag goes up. Not sure that will improve on her best of 580. Sorry, 576.
So, Jimmy, I'm just working my way down this list here. Dale with a 6:37, not able to improve on her 6:44. So she's actually only had the 2 legal attempts so far, but they've been good enough to go 6:44, 6:37, which by themselves would have her first and second in the competition. So jumping well. 6:15 for Katie Gunn in the 5th round, which puts her third at the moment, I think, behind Elizabeth Heading, who's got a 6:17 on the board.
And sorry to cut you off, Matt. Clark, a foul. So Clark is out of this competition now. She won't be defending her title. It's disappointing for the Illawong athlete.
Yeah, so she bows out, not able to get into the 6 metres, a best attempt of 5:80 in the 3rd round. And 3 fouls in the second half of the competition, like a sister who had the 3 fouls in the first half of the competition. So not a great outing for the Clark sisters. So as I was just saying, Elizabeth Heading currently sits second in the competition with a 6:17 attempt in the 4th round. And I think we've got Katie Gunn in the bronze medal position at 6:15. As you mentioned, Lani Whitnell rounding out her competition with a 5:55 in the in the 6th round, and the crowd getting fired up here for the next attempt.
So Bethany Cranendog of Wyong, her 6th and final attempt. Was very close. She's hoping for the white. Oh, she gets the... she gets the white. Must have been millimetres in that. It was very close. Gets the white, though. Oh, I think she gets the white. I think it's a bit of confusion down there. It's going to get measured. And Tony Ockledge just having a quick chat to the athlete and possibly her coach there. So we'll keep half an eye on that as the gates just getting changed for the women's hammer throw once again.
Okay, so I can just confirm, Jimmy, there was a bit of a distraction in the crowd, effectively. So there was an offer of whether she wanted to retake the attempt or not, but they're going to take the measurement, and so that will round out the competition for her.
Righto. Thank you for the context, Matt. That's well, it's a good jump though, 595. So it won't get her into the medals, but. I thought actually Gunn and Lowe might both jump 6:17, but it does look like Lowe is in the silver medal position. The big clap now goes up for the Trinity athlete Elizabeth Heading, and she's got a full head of steam here. Oh, it's a good jump.
Looked good on the board.
Really good jump. She pops out of the pit. So, is there a twist here? 6:15 is what she needs. The spike is going in. She's happy with that jump.
Well, Jimmy, if the indicator boards are anything to go by, it looks to be over the 6 metre mark. We'll just wait for it here.
6:15 she needs, isn't it, Matt, to get past Gunn?
$6.24, Jimmy.
Oh, wow.
Liz, can we have a quick word? 6.24 to round out the competition, saving the best to last.
Yeah, it's been long last 3 years in injury, so it's exciting to be back, season's best, sort of feeling like back to myself, which is really exciting. So
talk us a little bit through the comeback just as we watch the competition still going here, but it must be nice to have the comeback starting to feel complete.
Yeah, it was tough at the start of this year. You know, when you're injured, you always say, I'll be grateful to be out there, but I started this season jumping pretty badly and I wasn't sure I was so grateful for that, but yeah, it's just really exciting, really rewarding to feel like all the work's paying off.
Congratulations, looks like you're going to be on the podium.
Thanks.
Katie Gunn's response now. Oh, nice jump by the Gosford athlete. Here we go. It's heating up in the women's long.
It was good on the board. It was right up there.
No, this is all we expected. We knew it was going to be a cracking competition. And the final jumps, there are many, many more twists to come. 6:24 took heading into silver. We wait for Katie Gunn's measurement.
6:41, Jimmy.
What? That's a huge PB for Katie Gunn. She will be ecstatic with that. 6:41. Unbelievable.
You've got the live reaction, PB,
wow.
Katie. How does that feel?
It feels absolutely amazing. I've been jumping regularly them in training, so it feels really good to actually get out and comp and actually do it. So, yeah, I'm really happy with that.
I think you've basically guaranteed yourself a spot on the podium now. So how does that feel?
Feels absolutely amazing. Obviously that wasn't my goal coming in here. My goal was just to perfect everything that we've been putting together in training, and it has, and the medal's just a bonus on top of that. So
we're just going to watch this attempt here, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Alyssa Lowe coming in. She's off the podium now. Can she get back on it? Oh, that's another great jump from Alyssa
Good on the
Lowe.
board.
How good is this competition?
I tell you what, mate,
Unreal scenes.
the crowd's up and about as well.
Unreal. 6:24 for heading. May not actually get her a medal in the end. That's extraordinary. 6:41 from Gunn. Goes to silver. We wait Alyssa Lowe's.
6:38.
So Lowe gets the bronze. Gunn gets the silver. And Dale will end with the gold in one of the best women's long jump competitions I can remember in recent memory. 3 over 6:38. Sensational jumping.
Jimmy, I've got Alyssa as well. This competition is just lit absolutely on fire in the last round. You've got yourself a spot on the podium. How does that feel?
Very, very excited. Definitely very happy with the new PB. And yeah, excited for the next few comps to come.
You've had 2 PBs in the last 2 jumps. So, I mean, you were just off the podium there for a second right at the end of the last round, and you've managed to have a clutch performance to get it back on.
Yeah, very happy. Very, very happy.
Congratulations. I think we've got the gold medal sorted, but let's see if we can get a better attempt again here, Jimmy.
Sam Dale, she's got the gold wrapped up, but let's see what she can do on this victory jump. I'm sure she's hungry for something over that 650 mark. Plenty of momentum. We'll see her in the Track Classic next week. What can she do? Good on the board.
Good on the
That's
board.
massive from Sam Dale. It's all happening in the final round of the women's long jump. Superb jumping from Alyssa Lowe, Katie Gunn, Sam Dale, and Elizabeth Heading as well. She's going to finish in 4th with a 6:24. You wouldn't see that distance miss the podium on many years. Sam Dale, 6:44 in the first round, 6:37 in the 5th.
6:52, Jimmy.
Absolutely superb. So she does get that 650 jump in, and she is the winner of the women's long jump competition. And Matt's just going to have a chat with her in just a moment's time. 6:71 coming off the Murray plant meet. She is in some sort of form at the moment, as Sam Dale.
Thanks very much, Jimmy. I do have Sam Dale here, who's just taken out an absolutely brilliant women's long jump competition here at the New South Wales Championships. I think we had 3 PBs in the last 4 jumps, Sam, and the podium shifted around 4 times in the last 4 jumps, but you were securing the gold medal. Talk us through the competition from your perspective.
First one I got on the board again, so consistently doing the first one on the board, it's really nice to know, and it's got that little bit more of I can relax. But then I think it was 4 fouls after that, so not ideal. And then they had me nervous at the end. But no, I pulled one out of 650. So overall, good competition, but still need to get rid of those fouls.
652 right at the end there. There was a pretty deep field there. I mean, both the Clark sisters, you've taken them out, and then I think the 3 behind you have all jumped PBs in the last round of competition. So what's that say about the depth of this competition?
It's definitely good to have it in New South Wales, and to see people coming through from New South Wales is exciting. But yeah, the young ones are definitely coming through now, and we're going to have to keep putting the effort in because no relaxing.
And I think there's a pretty handy competition here next weekend as well. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see the turnout for Sydney track, and hopefully we'll have the same as Melbourne, because that was just the environment and atmosphere of that was your adrenaline goes up and it's really exciting.
Well, I think it's safe to say that's the field event of these championships, and you've taken it out, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That's Sam Dale, Jimmy.
Oh, what a brilliant conclusion. You couldn't script that sort of finish, but it happened. It happened all right. What a fabulous... again, sometimes you just get left breathless by some moments in track and field, and that's one of them. Just drama, podium changes, people on the podium, people off it. And here's Katie Gunn, 6:41. This is probably one of the best jumps of the competition. She's been working so hard for that 640 plus jump, and she knew it as she popped out of the pit. The World Junior from last year. Here's Alyssa Lowe. This lady is on the improve. I keep mentioning her upward trajectory, and she took another massive leap forwards with a 6:38. And the next generation of women's long jumping in New South Wales is looking very, very bright indeed. None better than this lady on screen, Samantha Dale. a superb 6:52 effort to solidify her title. But just looking at the ages of these ladies as well, like Sam Dale turning 22 this year, she's still 21. Looking at Katie Gunn,
Jimmy,
she's turning 20. Like these are all very, very young open athletes.
Jimmy, sorry to interrupt. We've just got Alex Hulley going into the circle at the hammer.
Yep, so all eyes on Alex, and we saw a 62-metre launch from Alex. She's capable of 70-plus at her very best. We'll follow this throw with anticipation. Commonwealth Games silver medalist, absolutely class act. And right on, just inside that sector tape actually, so I'll be around the 60-metre mark again. She is, I imagine, comfortably leading that competition. We haven't quite caught every throw from over there as the multiple events go on. But
yeah, so Jimmy, that was the last attempt of the competition. So Alex, not surprisingly, leading proceedings with a 62.81. In second position with a 54.76 is Elisa Pearson. And in third position at the moment, the third Sutherland athlete, Renee Hardy, with a 53.19. So 62.25 as well, confirmation for Alex's last throw, which won't be quite enough to improve on her mark from the third round. But unsurprisingly, Alex Hulley adds to her glistening resume with another New South Wales Open Championship, and Sutherland will stack the podium at the Women's Hammer.
Yeah, no surprises there at all. Alex Hulley winning yet another New South Wales title. Of course, she defends that title. 67 she threw last year, so she might be a little disappointed with the distances there, but no doubt that she'll continue on in her domestic season. Still, again, early on with these championships being held on the first weekend of March. So well done to Alex Hulley and to, I think it was Alicia and Renee there on their medals. And again, another Sutherland trio sweeping the podium in the hammer. On the back of coaches such as Karen DeMarco and Brie Clement, the two coaching stars of that squad. Costa Kasparis we saw in the men's hammer before as well. So, a couple of presentations as well, just happening just off camera with Alec Diamond and Desley Owusu, just picking up some awards there. Congratulations to both of them. We're now going to be heading towards the 100-metre hurdles final for the women. It's going to be in 4 minutes' time. There's some of the awards there. And Matt Horsnell, the super coach of Nicola Olaslagers, just asked to jump in line with Alec and Desley. No doubt a coaching award, very thoroughly deserved coaching award for Matt Horsnell. I think these awards as well, worth mentioning. These are for the last season. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we couldn't hold the awards dinner last season. So this is for the 2021-2022 season. And there was a small performance that Nicola put together where she won an Olympic silver medal with a 2:02 jump. So justifiably so, Matt Horsnell getting a coaching award there. And we can see our CEO, Christian Renford, Athletics New South Wales, ANSW CEO, Christian Renford, and Matt Whitbread is the chair of ANSW, just presenting some of the awards there. There's Dave Archbold, who is an incredible contributor to cross-country in this state, has been so for decades and decades, still manages the West Metropolitan Cross Country Series, and an incredible contributor to our sport. Did a lot of work with us over the cross-country relays as well, run at Upjohn Park and Rydalmere. And I think that might be Hans Tiller. Yes, it is. So Hans, very experienced coach again from the Macquarie Hunter region, has plenty of young athletes from up north in his squad. Again, these are some incredibly deserving recipients of these awards. And just those five will be collecting some awards there. So, you know, big names of our sport: Alec Diamond, Desley Owusu, Matt Horsnell, David Archbold and Hans Tiller. Superb contributors and athletes in New South Wales. So we might head back to the start line now. There they are. There are the ladies. And all eyes have to be on Shelley Janke. There's the dance and the shakeout just before the start line. Here's what she did in the heat. She was absolutely sensational. 12.80 with a plus 2.4 win behind her. But look at her go over these flights. You can't ask for better hurdling than that. What can she serve up in the final? The second heat I thought was a bit of a surprise. Emily Britton has a superb run for Cherrybrook in lane number 6 there. You see Abby Taddeo. I thought she was going to feature and cross the line first. Well, she did feature, but she didn't cross the line first. She was second. She will be through to the final with Maya Pires.
Jimmy, I know that Abby had a bit of a niggle in training the last couple of weeks. I was speaking with the coach, Penny Gillies, yesterday, so I think Abby probably just on a little bit of an interrupted preparation. Yeah,
good context there. She didn't quite look herself. I thought she'd get over Britain, but she's lining up here in the final. We'll go through the full list here. Carla Takchi of Epping in 1. Alexandra Richards, the junior of Trinity, in 2. Sophia Chibai of NSW in 3. Emily Britton of Cherrybrook in 4. Then comes Shelley Janica. What can she run in the final? She goes in 5 for Sydney University. In 6, Tiana Skelton of Maitland on the improve. Abby Taddeo of Illawong just battling a niggle, but can she get herself up for this one? She goes in 7. Imogen Breslin of Barker Athletics in 8. And Mia Paris of Maitland in 9. Just getting introduced there. Tiana Skelton walking up to her blocks. So hopefully Abby's okay and she gets through this one cleanly. Imogen Breslin as well ran really well for Barker. She was actually the 4th fastest qualifier into this final, so she will try and put herself on the podium if she can. The defending champion is Abby. She ran 13.02 to take out this title last year. State record holder, of course, Michelle Janica, off the back of that superb performance at the World Championships, 12.66. As they're settling into their blocks. Away cleanly. Shelley gets another good start. Abby gets a great start as well, and Abby's trying to match it with Britain for that silver, but Michelle Janka is pulling away. We have to have a look at the clock. Britain and Abby today, that will be silver and bronze at 12.71. It's a World Championship qualifier for Michelle Janka, the 2nd fastest time of her career. She bests the 12.75 in Melbourne. How about this lady? 12.70. 12.69 officially. 12.69.
Legal win.
Michelle Janke, a plus 1.4. Absolutely brilliant. She is 300ths off her performance at the World Championships last year. Britain gets the silver. Hugs with Shelley there. A superb run. 13.09 for Britain. She gets silver. Taddeo does get the bronze and on another New South Wales podium, but there was no stopping Shelley. Absolutely no stopping Shelley. She is looking phenomenal. Well, I'm sure Matt's going to catch up with her in a second, but what a run.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shelley, she's thanking the crowd, and well, she might. Shelley, a World Championships qualifier.
Yeah, I seem to just be consistently running under 13 seconds at the moment, which honestly wasn't really expecting. So just really happy with how the season's going.
You look phenomenal in Melbourne, and you're such a great contributor to the New South Wales Championships Sydney Uni. You always are. Relays, opens, everything. What does it mean to do it in the Sydney Uni kit here at a state title?
Oh, like this, I might be training and living up in Queensland now, but for me, this track right here, this is home. This is where I grew up competing. I absolutely love coming here and racing and just supporting the season here in New South Wales. Love wearing my Sydney Uni kit. They've been a phenomenal supporter of me over the years, and it's really nice to have run my fastest time in Australia on home soil.
These qualifying standards for the Worlds keep getting lower and lower and lower. We know they only want half the fields coming in. What does it mean for the rest of the season now leading into Budapest to have that box ticked and know that you've really got a foot on a spot for selection?
It feels amazing, honestly. I haven't been in this position many times, so I got the qualifier so early. So it's pretty cool. It means that I can just sort of pick and choose where I want to be racing. I don't, have to be trying to target meets to run super fast. And yeah, just staying relaxed, and that seems to be working for me. So yeah, it's a nice position.
And to the extent that you can tell us now, what is next on the agenda leading into Nationals in Brisbane?
Well, my plan for racing is I'm staying in Sydney this week, competing in Sydney Track Classic, then get a week off, which would be nice. Then I'll be competing in the Brisbane Track Classic and then at Nationals.
We look forward to seeing it. If you haven't got your tickets for the Sydney Track Classic yet, get them now. You'll see Shelley there in the 100 hurdles.
Oh, you certainly will. What a race. Thank you, Matt, and of course, thank you, Michelle. Oh, absolutely supreme. As we get the head-on view here, you will not see better hurdling than this in Australia. Her fastest run ever on Australian soil is only bested by that incredible 12.66 from World Championships, and Michelle Janker is having some sort of second phase to her career. Quite incredible indeed. Well, what can the men serve up now on the back of that? We'll have a look at the field. So there is no Nick Andrews. He competed in the 100 flat. So Jacob McCorry on the back of, I think, a third place it was. Oh, no, sorry, the win. He won the Maury Plant meet. My apologies. So a 13.66 he ran there, and he was sensational in Melbourne. He will feature in lane number 7. You can just see on the outside there for Sydney University as the hurdles are just getting set up. Another 4 minutes until this race starts. As we continue to calm down after that
Jimmy,
Shelley race.
Don't miss in the excitement of Shelley either. Emily Britton's run a 10th PB there
to
get into second position. So that's a real breakout performance for her. And Abby to get a bronze medal given the interrupted prep, not able to defend her title, but a pretty solid run there off the back of a less than ideal prep.
I'm pretty sure Emily ran a 10th PB in the heat as well. So I think she's gone down 2 tenths in 2 races, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's my understanding from what I've been told down here. So pretty good afternoon's work for Em, and really pleasing to see just how excited Shelley was for her as well. It was a huge embrace after the line.
It was lovely, wasn't it? And tell you what, we've seen some PBs in the last half hour, haven't we? Aiden Princina White in the pole vault. Basically half the field going through to the final 3 rounds for the women's long jump. And then Emily Britton just behind Michelle Janker in the 100 hurdles. What a staggering half hour of athletics we've had. Don't worry about Super Saturday. What about Super Sunday? So that's the women's pole vault action as well, as that competition's in its early stages. 225, one of the starting heights, I'd imagine, there. As we'll just have a look at, just getting introduced there. So, we are at the starting height for that field. We might just try and find a start list. There's 9 down there. Elizabeth Barrell is competing for West Track and Field. And Barrell is the defending champion. As the first of our athletes over there, that's Philippa White, the Masters athlete from Manly Warringah, over at 225. So Barrell, the defending champion from West, goes in position 1. Then Megan Sieve, a talented athlete from Bankstown, in 2. Naomi Gibson of Athletics Wollongong in 3. Emma Hopkins of Amsterdam and New Lambton in 4. Janice Leila-Patra of, I think it's Camden, sorry, there's abbreviations do prove challenging at times. She goes in 5. Maya Kearns of Manly Warringah in 6. Emily Malakovsky, on the high jump, she goes for Bankstown in 7. Philippa White, you just saw clear at 225 and 8. And Claire Rosa of Bankstown in position 9. So the bar now set at 240 for the women's pole vault. Well, one of the performances of the championships has just happened. Michelle Janker gets another World Championship qualifier. The mark is 12.78, and she's run 12.69 with a 1.4 tailwind behind her. And we're blessed with some beautiful conditions here for running this afternoon on day 3 of the championships. Men's long jump isn't going to be too far away as well. We saw that absolute drama in the final stages of the women's long jump. And I'm sure the men's will be equally as good as we get them underway pretty shortly. Just a bit of a lull in proceedings though, with the hurdles just getting set up. We're actually just going to start probably a couple of minutes behind here for the men's 110 hurdles, as there's plenty of adjustments both in height and distance. The men doing the 10 flights at 110. The 10 flights at 110 meters with 106.7 centimetre height, compared to the women who are jumping the 10 flights off 100 meters and 84 centimetre height. Now just checking back with Philippa White here of Manly Warringah at 240, just missing there for the pole vault. Start crew just having a chat, getting ready for the hurdles. And White putting the bar on herself. Very resourceful indeed whilst in competition. She'll line up for her next attempt. So might actually just get a very quick water and catch a breath, as we're just going to have a few run-throughs here for the gents 110 hurdles.
Jimmy, we're also just having some warm-ups here at the men's long jump, and keep an eye as well. I'm sure you got your split screen going up there. The women's pole vault competition also underway, just while we wait for these this men's high hurdles race and some medal presentations in the stadium.
Yep, thanks Matt. Philippa White back on the runway at 240 for the women's pole vault as I dash back up to the box. There she is on screen. Quite incredibly, turning 60 this year. Here's Philippa White, so to compete at a Open Championship is a massive achievement in and of itself. The Masters athlete from Manly Warringah. So I think she's coming up for a second attempt. We just saw one miss beforehand. At 240. Oh, good clearance there for Philippa White. Turning 60 this year. She gets over 240. Fantastic work. I'm sure she's getting some last-minute jumps in before the National Masters Championships, which kick off on Friday at Sydney Olympic Park. All right, so looks like we're ready to go for the men's 110-metre hurdles. Let's run through this list of 6. Harrison Brearley of Illawong goes into Jet Link of Athletics Wollongong in 3. Joshua Watson of UTS North in 4. Austin Little of Sydney University in 5. Reece Dobbins of Newcastle Runners in 6. And then all eyes on Jacob McCorry, fresh off his win at the Murray Plant Meet at 13.66. He goes in lane number 7. So we just saw an extraordinary run from Michelle Janke. What are we going to see from must be the favourite on this list, Jacob McCorry. But Austin Little has been going very well, his Sydney University teammate. He will feature in lane number 5, and Reece Dobbins will try and match up with them and snag himself a medal as well at New South Wales Open Championship. Boys just firing themselves up here. So McCorry in 7, fresh off a Continental Tour gold victory, 13.66. What can he serve up here? Way cleanly. McCorry gets off to a pretty good start. First over the hurdles. Try and go with him is Austin Little. So Austin Little just clatters flight 3, opens the door for McCorry. Reece Dobbins is having a good battle for bronze, but McCorry is away. Watch the clock. 13.60. 13.60. It's a PB for Jacob McCorry. He goes faster than he did at the Maury Plant meet. And it's a 2.0 tailwind. Can you believe it? 13.59 is the official winning time. What is going on in the hurdles this afternoon? Unbelievable stuff from Jacob McCorry. He celebrates with his compatriots there. I'm sure Matt will have a chat with him. We're just looking at the replay, Matt, and it was close between him and Little over the first 3 heights. Unfortunately, Little just clipped flight 3, but McCorry was off and away halfway through this race. A superb run.
There it is, Jimmy. 13.59 for Jacob McCorry. And, mate, we just organised a little 2.0 tailwind for you, so it's legal too. How does that feel?
Amazing. Amazing. So pumped. You know, everything's gone phenomenally under Alex. I've got a phenomenal team around me. Yeah, very grateful. Pumped.
Mate, we saw how well you ran in Melbourne, and you've just gone quicker again. The season's building pretty nicely.
Yeah, we're only getting started, so really pumped to keep churning. Next race, Sydney next weekend, and Brisbane after that.
Pretty good feeling in the club too. I was just chatting to Shelley, who's ticked off the World Championships qualifier. Not bad for the All Whites.
I saw that, and I was like, all right, my turn to try and get a bit closer. So, yeah, amazing run from her. Great having the boys out today. Yeah, just keen to keep building.
Sydney track next week, and then a couple more will be added into the field for that, and presumably Brisbane Nationals as well. Yeah. What's the target for success for the season?
Can't wait. Oh, target staying focused on the process, rocking up, putting in the work, controlling what I can control. But yeah, I want to make Budapest.
It's working well so far, so well done, mate.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Jacob McCorry, Jimmy, it's been some pretty exciting stuff in the hurdles so far.
Those last 2 races may have just been 2 of the best races we've seen this weekend. They're 2 quality athletes from the All Whites, aren't they? Jenica and McCorry. I didn't know that McCorry was going to put this together, though, at the state champs, but it's a warm track. He got an absolutely literal perfect tailwind, and he is sliding over those 106.7s. Little tickle on the last flight, but it was all over. His PB, at least, was all over. Claps across the line. You could hear the enthusiasm in his voice. So congratulations to Jacob McCorry. And Philippa White, she's happy with that again. That's 2.55. So the master is mastering the early heights here for the New South Wales Opens. 2.55 is good going for athlete turning 60 years old, and a couple of fist bumps there as well. She'll move up to 270, I think, is the next height, going up in 15s. And it looks like we just opened proceedings at the men's long jump. No, we're still about 10 minutes away, sorry. So still the warm-up jumps at the men's long, so sticking with the pole vault. Sure, we're going to be able to... Yep, there's the confirmation, 270 is the next height for the pole vault. So I'm sure we're going to put up some of these replays of the races. They certainly deserve a little bit of a highlight on our social media, as Whew, we have to take our breath once again. Yeah, it looks like Philippa's going to be back at it on the runway. So just a little bit of a lull in proceedings. I'm just looking at the next race on the track. It's going to be the women's 200-metre B final. So actually that's not too far away. That's due to go now. So we'll be going to the track shortly with the warm-up still underway in the men's long jump. A few minutes away from starting. Still fairly early stages there for the women's pole vault and the women's B final. Just a couple of minutes away.
So just some medals down here in the stadium. Still buzzing off the 2 hurdles races. And they're just completing their warm-ups down at the men's long jump. So we won't be too far away from a start to the competition there. I'm guessing, 2:35, 2:40 or something, the scheduled start time for that. Oh, Jimmy, I might just duck up to the pole vault and get us a bit of a meaningful update from up at the women's. So I know we've got Jimmy, but the 200-metre B final just getting ready on the track. We've got Emma Coburn of Port Stephens in 1, Emma Klassen of Sydney University in 2, Sundance Fuller goes for Camden in 3, Elizabeth Scott for Manly Warringah in 4, Kelly McAndrew from Ngara in the middle of the track in 5 with Jen Cowie of Sydney Uni on her outside, Kate Warby of Norse, Lucy Twigg and Ali Bard of Bankstown rounds out a field in the women's 200B final into their blocks now.
Yeah, back now, Matt. Thanks for that, mate. Yeah, so just a vacant lane 2 and lane 8, so no Klassen or Twig, but all the other lays are accounted for here. This is 9th through 16th for the women's 200 metres. So away they go. Looks like Kelly McAndrew not there as well in 5, but it's still a really nice field here. And coming into her running, Elizabeth Scott of Manly Warringah has a really nice bend. Trying to go with them is Ali Bartholomew on the outside, but it will be the Manly Warringah athlete, Elizabeth Scott, who leads them in. Now comes Emma Cotton of Port Stephens, trying to range up on the outside. Cotton might just have the step. No, she will be beaten just by Elizabeth Scott. Cotton gets second in a pretty exciting women's B final there. 24.65, the unofficial winning time for Elizabeth Scott on screen. And she's beat a really decent field there. There was Jen Cowie. She had a pretty decent run for Sydney University as well, and some good athletes in that field. That's Sundance Fuller from Camden. So just looking at some of the results. 24.63, the official winning time with a plus 0.6. Slight tailwind. 24.77 for Emma Cotton, who battled away on the outside. I thought she might have just been getting the step with 40 metres to go, but Scott did enough to hold her off, and then Jen Cowie did come across third in front of Ali Bartholomew. 24.87 for her. Bartholomew 24.96 as Matt is with.
No, Jimmy,
no, you're not. Sorry.
I've got an update from the pole vault.
Oh, very good.
So
Sorry.
I'll give you that just before we get underway with the men's B final. So not a great deal to report, actually, because there's a few athletes who haven't entered the competition yet. You've got Emma Hopkins, Naomi Gibson, Liz Barrell and Megan Sieve, all of whom haven't entered the competition yet. The one athlete who we have seen jumping is Philippa Wright, who had a first round clearance at 2:25. a second attempt clearance at 240, another second attempt clearance at 255, and she's had a first attempt miss at 270. So that's where the bar is at the moment. And you should have Philippa Wright on the runway for Manly Warringah with 3-4 athletes yet to enter the competition. But that's what's going on up at the women's pole vault as the men's long jump field is just being introduced to the field.
Yeah, nice update. Thanks, Matt. And we've been following Philippa's progress. So I think she just missed there at 270 at the second time. So she'll have one more jump at 270. But here's this big field. How good were the fireworks in last round of the women's long jump? Let's have a look at this big field of 22 here. I think most of them accounted for. And the defending champion is Sam Taylor, 777 to win this title last year. And he jumped 774 in Melbourne to place quite highly at the Maury Plant meet. So he's in good form. He's just being introduced to the crowd there with the shades on. We'll have a look at the full field. Will Moyer was good in the triple. He goes in position 1 for Trinity. Ashvin Peter in the high jump was pretty good for Trinity as well in position 2. Then Hunter Folks for Sydney University in position 3. Jel Vanderham of Mingara, Indiana Murphy of Trinity, Joel Davidson of Cherrybrook. Tom Galvin is doing everything this weekend. We saw him in the pole vault. He's back for the long jump. Renato Payne of the University of New South Wales, Caleb Kwan of Trinity, Christopher Devery of Illawarra Blue Stars, Aidan Lau of Epping, Liam Fairweather, superb talent out of Maitland. He goes in position 12. Alec Diamond came second to Sam Taylor, I think, last year in 13. Luca Ratnavadil of Trinity in 14. Will Fryer, another brilliant talent from Sydney University. This will be a great comp. He goes in 15. Ryan Marshall of Manly Warringah in 16. Sam Taylor, defending champ from Newcastle Runners in position 17. Ethan Talbot of Camden Athletics in 18. Max Wend, Trinity Athletics in 19. Nick Van Gelder of Sydney University in 20. Brody Folks of St Ignatius 21. And Ben James of Maitland, again, another man who's doing it all. He came second in the pole vault, back for more in the long jump. Goes in position number 22. Massive field and a really, really good field. State record, a handy one from Fabrice Lapierre, 8:40. Don't think we're going to be touching that today. He'll set that in 2010. All right, on to the men's B final now. Nice win for Elizabeth Scott in the women. And again, such high stakes to get through to the men's final. All these gents ran really well, but just missed out on the final. From the inside, Ethan Quintana, Ethan Duggan, Marcelo Ottaviano, Hamish Lindstrom, Andrew Goshnick, Michael Hanna, Ben Treby, Rashid Kaba, and Lachlan Cassoni. So away they go. Kaba gets off to a good start there in 8 for Westfield's Athletics. Also going well is Hamish Lindstrom for the University of New South Wales. Andrew Goshnick, though, starting to range up on Kaba's shoulder. So it's Goshnick and Kaba with Lindstrom trying to get himself back into the picture now. He's fighting back on Goshnick's shoulder. Kaba's just laying behind, and Goshnick's going to take the B final just in front of Hamish Lindstrom and Rashid Kaba in third. So Kaba's waiting for a time here, I think. Goshnick goes through in 21-21 with a plus point too. So that's a good run by the St. George athlete. I think he's run quicker than what he did in the heat. As the boys are celebrating each other's performances. So here it is. Kaba battling down the final straight. He's actually really happy with that time, so I might try and get a bit of context for that. But Goshnick just, Lindstrom just in front of Rashid Kaba. So it was 21-21 for the win. Lindstrom 21-30 and Kaba 21-33. And yeah, he seemed happy with that time, so I might just check on what Rashid's done over 200. As the bar's now at 285 for the women's pole vault. And the Amstown New Lambton athlete. Nice clearance there. Easy does it for Emma Hopkins, that is, of Amstown New Lambton. So, yeah, Hopkins just walking off there. Easily over at 285. And then we've got, I think That's the other Manly Warringah athlete in the field, Maya Kearns. Sorry, Maya Kearns is up next on the runway.
So, Jimmy, we're just about to get underway here in the men's long jump as well. One of the Trinity athletes on the runway.
Thanks, Matt. As Kearns goes over at the pole vault 285, but let's have a look at the men's heats here before they line up for their final. This is the man who impressed me, Michael Jeffrey. That was a huge run to get over the top of Michael Hanna. And Jackson Rowe, I think this might be the man to beat. He was so good, turning off so early in this run. There's a lot of contenders, but I reckon this is one of them, Jackson Rowe. We might actually just cut back to the track, though, because they're being introduced for the men's 200-metre final. There they are on screen. John Gickus gets through as the only non-auto qualifier. He goes in 1 for the University of New South Wales. Oliver Marr, the Queenslander, in 2. Jordan Sarmento of West Track and Field in 3. Connor Bond of UTS North looking to make a vengeance for last night's 100 metres. He goes fit and firing in 4. Mitch O'Neill of Athletics Wollongong in 5. Michael Jeffrey of Sydney in 6. Chris Yuss, his teammate of the All Whites, in 7. Dan Katana is not there on the track, so there's a vacant lane 8. And Jackson Rowe draws lane 9 for a very exciting men's 200 metre final. So off we go. Rowe is off to a flyer. Yuss is trying to track him down. Connor Bond is just ranging up onto the shoulder of Mitch O'Neill, but Jackson Rowe out in lane 9 will lead them through. The youngster from Campbelltown, Yuss is trying to track him down. Rowe is starting to pull away. Yuss is trying to track him down again. It's Jackson Rowe from lane 9 who gets the title, 2063. Unbelievable. Jackson Rowe, 2063, unofficially. What a run. That's a PB. It's way quicker than Abdulia Sims' 2098 from last year. I knew this kid.
2.7, I'm afraid, Jimmy.
Oh, unfortunately a legal win, but I knew this kid was a big shout at victory, and he does it himself, the preview justice. Matt's going to catch up with him, 2.7, so a generous tailwind, but 2060 windy for Jackson Rowe. Yuss gets silver, 2067. Mitch O'Neill, that's a great bronze for him, 2088. But Matt is with our winner, Jackson Rowe. I picked him, mate.
I am. You did. You sure did, Jimmy. Here he is here. Just that camera behind you, mate. Jackson Rowe, 2063. I know it's windy, mate, but you must be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, look, just happy to get away with the win. It was a tough race. Got some good components. But I'd shout out to my coach, Greg, my teammates, helping us all get ready for state and hopefully be able to push on the nationals and run a good time.
Yeah, you had a rough draw out in lane 9 as well. You had them all inside. You couldn't see any of them. How worried were you about them gunning at you down the straight?
Yeah, look, I was a bit worried about running blind in lane 9, but, you know, I've been used to getting bad lane draws, so I'm just happy to come out and execute and win the race.
I know it was windy, but it must give you confidence of what you can do heading into nationals. Yeah,
look, after Adelaide, it was a bit tough running a rough time, but to be able to come back and get to back what I was running, I'm just happy to see a time like that and get away with the win.
Congratulations, mate. Ladies and gentlemen, your 200-metre champion, Jackson Rowe of Campbelltown. And I'll throw it back up to you, Jimmy.
Those guys from Campbelltown can run. Jackson Rowe from lane 9 takes the men's 200-metre title. What drama will we see now in the women's 200-metre final? There's the start list on screen. Jess Lawrence from Campbelltown goes in 1. Rowena Craker of Manly Warringah in 2. Jenna Heath of Amstown New Lambton in 3. Bronte Carroll, the bronze medalist from last night's 100, she goes in 4 for Mingara. Quirk's trying to defend the double. She goes in a beautiful lane draw in 5 for Illawong. Kaisha Priacek she was the fastest qualifier through to this final. She goes to Norths in 6 and is a big threat to that title defence of Quirk. Emily Duvey was particularly impressive for Sydney University. She goes in 7. Jade Johnston-Matrevska for St George in 8, and the silver medalist from last night, Katie Smee. We've just seen lane 9 take out the men's race. Can she do it in the women's? She goes for Maitland on the outside. Another cracking final, another one of the blue ribbon events, and another exciting field in front of us. So just being introduced to the crowd. Quirky, you imagine, would have to go in favourite, but we've seen bigger upsets in this event in the past. And it looks like actually Jess Lawrence not in there in lane number 1. So Craker will hold the inside with lane 2 for Manly Warringah.
It's a really handy field, isn't it, Jimmy? I mean, look for Katie Smee on the far outside. We've just seen what Jackson did from lane 9, and Katie's got to be a chance to replicate that, but Monique obviously the one to beat in the middle.
Way cleanly. Quirk gets off to a good start. Smee goes well on the outside as well. But Kasia Priacek matching it with Quirk in the early stages. Now Quirk starts getting into her running off the bend. Smee's having a good bend as well on the outside. Carroll will start to come into it late for Mingara. Carroll is coming into it. Watch for Bronte Carroll. She's closing in on Quirk. Carroll gets over the top. Kasia Priacek comes over the top. Carroll gets it. Carroll from Priacek, and Quirk finishes with bronze. I knew that she was suited to the 200 metres. She has a massive smile on her face. What a run by Bronte Carroll. And how about Kasia Priacek? Quirk storms off the track. Obviously disappointed, but those are the smiles of some very happy athletes. Bronte Carroll, 23.61. Priacek, 23.62. Unreal from the ladies. Smee gets up for bronze. I can't believe it. Smee from nowhere again gets up for the bronze. It all happened from this point onwards. Watch for lane 9 get herself back into the picture. Quirk faded, unfortunately for her. Smee did get over the top for Quirk just in the end, but Bronte Carroll by 1/100th. Oh my goodness, what a final once again. These championships are delivering on day 3. Matt Whitbread.
Absolutely, thanks, Jimmy. The two 200-metre finals have just been absolutely sensational. Bronte Carroll has come home like a freight train in the last 50 metres to pick up the 100-metre winner, who actually ends up missing the podium, and we have a brand new podium here at the 200. Bronte, talk us through the race itself.
Oh, we're working really hard in our bend work, so yeah, just made sure I got that through, trusted my process, and just nailed it home.
It's an enormous weekend of racing, 5 races over 3 days. How's the body held up?
Oh, not very well. I need to crawl into the bed now. Yeah.
And talk us through the rest of the season. You obviously picked yourself up a State Open championship there, all roads leading to Brisbane at Nationals.
Yeah, we're just going to really ramp up training for the next 3 weeks and then, yeah, look for Brisbane.
Well, the process seems to be working, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bronte Carroll, the 200-metre champion in the women's, and an upset victory, you'd have to say, Jimmy, but a pretty impressive one along with Jackson Rowe.
Well, it is an upset because I thought Monique Quirk was absolutely not going to walk it in, obviously, but I thought she was going to win. And that was a superb performance by those top 3 ladies. Bronte Carroll, Kasia Priacek and Katie Smee. And that bronze medal was determined by thousandths of a second. So Smee and Quirk both ran 23.71, and Smee has got it by thousandths for a second medal of these championships.
I tell you what, mate, it looked very tight across the line down here, and of course that proved to be the case with photo finish. That's an upset not only to knock off Quirk, but to have her miss the podium and to have a blanket finish of the 4 of them like that just again speaks to the depth in New South Wales sprinting at the moment. She was disappointed, Quirk, coming off the track, and maybe entitled to be, but not much disgrace in getting beat by the 3 that got in front of her, especially given the margin.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No disgrace whatsoever. The depth at the moment in women's sprinting. We hear it a lot in the Sunshine State, but we are going pretty well down here in New South Wales as well, and that was a very good example of that in that women's 200-metre final. So we'll collect our breaths once again as the bar's at 3:10 for that women's pole vault competition. We just saw a miss from Emma Hopkins of Adamstown, New Lambton. There she is, just picking up her pole again on screen. The men's long jump has kicked off as well. The big hitters in the pit there. That's Will Fryer, so we might stay with Will. He is one of the contenders for this title, a 783 man from memory, not having the the seeds in front of me. He's a top talent, this guy. Will Fryer streaking down the runway. That might be a foul.
On the board, yeah.
Oh, that's some sort of run through as well. He's run past the podium there.
Scaring a few photographers. So, Jimmy, I've got an update. We're about 3/4 of the way through the first round of competition here. I'll just run you through everyone's results quickly. So, looks like a few guys either DNSing here or not having an attempt in the first round. So 661 for Ashwin Peter, 640 for Hunter Folk, 604 for Indiana Murphy. Tom Gavin's got a 624 on the board. Caleb Kwan, with a 558. Christopher Darcy with a 615, as we just see Ryan Marshall with a first attempt foul as well. Chris Devery, 615. A foul for Renato Payne and for Liam Fairweather. Alec Diamond, the early leader, with a 743 as you recorded commentary. And Luca Rentaviel with a 593. And you just saw Will Fry's foul as well as Ryan Marshall. So Alec Diamond, unsurprisingly, the early leader with a 743 in the first round.
Yeah, good going from Alec, the Commonwealth Games decathlete. He's a superb talent over many different events. Long jump's one of his favourites, though. 743 to open his account is good going. Sam Taylor, though, one of the big contenders, fresh off a 774 at Maury Plant, and he is the defending champion, 777. He jumped for a PB here last year. He's going to come tearing down the runway in the shades now. Oh, plenty of room on the board, but it was a long jump, that one.
I don't think he even touched the board, mate.
No,
I think he was
look
off the Rekatan or the Mondo before the board, so plenty in the tank there.
Nice clearance as well by Emma Hopkins in the pole vault. That is at 310, so she'll progress on as we wait for Sam's distance. Oh, that
708, have you heard it?
That was a very good call by whoever's down there. Very clear indeed. Don't even need the scoreboard when you got that sort of voice.
So I think that's two athletes into the 7 metres in the first round.
Yeah, Sam will definitely look to improve on that, though, particularly on the board in round number 2, as we've got Ethan Talbot of Camden up next. So a couple of fouls as well for some of our contenders, haven't we? Will Fryer fouling in the first round. And I think Liam Fairweather a foul in that first round as well. So Fairweather, Diamond, Fryer and Taylor, probably the 4 big names in that list. And some very early preliminary standings. Foul there for the Camden athlete as well, Talbot. Diamond leads with 743. A couple of other good jumpers coming up. Nick Van Gelder, 7 metre plus jumper from Sydney Uni, and Ben James. Seen what he's done over the high jump in the pole vault. We'll see how he goes over the horizontal jumps in a couple of athletes' time.
Tell you what, Jimmy, speaking of happy campers, I just had another off-camera chat with Jacob McCurry. He's a pretty happy camper leading into the Sydney Track Classic next week. He's chasing that 13.4 and heading in the right direction, but just saying he was able to execute today a little bit better than in Canberra and in Melbourne. In Canberra and Melbourne, he kind of did half the things well, different halves, but today managed to put it all together. So he's a pretty happy customer down here and targeting Sydney Track Classic next week. If you haven't reminded people to get their tickets, Jimmy, now's the time, because you'll see Shelley and Jacob both out here next week.
You absolutely will, and you're going to see the guys jumping in the pit now. Sam Taylor is going to be part of the men's long jump field as well. That's going to be a really exciting competition. We saw Sam Dale, who's going to feature in the women's long jump, take out the extraordinary competition. Again, tickets are on sale. I'm sure you're not going to be short of an email or a social media post in the next few days. I'll be reminding everyone on a regular basis to get down and support the Sydney Track Classic. We need your support because we all saw what happened in Melbourne, and we want to replicate as closely as possible in Sydney, as well as a couple of very special initiatives we're putting in, particularly for the proximity in which you can watch some of the best athletes, not only in Australia, but in Fred Curley and Matt Centrowitz's instances, some of the best athletes in the world. And there will be what we're calling Lane 13. So, of course, 12 lanes to SOPAC. We're introducing trackside viewing, not only from a trackside licensed bar area, but also a kids area, both before and after the finish line. There's premium tickets being sold for the high jumps. We're about to release them for the javelin as well. So it really will be a sensational night of athletics. We would love to see as many of our athletics community down here as possible.
So just a foul at the long jump for Wend of Trinity. We've got one of our Sydney Uni boys next on the runway.
Emma Hopkins, seen a bit of her from Adamstown, New Lambton in the pole vault, just clearing there at 3:20 as well. So she progresses on. Nick Van Gelder now on the runway for Sydney University. As on the track, we're not too far away from the last of our para-wheelchair events, the men's and women's 800 metres. As Van Gelder. Handy jump there to open his competition. Gets the white flag.
800 metre time here on the track, and first up we have the women's and men's para-wheelchairs.
So the wheelchair 800 just being introduced. 6:56 at the long jump. So just in that mid-sixes, trying to chase a couple of the 7 metre marks that have already been laid down.
Just seeing if Brody Folks is next on the runway, but I can't see Ben James. I'm just wondering if he's just pulled the pin on the long jump, because I can't see the long locks down there, Matt.
I can't see him down here, mate, and obviously I'm assuming it's the same Ben James that was in the pole vault earlier.
It certainly is.
So, not unreasonably to be a bit gassed after running second in that competition.
No, not at all. He was good in the high jump as well against the likes of Fujita, Clark, Tilley and Colliers. So he's just had a very big weekend. Absolutely no shame in passing on his final event of the weekend. So this is the 800 metre wheelchair, and seen a lot of Cormac Ryan pushing well for Bankstown. He's actually a sub-2 800 metre athlete, so it'll be good to see how close he can get to that 2 metre mark. We'll get that first split as our photographers capturing all the action here, doing a wonderful job. So about 48 seconds through the 300 metre mark. Ethan Moose is the athlete behind him, and Sarah Jane Trevner, Clifton Bly, the sole female competitor in her 800 metre wheelchair event. So 103 unofficially through the 400 metre mark to collect the bell. 69 seconds for Ethan Moose there of Hills Districts. So not far behind 2 minute pace. 118 for Cormac Ryan, and Sarah Jane just taking the bell there. 125 for her. She will come in the picture fairly shortly. 135 now through the 600 metre mark for Cormac. So you'll have to split a 25 to get that sub-2. Not sure if it's going to be on the cards today, but it's been another really good push here from Cormac. He's going to be around about that 2:10 mark, I'd say. Maybe 2:08 actually, as he comes down towards the line. Just ticking over 2 minutes now. And he will take the win. T54 classifications for both Cormac and Ethan. So he crosses the line in 2:08 to take the win in the men's 800 metre wheelchair event. Well done to him, and Ethan Moores will walk away with yet another silver medal this weekend for Hills Districts. 2:20 unofficially for Ethan. And great pushing by those gents with Sarah Jane Trevenard, Clifton Bly. Another massive program for her with the seated throws on the Friday. And plenty of track events. She's been the 1, the 2, the 4, and the 8. May have done the 15 as well. And she's coming down towards the line. And it's going to be close to that 3-minute mark. She's pushing very, very hard to get under it. And I reckon she will. Yep, she definitely will. 2:55 unofficially for Sarah Jane Trevenard, Clifton Bly. Well done to her.
So, Jimmy, I don't know if you can tear back over to the pole vault quickly, but we've got Emma Hopkins of Adamstown, New Lampert on the runway here for a first attempt at 3:30.
And we've got you now, Matt. So in she comes. She was good over 3:20.
So just a miss there at the first attempt at 3:20 now, at 3:30, pardon me. So she's had a bit of a mixed bag so far. She was a first attempt clearance when she entered the competition at 2:85 and a second attempt clearance at 3 metres, then had a clutch third attempt clearance at 3:10, but then carried that form into a first attempt clearance at 3:20. And now she's had a first miss at 3:30. Just looking down the rest of the sheet, we've still got 2 athletes yet to enter the competition in the form of Liz Burrell and also Megan Sieve of Bankstown. Philippa Wright, who you were watching earlier for Manly Warringah, she bowed out of the competition at 2:70 with 3 misses there, but had a second attempt clearance at 2:55, so that's the mark that she'll finish on. And a clean sheet so far for Naomi Gibson, who has cleared at first attempts at 2:85, 3 metres, 3:10 and 3:20, and she'll be on the runway in a moment for Athletics Wollongong. So at the moment, Gibson leads the competition, and you've got Emma Hopkins in second, but of course we've got Burrell and Megan Sieve yet to enter proceedings.
Thank you very much, Matt Whitbread, for the update. So Renato Payne on screen there in the men's long foul in his first round. He's a super talented athlete from the University of New South Wales. He'll be looking to fight on for a top 5 spot here, if not a medal. And that was a nice clearance there by Maya Kearns of Manly Warringah. Very happy with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. It was comfortably over as well, so pretty happy there.
3:30 the bar's at, so nice jumping there from the ladies.
Okay, so that's actually an error on the start list. We had Maya Kearns down as a DNS on the start list, so they're going to... No, sorry, it wasn't Jimmy, it was Gibson. It was Gibson. So...
oh, is that the... What uniform's that? I'm sure that was a Manly Warringah uniform.
Yeah, something's gone wrong with the start list.
Right,
there. So
okay.
that's Naomi Gibson, who I was talking about. So she had first attempt clearances at 2:85, 3 metres, 3:10 and 3:20, and she's now had a first attempt clearance at 3:30. So she maintains her clean sheet and lead in the competition. And this is going to be a second attempt at 3:30 for Emma Hopkins of Adamstown, New Lampert.
Very good. So we might stay with this attempt before we go back to the next of our track events. Emma Hopkins. Yes. Clear. Great work by the youngster from out north.
That was a much better attempt than the first one, and had some margin there as well. Probably had another 5 or 10 centimetres of margin. And so the bar will be heading up to 3:40, I think.
We can hear it squeaking up, Matt. Bit of
so 3:40.
Bit of oil maybe required after the competition to the pole vault uprights.
I'll get the WD-40 out.
Yeah. All right, so we're not too far away from some of our final para-ambulant events of these Open Under-23 Championships. It will be the women's 800 metres para-ambulant event with 5 athletes on the track. as the bar has gone up to 340 for the women's pole vault. So just off camera. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Yes,
340 it is.
Yep, sorry, I thought that was someone running down the runway. It's not. It's
No, I'll give you a yell, Jimmy.
Lizzie Barrell just doing some practice run-throughs. So we will we'll pick up the track action once again with that women's para-ambulant 800. Layla Sharp will go in hip number 2 for run crew. She's been excellent these championships once again. Tamsin Colley for the University of New South Wales in 3. Off she goes. Belinda Scott in 4 for West Track and Field. Natisha Shalika of Hills Districts in 5. Hornsby Districts in 5. And Stephanie Schweitzer of Hills Districts in 6. So away they go. Layla Sharp will lead them through the cones as they converge onto lane 1. And she's got Stephanie Schweitzer for company early on, and Belinda Scott just making up the gap there as the Layla Sharp leads them through the 200 metre mark in 36 seconds. Run crew athlete, very talented junior, turning 16 this year. They grow up quick. I remember when she was about 12 or 13 years old, running around Dapto on our short course cross-country championships with Ben St. Lawrence as her guide. And like so many of the para-athletes, so good to see these young athletes grow up on the track, enjoying their athletics.
I don't know if we can do a picture-in-picture, Jimmy, but we've got the next attempt at the pole vault here at 340 as well.
So it's just a miss there, just the picture-in-picture going up now, and that's Hopkins missing at 340. That was the first attempt, I think.
Yes, first attempt miss for at 340.
Staying with Sharp now, going through the 500 metre mark, 135. Stephanie Schwartz just a few strides back now, the Hills District athlete. And Belinda Scott about 20 metres behind Schweitzer. But just looking through the classifications here, Layla Sharp T30 athlete and Schweitzer T20 athlete. So both those classifications, or the times that they achieve, will need to be compared according to their classification. But the battle for line honours, Layla Sharp and Steph Schweitzer just passes her shoulder, but Layla Sharp kicks again on the inside. So this is a good race, regardless of how the medals go. But Schweitzer kicks away again, and Layla Sharp at the moment just happy to sit off the back of Schweitzer's heels. So we saw a super impressive 200 metres from her to take line honours there, and she will take line honours in the 800 metres, backing up after the 200. As Alec Diamond just fouls just on the stadium side. Steph Schweitzer, though, 2:33. Good run from her. Sharp crosses about 3 seconds behind her, about 2:36. And Belinda Scott will be third across the line. And again, those classifications will determine where the medals go. That was the Hornsby athlete, Natisha Shalika, just making her way down the back straight. There she is there. She'll have just over 200 metres to run. Haven't seen the T-shirt before at the championships, so it's great to have some fresh faces for our para events. And this is really good stuff here from the Hornsby District's athlete. She has 150 metres to go. Sure, she'll get a warm reception as she comes into the home straight. There's the pole vault just being attended to, the upright. So comes in with a 3:45, and actually our clocks just just froze on screen. So
Gibson just about to attempt at 3:40, Jimmy.
Perfect.
And just a first attempt miss, I should say there.
Yep.
At 3:40 for Gibson.
So Gibson will have 2 more cracks at 3:40, but well done to Natisha Shalika of Hornsby Districts here. Gets a great reception from her fellow athletes as she crosses the line. Great stuff to all the ladies. And that will conclude their championships Well done to them. There's the line honours winner. You can see the little crown on her bib as well. Means that she is the defending champion, Steph Schweitzer. And looking good to defend that title there. So the boys will end proceedings for the men's para-ambulant 800 metre event, or the last para championship event, I should say, of opening under 23s for another year. The bar going up to 340. Matt, I don't know if you've got me. Is that 2 pieces of string that they're holding to keep the bar in place?
Yeah, you're right about. I mean, the thing I don't understand though is that it's not a particularly stiff breeze down here. You've seen in the sprints that I think we've only had the one illegal win, so there's not actually a lot of breeze around. But they are having a bit of trouble keeping the bar up at the pole vault.
I have to say, I have never seen that before.
No, it's a first for me as well, Jimmy. So, anyway, they're getting it done. And
Megan Sieve here at 340 to open her account, easily over. So well done to the Bankstown athlete. She goes to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I suspect we'll see Burrell coming into the competition now as well. So the 2 top seeds opening their accounts.
So back on the track, we've got the 3 gents here for the men's 800 air para-ambulant event. This is a good field, actually, these 3. Very good runners. Look at the seeds, 205, 209 and 210. So again, we've got actually all of them are the same classification. So I reckon we might have gold, silver and bronze determined right here without too many calculations. Good stuff. Kyle McIntosh will lead Jerome Etheridge and Aaron Houston in a 3-way battle to end the para-athletics events of these championships. It goes through in 29 seconds. Kyle McIntosh representing Wagulga Athletics. Then comes Etheridge of Illawong Athletics and Aaron Houston of Bathurst Athletics, a newly affiliated club to Athletics New South Wales. And great to see a lot of the distance runners joining up with Bathurst in recent times. So Kyle McIntosh just extending that lead to Jerome Etheridge at the moment, with Aaron Houston happy to just steal off the back. This is a very, very quick first lap here for Kyle McIntosh. It's going to be right on 60 flat 22. Etheridge goes through at about 62 and Houston about a 65. So the Wagulga athlete, he's a class distance runner, coming up to 300 metres to go. That gap to Etheridge is just stretching a little bit, but Etheridge still looking pretty good in the silver medal position. And Houston, it's pretty equidistant, the gaps between first and second to third. As McIntosh is coming up, 200 metres to go. He's not going to be far out outside 2 minutes here. 1:31 through the 600 metre mark. He's a 2:05 athlete, so we could very well be on for a personal best here for Kyle McIntosh. Etheridge, a 2:10 athlete. That PB is also in danger as he rounds into the final straight. 1:50 on the clock with less than 100 metres to run. This could be a big personal best here for Kyle McIntosh if you can just hold it together. Clock ticks over to 2 minutes now. 2:05.38 is the time we're looking for, and he's going to be just inside. 2:05.19 for him. And I reckon Etheridge might get a PB and silver medal for his troubles there. McIntosh, a great run. And Houston will be third over the line. There he is. Very, very happy indeed. Celebrates with the cameraman down there from Clutch. That's Cooper. Sure he enjoyed that piece of camera. Good stuff.
Jimmy, down at the long jump, we've just had Taylor clear 7:10 for Newcastle, and once again about a foot short of the board, so leaving plenty on the table. And Talbot, similarly for Camden, who's just had his attempt as it's measured. 6:18 for Talbot, but similar to Taylor, was a good half a foot short of actually hitting the board, let alone the foul line.
Yeah, so maybe just a couple of adjustments to run-ups required. I don't know what the wind's doing down there, Matt. I don't think it's changing too much.
No, there's not a stiff breeze down here. To the extent it's anything, we are getting a little bit of a tail breeze, but it's on and off.
Yeah, so maybe just a couple of adjustments there. That looks
That'll
like a
be long,
foul.
yeah.
Yep, for the Trinity athlete.
So we'll just dash across here and see if I can get another update for us.
As Matt does that, we are not too far away. We're actually just a couple of minutes behind here for the women's 800 metre New South Wales Championship final. We talked about how good the middle distance crop is at the moment in New South Wales. We saw that on full display with Jayla Hancock-Cameron in the women and Ethan Wyatt-Smith taking the silver in a cracking competition against Connor Whiteley, who took the title in the men's 1500. So we might just focus in on the track now as the ladies are ready to go. A full field of 9 for the New South Wales Championship, the final of the 800 metres for the ladies. Taysa Buchanan of Athletics Wollongong, she goes in 1. Natasha Ward of Sutherland in 2. Tia Brady of Newcastle Runners in 3. The exceptional junior in Fleur Cooper goes in 4. Then come the 2 really top open athletes in this race. Georgia Wassell of Sydney University in 5, and Laura Roth, we mentioned how well she ran in her heat. She goes in 6, and those two will be duking it out once again, shoulder to shoulder. Davina Smith of Sutherland in 7, Alana Lally of UTS Norths in 8, and another youngster, Ella Penman of Dubbo, goes on the outside with Matt Whitbread joining me back up in the box for the call.
No way I was missing these 2 races, Jimmy. So, sorry, I just get my breath back. We'll get you an update through 2 rounds of competition in the men's long jump in a second. But these promise to be 2 cracking 800 metre finals. And of course, Roth and Wassell have ended up drawn alongside each other. So we just work things out here. Jimmy, yep, you absolutely have to take the first lap because I need 60 seconds to get my breath back.
Here we go. Can anyone match it with Wassell and Roth, the 2 established open athletes here? Fleur Cooper will try, so will Penman. We're off and racing in the women's 800 metre final. As we get our first look at what the field's doing, it's Davina Smith, who's just got the step on the rest of them. Taysa Buchanan is about to be wedged up in lane 1 as they converge across, and Laura Roth spits herself out with the shades into the front of the field. So Laura Roth with Davina Smith on her shoulder. Then comes Wassell and the youngsters in Penman and Cooper on their outside. 30 seconds through the first 200 metres with Laura Roth doing the early pacemaking. All the girls are right up there running like the arc, 2 abreast. Davina Smith is getting a lovely sit on Roth's shoulder, who's just, well, she's leading, but she's pretty content at the moment. She might get boxed in. I'm just seeing if Davina Smith wants to go around. No one's really going around. This is actually slowing up quite considerably. So Roth is slowing up this race. 30 seconds through the first 200, but look at this split. 106 through the bell.
Yesterday was all about trying to get a time, I think, for Roth and Wassell and finding out where they are and having 2 hard hit-outs, but this is about winning a New South Wales title for Laura Roth. She got to the front of the field and parked the bus, as you said, Jimmy, at 200. But let's see who's able to close. So Davina Smith up onto her shoulder, and here comes the move from Wassell down the outside. Cooper's going to try and get her back and go with her, as is Penman. So the 2 heavyweights at the front of the field now, and Georgia Wassell, we'll see if this is early or not. But at 200 to go, Sydney University leads Randwick at the front of the field. Smith boxing on from Cooper, and then Alana Lally in behind to make the top 5. So Wassell's gone early here for Sydney University and leaving a bit of a gap there on the inside. Don't give Laura Roth a sniff up the rail. She'll take it, at the very least, make her go around. Wassell leads into the straight. Roth trying to come up the rail. I can't believe Wassell's leaving the door open here, but she's going to be able to run away from her. It won't matter, and Georgia Wassell, the comeback is complete, and she is the New South Wales 800 metre champion. 2:08.17, Roth second, and a really nice run from Lally to get up into third.
Oh, it was tempting, wasn't it? She went wide, but then closed the door at the final stages. Matt's going to run down to have a chat with Georgia after she gets her breath back after a minute or two as you have a look at the replay. It was a quick start. Roth controlled it, though, after the first 200 metres. As Matt said, parked the bus. Went through 30 through the first 200 metres, then a 66 through the bell, Wassel went early from 250 out, but she had enough in the tank. Left the door open. I did think that Laura, if she just had an extra gear, might have snuck through on the inside rail there, but Wassel did enough. Roth gets the silver. We thought that would be the top two there, but Lana Lally runs a really nice race for bronze as Matt is joined by our winner, Georgia Wassel.
I have got her indeed, Jimmy. Georgia, congratulations. We've been talking about your comeback all through this Milers series to the top level of racing, and we just said in the call, comeback complete, you're the New South Wales champion.
Thank you, thanks very much. It's been really fun racing this weekend, and it was a great race with the girls then, tactical through the first four, and I just knew when I decided to go I had to commit, and I did, and just focus on my form, so I'm really happy to get the win.
Laura took it out early and went through, I think, 30 the first 200, but then really parked the bus in that second 200 up to about 65 in the first lap. You made your move up the back straight. We worried you might have gone a bit early. Were you worried at all?
Well, I kind of had to move because I was boxed in, and then I thought I'll just move to the front, but then I was like, oh, I'm feeling good. I should probably capitalise on it and go. So I just backed myself, and it paid off, I guess.
We saw both of you run pretty well last night in the heat as well, and both of you seem to want to run that out and really get 2 hard runs under your belt. Was that deliberate?
I just wanted to make sure I was a safe qualifier, and Laura took it out, so good opportunity for me to have a bit of a hit out, and good test to do 2 solid runs back to back, so I can't complain.
And just very quickly, the plans for the rest of the season heading into Nationals?
Yeah, well, the first thing was to get through this weekend, and then I'll have to sit down with Penny and figure out the next few weeks, but that'll be good.
Well, you get to do it as the state champion, so congratulations.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Georgia. Back to you, Jimmy.
Thanks, Matt, and thank you to Georgia as we're just about to get underway now with our men's 800 metre final. What a race we have in the 15. Can we replicate that drama and excitement and the finish in the men's 800? Let's have a look at the field here. They all really earned their lane for this one. Ben Thomas for Randwick Botany goes on the inside in 1. Lawson Fittler of Armidale in 2. Mason Cohen of UTS North goes in 3. Then I think he's the favourite, the 146 man for UTS North. He'll take some beating. Luke Boys in 4. Obsa Yusuf, as they're just called back, which is a godsend for us. Yeah. Yusuf goes in 5 for Sydney Uni. Jade Kitching, how exciting is this young kid? He's going to be sniffing out a medal. Coffs Harbour in 6. Hayden Todd was the fastest qualifier from the nation's capital and will take some beating in 7. Tom March of KJ's goes in 8. And Ben Jagger, his ripping season continues for Run Crew in 9. So green card given to the gents. We'll get them underway at the second time of asking.
So off they go in the men's 800. It's been one of the races of the championships the last 2 or 3 years now, and a stacked field lines up here again today. And very quickly, over on the inside of the track is Luke Boys, who was so good in the heat last night in the number 1 seed. Ben Thomas looking to use that inside rail, and Hunt up Kitching looking for the back of Luke Boys as well. And coming over from the far outside is hints of Tom March, of Kembla Joggers. Ben Jagger in the cap going around the shoulder of Kitching now. So they're all packed together, not super pace on. And as they come into the straight for the first time, Boys leads them up. March on his shoulder. The pace indicative by the fact that Jagger's happy to run 3 wide. You've got Kitching in behind him doing a fair bit of the work, just getting on the shoulder of Fittler. And Ben Thomas is tucked up. He's going to need to find a way out of that box there as they run through the bell in 54.81 with Boys leading them up.
Luke Boys going for his maiden New South Wales title here. A lot of these boys going for their maiden titles. Ben Jagger is trying to range up onto the shoulder of Tom March, but Boys is just getting a couple of steps into the rest of the field here. The 19-year-old from UTS North, Ben Jagger, is trying to go with him and just gets past the shoulder of Tom March. Obviously, Yusuf going 4 wide here. Jade Kitchen, Mason Cohen starting to get himself into the picture. The big guns with 200 metres to go, trying to go with Boys, but they can't at the moment. Boys is starting to stride away. Obsa Yusuf starts to kick down with 150 go for Sydney. Look at Obsa Yusuf striding away. Kitching's trying to come as well with Mason Cohen, but Luke Boys will lead them into the home straight. Cohen is lifting, so is Kitching. Obsa's starting to tie. Cohen is coming like a freight train home, but Luke Boys is going to take out his maiden New South Wales Open title. Obsa Yusuf the silver, Cohen the bronze. Kitching finishes in 4th. But Luke Boys, there was no catching him with 200 metres to go. He was the class athlete going into the field, the 146 man with no Raper and no Perrott on the start list. There was no stopping this man. Luke Boys gets the win, 149.45. A fantastic run from the front. Matt Whitbread's going to race down to have a chat with him. Obsa Youssef kicked away from the contenders to get the silver, and Mason Cohen finishes with another state medal. He goes 155.1 for the bronze, but there was no stopping him. Luke Boys split 54.4. The gap was closing, but Obsa just couldn't do enough. It was a very, very well-timed kick with 250 metres to go, and Matt Whitbread is joined by our newest champ, Luke Boys.
I am, Jimmy. He was just telling me he hasn't run back-to-back for a couple of times. But, mate, that's a dominant weekend. You were so good in the heat, and coming into today, we thought you were the number one seed, and you ran like it. You went to the front and controlled the race.
Yeah, well, I've raced a fair bit this season, so I knew I had good confidence coming from Melbourne. So I thought once I was at the front, I may as well just go, and then I was able to hold them off, so that's good.
You've run pretty even too, I think 54 or so through the first lap and then 159.5. I know it's not your quickest time, but 149.5, pardon me. It's not your quickest time, but you're going to be pretty happy with how that stacks up?
Or it felt a lot harder than a 54. So that's not amazing, but to be able to hold it for a second lap, most of my races this season have gone out really hard, so it's good to even split a race.
Yeah, and we know Obsa Youssef's got one of the most savage kicks in New South Wales. He was sitting behind you. Mason Cohen was coming home like a freight train. How worried were you there was anyone coming past in the straight?
Well, I heard the commentator say it, but I had a look at the big screen, and I felt pretty good, so I backed myself to finish him off.
And what about the plan from here? So City Track Classic next week and then into Brisbane. What's on your racing agenda now?
It'll be Sydney Track. I think I will give Brisbane a miss. I've already done about 6 800s. Give myself a bit of time to prep for Nationals, and then we'll see how I'm going there. If I'm a chance to go for higher honours, then I might go elsewhere, but at the moment Nationals is the big goal.
Well, mate, it's all coming together quite nicely for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Luke Boys, the 800-metre champion of New South Wales. This race has been one of the races of the championships for the last 3 years, and today, no exception.
Absolutely right. No exception indeed. What a couple of cracking middle distance races we've had for the gents, these championships. So Elizabeth Barrell here, 360. Yes, super easy for the West track and field athlete. A quick look over at the coaching box. So she'll sail on to higher heights. She's the defending champion. Jumped 380 last year to win it, but I reckon she might have higher heights, 4 metres plus maybe on her mind this afternoon. Well done again to Luke Boys, and a great chat with Matt Whitbread. He's been racing a lot of the Milers Series events. He's run and won as well. So the last couple of track races to finish off this year's championships is going to be the women's and the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase events, and we are joined by Georgia Whincup for UTS North. Great to see Georgia back on the start list for another New South Wales championship. This she wasn't here last year. Allegra McGivern took it out for Randwick Botany, now representing UTS North today in 11:17. I dare say that it will be run a little bit quicker than that to win the title this year. As Matt is about to join me back in the comm box. Super impressive from Luke, though, Matt. I kept on calling it that was the number one seed. It might have been a little bit different if we had Raper and Perrott around, but with those two out, he was the standout performer.
Yeah, and as I said to him in the interview, they ran like it, both through the heats and through the final, went to the front and just acted accordingly, as we see Megan Sieve with a foul there at the pole vault, just not getting the run up quite right.
I might have a little bit of inside knowledge as well, having trained with him multiple times a week. So I have seen how well he's moving at training, and tell you what, some of those 200 and 400 metre reps, he is flying out there. He's running like a 145 guy in training. So no surprises that he was pretty confident with that kick at the end to kick away from the rest of the field. A couple of really good races. I thought Georgia Wassell was super strong as well. Was brave making the move as early as she did with 250 to go. But it's great to see her fitness and her confidence growing with every race. And I'm sure should be keen to be making national finals once again. We haven't seen her on that stage for a few years.
The two 800s were crackers, yeah. Georgia, it was interesting. I deliberately asked her in the interview about the heat last night, because in the call we were talking about her and Roffey maybe just wanting to get 2 hard hit outs under their belt ahead of nationals. But no, she was just concerned about making sure she qualified, and has turned it around. I thought going into that race, I'd have had Roffey as favourite over Georgia, I think. I know Georgia's done more racing this season, but I just thought Roffey looked a little bit better in the heat, and has better open pedigree. But obviously she's still coming back as well, and she's boxed on pretty well there in the final as well. But Georgia, really strong in that final. And I thought when she made the move up the back straight that she might have gone a touch early, but shows why Georgia's the New South Wales champion and I'm a commentator. She timed it to perfection, and nobody had their legs to come over the top of her.
Certainly did. So on to the women's 3K steeplechase. Great to see 11 girls on the start line here. We've seen some pretty dilapidated fields in recent memory, but good to be in the double digits for the hip numbers as Steve over, yes, at 360. Yes, 360 it is for the Bankstown athlete after just running through on her last attempt. So we've got, at the very least, Barrel and Steve over at this height. Barrel over very easily. She probably has to go in favourite for clearing the next couple of heights after this one, as we're not far away from start for the women's 3K steeple. And joining us in hip number 11 on the outside is the Tokyo Olympian Georgia Whincup, 9:37 athlete at her very best. She would have to go in clear favourite to take out the New South Wales title, but we'll go through the full list now.
She'll be running for time as well, I suspect, though, Jimmy, because the points are important here for the steeple qualification in particular, and there's a cast of 5 or 6 Australian athletes that will be looking for qualification. With the standards getting harder and harder, the points are going to be really important. They just called off the track into the shade for a moment, so I suspect a slight delay with photo. So we'll go back to the pole vault, but it's your top 5 performances that score for points, and Georgia will certainly be looking to have nationals as one of those with a B points level there. She'll also be trying to make the Oceania Championships, which will be an A, and then you've also got 3 more events to get into, and obviously the tough races to get into in Europe. So with 5 races defined, the D points on offer here may well be valuable late in the season. So the points are obviously a combination of your place in the event, but also your time or your performance standard for the field events. So it's not about just jogging around and winning. You want to be winning in good time to maximise your points.
Yeah, good call, Matt. And I guess with the number of opportunities as well for steeple, it's really important that when you do get the opportunities to be scoring, you take them. So that's probably exactly what's on Georgia's mind here today.
She ran okay in Adelaide. I know I actually work with Georgia these days, so I get updates on her training and performances a fair bit. And she was reasonably happy with how she went in Adelaide, but still more to come in early in the season. This is a great angle now of the pole vault. And
Megan Steve. 370 the bars. That's, I think, this is her first attempt coming up here.
Ooh. So as long as she gets back now, because she hasn't actually run up under the line of the bar or out of the mat, she'll be able to reattempt that, provided she does it within the time limit.
30 seconds to go. Yeah, just on the board there.
Just fixing up some of the tape.
A yellow flag will go up at 15 seconds to go as well from the official, so she needs to start her run-up by that stage. Don't want to be chatting for too long.
She'll be across it.
The yellow flag's gone up now, so 10 seconds. Here she comes in. First attempt at 370.
No.
Hard to compose yourself when you're sort of running back to...
Bit rushed, yeah.
Again. Yeah, particularly in the pole.
She get another couple of cracks at it. As you see the steeple ladies back out on the track now, so all systems back running. So there's the start list, which I think we've already run through. McGiven, Munro, Gardner, Deeg, Boys, McCoy, McPhillips, Civilis, Dees, and and Merlot, and obviously Whincup on the outside in hip number 11. So the top seed draws the outside. And called to the line now. Off they go, and unsurprisingly Whincup straight to the front of proceedings.
Ruby McPhillips just behind her at the moment as they attack that double set of steeples, and that'll be the only double set that they go over. That's just for the start. If some of them run wide, that they've got something to jump over so they don't get DQ'd. And Whincup leads this one pretty comfortably early stages. So as you said, Matt, chasing a time, she ran 9:52 for second at the Adelaide Track Classic.
Just straightening up there, getting the angle. So the external water jump here at SOPAC. So they had 7 laps to go when they hit the line for the first time, the 3K, but obviously with the extra distance here compared to lane 1, so we got a lovely shot of the water jump. And Georgia, unsurprisingly, given her pedigree off the front of this field. McPhillips is in behind them in that chase pack, and we'll see some different water jump techniques the further back we go in this field. Some of the girls a bit earlier in their steepling career than the Tokyo Olympian. So Georgia is going to have a lonely race out the front here, it must be said, but the eyes are on the clock. Because as we mentioned, if she's able to run, comfortably under that 10-minute mark, then that'll be some handy points for her as she chases qualification for the World Championships to be held in Budapest in August.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just curious to see whether we're going to get some K splits from the clock as well. Not on the, the clock on the graphic on your screen is connected to photo finish. I think they time it for the K split, so it'd be nice to see how she's travelling. She was about 78 seconds as she went past the start line, so that'd be just over 400 metres, I would imagine.
Yusuf Abdi has been trying to teach me where steeple K markers are for about 15 years. And
it makes
I'm
it hard.
Still not up with it.
It makes it hard when it's inside-outside as well, because most are inside.
It's too hard for me.
So coming over this water jump for the second time here. She has that adjustment as well when she comes up to the steeples. She's always had that, hasn't she? So the step out wide and the lateral step inside. So
yeah, and it's something she's going to have to work on if she wants to be competing at the absolute top level and trying to make Olympic finals, because it's costing you time every time you're having to adjust your line.
So it was about like an 83 or so through the start line, I guess. So it's a 78 into an 83. So that's just a marker I'm using to track her progress. So it's a pretty quick start and just mellowing out a little bit. And just looking back now into second, that's Allegra McGiven. So she was actually the champion last year. Georgia not running last year, but Allegra sits in the silver medal position. And then we've got Ruby McPhillips and Olivia Seville's battling out for bronze there, side by side, with McGiven just a few strides ahead of those two as Whincup carries on. I don't think we did get that K split because I reckon that we've gone past
beyond
now.
the K.
Yep.
So we'll just hold on the rest of the field here as well after we watch Georgia run past towards the water jump. We'll have a bit of a look back in the field and see how the rest of them are going.
Super smooth over that water jump, isn't she? You can see the difference there.
Thanks for that to our team at Clutch here. And here's the rest of the field coming up.
It's McGivern sitting in second. You can see that little crown on her bib. Means she's the defending champion.
And so that is Ash Gardner on screen for KJs. And this is the interstate athlete, I think, from the ACT, Fayadis. Next on the track is the ACT athlete, maybe D. One of the Sydney Athletics Academy athletes, that'll be Zara McCaughey. And Eloise Boys from Run Crew. Then comes the Cherrybrook athlete, Zara Munro. And just trying to see if Megan Sieve is hiding on the runway there behind.
So
they're going to make an adjustment.
Georgia already about to have some lap traffic. Sophie Merlot just about to pass her on the water jump. So another 83 or so through the, I call it the start line split. And as Georgia's...
So she'll have 1,200 to run when she hits the, well, 1,200 and change to run when she hits the tape, 3 laps. And here's Megan at the pole vault, and nothing doing there. And that looks like end of competition to me. So, hands in the air. Another state. Is Burrell still in?
I'm pretty sure Burrell's still in. And
Okay.
I think she's just defended the title, I'm pretty sure. So 3 laps, just under 3 laps to go now for Georgia Whincup. Bit of a stutter before that barrier there. So, just wanting to maintain momentum.
Tough slog here. It always is on a Sunday afternoon, the steeples at state championships. You're still in the heat of the day. It's not too hot out there, but the entire course here, lane 1, is in the direct sunlight for the 3K, the 10 minutes or so that Georgia's going to be out there. The shade gets across late in the day here at SAPAC, but it's only just touching lane 12 down the front straight at the moment. So Georgia's going to be in the heat for the entirety of this 3K. So it'll be a tough slog out there for her. And she's got about 1,000 metres to run now. There you go, actually, 6:31 through 2K.
So that's going very well.
That's going really solid.
Yeah,
so that's 9:45, 9:46 pace if she's able to hold it.
That's great.
And if she is able to hold it, she will be stoked with a 9:46. So we'll keep an eye on her here. Oh, and she's just had to, had that stagger again. I thought it was lap traffic, but it was just
just a couple of stutter steps before. I saw one just after 3 laps to go, so this will be 2 laps to go now. She just wants to stay smooth, I'd say, in the approach. The speed between the steeples is looking pretty good, but yeah.
This should be a bit of a comeback performance for her if she can run the 9.4s. I don't know if you have a time there from Adelaide, Jimmy.
9:52 she ran there. So I think she was second behind Urbacher from memory in the steeple, Brielle Urbacher.
Yeah, and Brielle will be one of her main contenders to get on that team at Budapest. It's another event group where we may well have more than 3 qualify on the standard or points or a combination of both.
So she was 4th at Nationals last year in a 9:44, but it was a really close race. Amy Cashin took it out. Brielle Urbacher was second in 9:38, and then Carafane Ryan, the other Queenslander, was third in 9:40. So they're really her big 3 targets, and you'd imagine that if they are selecting 3 for the team, she'll have to be at least one of those girls.
Absolutely. I'm 90% sure she also got injured at the first barrier of that race at Nationals last year and managed to run it out. If it wasn't last year, it was definitely the year before.
Well, she ran with a torn plantar fascia to actually run the event to then satisfy eligibility criteria to go to Tokyo. I remember interviewing her about that.
Yeah, I think ran 6th or 7th in the race.
Yeah. So 8:27 I got her at the bell. So She's going to close in a 78.
She went through 7. Yeah, she went through 7:01, so she's run a 86 there. So if we add 86 to that, we'll be at about a 43. She'd be very happy with that, I suspect. So come on, Winks, work up the back now.
Well, 53, I think, but anyway, that's okay.
Oh, sorry, 53. Sorry. Yeah.
But yeah, no.
But if she's able to dip under that 950, she'll be very happy with that. So just that, that's the form we were talking about.
Yep.
Just that.
It's
stagger.
consistent. It's but that's her. She's always been like that. There's the grimace. There's the first little sign of pain. She just needs to get over this last water jump safely now. 9:15 on the clock, so it's going to be close to that 950 mark, I'd imagine. She gets over nicely. 25 seconds to go now. She comes into home straight.
Yeah, probably just over 950.
There's McGivern sitting in second. She's getting the bell just then. So Wincup's going to win by almost a lap. I think
This
she's going to
might
break
get
it.
under 950, yeah. She will. That's a huge run from Georgia.
Great run. 9:46.82.
946. She'll be really happy with that.
So she was really consistent. 6:31 through the 2K mark. And she does close in that 3:15 required for a 9:46. And Georgia Wincup is on the up in 2023. Fantastic to see her running those sorts of times this early on. As I mentioned, 9:44 at Nationals last year. Only good enough for fourth, but she's gone a big step in the right direction with plenty of time before the National Championships in about 6 weeks' time. And Matt's going to duck down and have a chat with his colleague, his work colleague, and good friend, Georgia Wincup. As I think they'll probably wander over to Cooper soon as we see Allegra McGivern just going back to the silver here. This has been a nice run by her. 11:17 was the mark that she set last year, and she's going to be right around that mark, maybe just under this year. So it's been a good performance by the UTS North's athlete as she deals with the final barrier. There she goes over, and she will come down just over 11 minutes to claim the silver medal. And it's going to be around about 11:10, 11:09, 11:10 for Allegra McGivern. So a few seconds quicker than last year. She takes out the silver and goes and gives Georgia a hug. And the bronze medalist coming down now is Ruby McPhillips. A good performance by Ruby. She goes under 11:30, I think, for the first time for Kembla Joggers, and rounds out the podium for the women's 3K steeplechase. So Georgia Wincup takes the title in a very impressive 9:46 in front of Allegra McGivern. 11:10.07 she ended up with. And Ruby McPhillips of Kembla Joggers 11:24.90. Now I'll throw down to Matt Whitbread, who's with Georgia now.
I am, Jimmy. Jimmy said it in commentary. Georgia Wincup's on the up. I mean, we'll forgive him for that. But the 950 and change in Adelaide, and you've come out here and gone sub. You must be pretty happy with that, especially solo in the heat.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy. I think Adelaide, I didn't race very well in Europe last year, so I'd lost a lot of my race confidence. And I think that that's so important in a steeple where it can be so brutal, especially in that last K. So Adelaide was great, fantastic meet. I finished kind of feeling like I had so much more, so came into this much more confident. And we've got Sydney track next week, so it'll be nice to do it without the steeples.
We saw you grimacing that last lap. It was a lonely performance out there, given that you're a class above this field, to be perfectly frank. I think you almost put a lap on Allegra in second. But how did you approach the race, given that, and also the heat of the Sunday afternoon here?
I think ultimately the plan was just to go out. I didn't really want to look at the time, and Liddy's kind of instructions were just like, go comfortable, make sure that you have energy. Like, usually it's lap 4 or 5 that I am literally redlining, and that's never fun. So the plan was just to go out and kind of stay comfortable, attack the steeples, which some of them were a little bit lacking. But the grimace was actually the sweat in my eyes. I couldn't see anything, so I was trying to blink it out. But obviously that's just an extra bonus of the steeple. Could have been steeple water, I don't really know, but it was in my eyes.
You get to get rid of the barriers next week for the Australian 3,000 metre flat championships here at the Sydney Track Classic. Looking forward to that?
Very, very much. I haven't actually done one since the race after World Champs in 2019, so I've only really been doing races where I'm like near on my PB in the 15 and kind of just off in the steeple, so it'll be nice to try to chase down a new PB.
And what's the race plan after Sydney Track Classic? Anything between that and Nationals?
Yeah, definitely. I think they've added a steeple to Brisbane, so it'll be nice to have a really high point steeple, and I think that a couple more of the steeple girls will be there, so it'll be good to have like a really good field. Not that today wasn't, but it's nice to have people that like really like push the pace at the start and kind of get you used to having to go at someone else's pace or have people jumping in front of you, because that's like definitely something I struggle with, which is why I go out hard to avoid that.
We're talking about the importance of points in the call. You get some D points here, but obviously the track classics are going to be a bit higher. How much is that factoring into your decision making as the race plan?
It's definitely factoring in. I was going to do a milers on Thursday, but coming off this and knowing there's a 3K flat I can do, unfortunately I had to put that aside. It was always the plan, but I think that just like having lower points meets in Australia makes it hard. Like with having a job and things like that in Sydney, it's really hard to get over to Europe, and the fields are usually the same in quite a few of those steeples, so it's just competitive to get into, and knowing the calibre of girls out there, it's hard to get into races, so it's really nice to have an event like even state with D points. Like I love state, I love the energy, and like having a B race before nationals will be nice to kind of flush it all out.
And speaking of state titles, this is your first ever Open State Championship, so what does that mean?
It means a lot. I think I always joke about being the most average Olympian to walk the planet, given I'd never been Open State champ, so I sweat again. But yeah, I think it's just nice to kind of get back into races where it's just for fun. Like obviously there are the high pressure meets, don't get me wrong, I love them, but I think just like getting back to what I love, which is racing, being out supporting people and like having my squad and stuff like that, I just get so much from that then motivates me in the more high caliber, like high pressure meets. So it means a lot, and it means a lot to my like coach and everything, so it's nice.
Well, you can add a state championship to your Olympian status, so congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. And Jimmy, the men are heading out there for the 3K steeple now.
Yeah, doing their final run through as they are. And there's going to be 5 gents taking part in that steeple, headlined by Ben Bishop of Sydney University. Max Russell trying his hand at the steeple as well, so that should be an interesting battle between Bishop and Russell. We'll see how that plays out. Luke Gibbons, Jesse Nicolatatos and Paul Raptis are the other athletes in the field of 5. So great chat there with Georgia as well, and some really valid points around having a full-time job and trying to qualify for international competitions. It's the harsh reality of being an athlete in Australia, at least for 98% of us. So she's doing a really good job.
Sorry, was that us, Jimmy? 98% of us?
Sorry, 98% of athletes at that level, not us. I'm talking the broader sense of the
royal
community.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's...
It is a struggle for Georgia. I mean, she's a commercial lawyer in her day job, and I'm probably to blame for most of her workload during the day, but it does make it hard I'm just going to take 2 months off to go and race the European circuit.
You just can't do it.
No,
you can't.
Not if you want to keep succeeding in the private sector as well. And, the harsh reality of athletics, not only in Australia but around the world, is that you are probably not going to pay your living with it other than the top 10 or 20 athletes in the country.
Yep.
So
it's the top 1 to 2%, isn't it?
She was pretty happy with it, and she's well entitled to be 946. I just saw Ben Liddy on the way up as well, and he's a happy coach, as you'd expect.
Here we go with, we're just going to pick up the men's long jump here. This is Will Fryer of Sydney University. Oh, that's a good jump. I think he's going to get the white for that. Yes, he is. So I'm interested to see what this one's like. We saw absolute scenes at the end of that women's long jump about an hour and a half ago. And I wonder if we're going to see some drama here with the men. Hopefully that scoreboard rotates around. It does. That's a 7:40. No. 7. Oh, okay. No, I'm getting excited again. There's a lot of adjustments to the board. As it swings around 7:48, so that's pretty handy though from Will Fryer. And
so we're
it's
still
been a while since we've checked in, so I might
still in the 4th round of competition there, I think, because
Yeah.
it's such a big field and they had to get reordered. So we've just got the one race left on the track, I think, Jimmy.
Correct. So
and then
pick up a lot of.
So this is like diamond on the runway, and right up on the board. Going to be clear.
I reckon a couple of the gents have got their run-ups sorted now after a couple of less than impressive first rounds. We saw plenty of fouls, some nice tailwinds there, 2.5 for Alec on that one. So conditions are certainly not hurting performances down there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jimmy, by the time we get through this men's steeple race, I think we'll be able to have some dedicated coverage of the last round or two of the men's long jump competition, so we might stay down there for that after we interview the winner of the men's steeple.
Looks like the women's pole is wrapped up as well.
It has,
Elizabeth Barrell defending her title at 370, so Steve will pick up the silver there.
Talbot on the runway here, so we'll keep watching this long jump while we watch the steeple as well. We'll get some more of that picture-in-picture action happening. So Talbot on the runway for Camden as they get the clock started. Looked okay on the board, and he's going to get the white from the great Tony Okolic. So yeah, we'll bring you this steeple, and then we'll close out the action from SOPAC for these championships with the last couple of rounds of competition at the men's long jump. And then we'll wrap it up.
I actually think we might still be in the round 3, Matt, because they look like they're still jumping in order. We had Talbot.
Okay, yeah, that board's just a bit.
Or is it Peter? Oh, it might.
Yeah.
Sorry, it might be out of order. So Peter will be up next, and then Van. So sorry,
Just
I think
trying
we are in round 4. My apologies.
I think we're in the 4th, yeah.
Just trying to pick up kind of where we're at, which is.
Yeah, so once we get this steeple done and dusted, and this will only take us 8 or 9 minutes, I think we'll be able to bring you a couple of whole rounds of dedicated coverage at the men's long.
Ashton Peter, this is, of Trinity Athletics. Compared in the high jump as well. Here he is in the long. Solid jump from him.
So there's our start list for the men's steeple. Luke Gibbons, Ben Bishop of Sydney University, ran the 1500 as well. Jesse Nicolaitis of the All Whites, Max Russell for Randwick Botany, and Paul Raptis of Bankstown.
Tell you what, Raptis
small but select field.
Raptis might have a chance at a state bronze medal here. Well, actually, a couple of these guys, because I think it's going to be Bishop and Russell out the front, but then the battle for bronze between Gibbons, Nicolaitis, and Raptis. That's going to be one of them's going to have a few bragging rights, going around with an open bronze medal. Wouldn't usually associate those 3 names with open podiums, but obviously with no disrespect to either 3 athletes, but I know Raptis in particular quite a regular on the milers scene, part of the Lindsay Watson squad, the quad squad. Often trains with, he's training partners with Ben Bishop and Matty Joyce, Hamish Longworth, and a lot of gents from Bankstown.
So that was Van Gelder at the long jump. And that's Payne next on the runway.
Yeah,
so
I think they are out.
Maybe we are in the 4th round. Yeah. Well, what I'll do, Jimmy, I'll go down and get us an update from the long jump and hang down there for the steeple. And then once we've interviewed our winner of the steeple, maybe come down and join me and we'll call the end of the long jump and wrap up the competition from down there.
Sounds like a great idea. As we're...
Whoa. Easy. Don't be false starting in steeplechasers. Come on. None of that.
I think I said there was some nervous calves in the women's B final.
Here's Payne. And a run through.
There might be some nervous calves on the 3K steeple line too.
Some generous officiating down there, I suspect, and off they go.
Here we go. So Ben Bishop will lead off proceedings with Russell, Gibbons, and Raptors in tow. And Jesse Nicola Tartos will follow suit. The event was taken out by Will Austin Cray last year, who's not joining us this year. 9:33 he ran. And Yusuf Abdi, the great Yusuf Abdi, two-time Olympian, 8:16.36, that New South Wales record, and almost cruelly is 2/10 away from the Australian record set by Sean Crichton, and that's also at 8:16.1, I think. So Sam Taylor here for Newcastle runners, defending champion. Oh, it's a good jump. There's still plenty on the board, though. So we've seen a couple of jumps where he's just been way off the board, but he's getting out there. That's going to be close to 7.5 metre mark, I'd imagine. Maybe close to 7:30 odd. As Bishop leads this men's steeple with Max Russell right on his heels. In comes Luke Gibbons of Amstown, New Lambton.
So, Jimmy, I can confirm we're just wrapping up the 5th round of competition here. So we'll need to keep an eye on this. And we've got our 8 left, obviously, after the reordering. I might just run through the final 8 and then we'll work out who's leading, which I think looks to be a very good battle between Will Fryer and Alec Diamond. But in terms of the athletes still in, we've got Peter Ashwin of Trinity, who's jumped 6:61 and 6:39 in the 4th and 5th rounds. So his 2 performances at 6:61 in the 4th and the 1st and the 4th rounds have got him in that position. Renato Payne, who we just saw foul, he's now got 2 fouls in the 4th and 5th round, so hasn't put on a legal jump in the second half of the competition yet, but has a 6.86 from the first round. As we just watch this attempt here, good on the board, I think. Right up there, but good on the board.
So it's fair weather?
Fair weather for Maitland, yep.
Yeah.
So speaking of fair weather, his best performance is a 7.20, subject to what he's done here. And next on the list, we've got Alec Diamond, who's 7.37 there for fair weather, so he's improved his best mark from 7.20, so he's now at a 7.37. You've got Alec Diamond, who's sitting on 7.45, who is 3 centimetres behind in the competition Will Fryer. So he's sitting in the lead at the moment at 7.48. Sam Taylor is sitting on 7.10. And since the break, his best performance is a 7.05. As we now watch Fryer and long on the board. So
Jeez, there's some big jumps, but unfortunately they're just fouling at the moment.
And Talbot next on a 6.56. And you've got Nick Van Gelder on a 6.71. So, Jimmy, I'll shoot those start lists up, the results sheets up to you, and we'll see if we can work out some of the minor placings. But it looks like Fryer just 3 centimetres ahead of Alec Diamond at the moment in what's shaping up to be another really good long jump competition here in the men's after we saw some real excitement in the women's. And Alec Diamond here about to close out the 5th round. And just remember, in terms of the ordering, even though Fryer's now gone ahead in the competition, Diamond still gets the opportunity to jump last because he was in front after 3 rounds.
Yeah, good call, Matt, and thanks for the update. So currently sitting in second now, Alec Diamond on 7.45, looking to catapult his way into the lead. Oh, I think he may have done it. That's a big jump from Alec Diamond. Beautiful on the board. That's a big jump.
Yeah, he was lovely on the board there, right up close.
Oh, a plus 5.4. Look at that wind reading.
Yeah, it is.
Unbelievable. 5.4.
It is gustier down here, and of course it's not.
Jeez. Yes.
7:57.
Well, how about that? Alec Diamond gets a 7:57 courtesy of a plus 5.4. And the weather god's smiling on that attempt for the North's athlete.
Back into the lead by 9 centimetres now, I think. And about to enter the 6th round of competition here. So Talbot here for Camden, going to kick off proceedings in the 6th round. Long, I thought.
There's a red shown by Tony O. So I'll do Talbot for the day. Just checking in with the steeple as well, Matt Bish. Ben Bishop and Max Russell still pretty close together here. Bishop's just got a 5 metre lead over the junior athlete, but they're still looking like they're battling it out for that title. It's pretty close with Luke Gibbons singing bronze about 200 metres back at the moment. Next on the runway, Ashvin Peter of Trinity Athletics. Comes in with a 6:48, so he's jumped well today to get into the top 8. Plenty of seeds in front of him.
So just about to clear the runway, and the cone goes now with a minute on the boards. And Peter not mucking around. It is a little bit gusty down here. You saw it with that 5.4, and here he comes. Legal on the board.
2.7 there, so still a very nice tailwind for Peter. That was a pretty handy jump from him, as Bishop's now just extended that lead with 2 laps to go in the men's steeple.
Yeah, so he's got a gap of probably 15, 20 metres or so. And they were about 7 flat, 6:58 maybe through the bell. So ticking along quite nicely at the front. It's a small field, but a quality one.
Yeah, oh, sorry, 2 laps to go there, Matt. Yeah, that would be moving if it was the bell.
6:54
yep.
At the long jump.
Yep.
And all clear now for our next attempt.
So Nick Van Gelder here for Sydney Uni. Plenty of representation here in the men's long jump. 4 athletes on the start list. Here comes bounding down the runway now. Best of 7:05. And that's going to be close.
Yep.
He gets the white, so
on the board.
That's a handy jump from Van Gelder.
It was right up there too on the board. Made the most of it.
So Ben Bishop has really strung this lead out now just in the last lap or two, and 8:15 he does collect the bell this time. And Max Russell collects the bell as well. Interesting to see if Ben Bishop can get under Georgia Wincup's time. That's just a marker of how good she is. I know the boys do the slightly higher steeples. They're going over the 91.4 centimetre barriers. And the ladies go over the, or I won't get this one right, I'm pretty sure it's 76.2.
You're right. Yep.
Ronaldo Payne now. Oh, that's going to be a foul.
Yeah, red straight up.
Unfortunate for him. He's such a talent, but just overstepping on a couple of occasions today.
So, Jimmy, our medal positions here, if I'm not mistaken, we have Alec Diamond leading the competition with 7:57. We have Will Fryer in second on 7:48, who was leading until that last attempt of Diamond. And in the bronze position, we have Fairweather at 7:37. And Fairweather, of course, getting ready to jump.
So Ben Bishop just finishing off his run as well. So he will go under Georgia Wincup's time, but not by a massive margin. And actually takes it out in almost an identical time to Will Austin Cray. 9:33.28 last year, 9:33.34. So
Fairweather on the runway here, Jimmy. The bronze medal locked up, but let's see if he can get into the top 2.
Oh, good jump by Fairweather. Geez, that might challenge at the very least, Will Fryer, 7:48. Don't know if it's out there at 7:57 with Alec Diamond, but that's long from Fairweather. 7:63 is showing it's not 7:63. It's 7 something.
7:59.
Oh, wow, he does.
He's done it. He's into the silver medal position.
No, he's into
the gold, pardon me.
He's into the gold. He goes past Alec Diamond. I didn't think it was quite going to get there, but he does.
So the excitement of the women's long jump has been replicated in the men's. A change for the lead in the 6th round. Fairweather goes into the gold medal position. And now Fryer, who was leading this competition at the end of the 4th round, now has to jump to see if he can improve on what has become a bronze medal. Here he comes.
Foul, I reckon. Yep.
Red
so
up.
He's going to end with the bronze. Fryer, 7:48. He will finish his competition. Liam Fairweather sits atop with 7:59 with one man who's leading after 5 rounds, now sits second. Can Alec Diamond respond with the final jump of the competition? It doesn't get any bigger than this. The gold's been temporarily taken off his neck. And now he's slapping the quads to get over 760 to secure the title that was won just in front of him last year with Sam Taylor.
Here he comes.
Alec Diamond to win the men's long jump competition. No, that was
fine on the board, but it was short. It was
I think it's short. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think if it was up further on the board, it might have been.
Hold tickets, Jimmy. I don't know how accurate these indicator boards are.
He had miles on the board. If he's jumped 760 off this, it would be incredible. Plus 1.9, so a perfect tailwind.
761.
Oh, you're joking.
He
was
it.
Nowhere near the board, and he's won the competition. Alec Diamond, 761, wins the men's long jump on the last jump of the competition.
Absolutely.
The 2 field
remarkable.
events of these championships by an absolute mile. The men's and women's long jump. My goodness me. I honestly didn't think, coming off the board, I thought, no, that's surely not. And he's done it.
Just unbelievable.
He was nowhere. Ask him about the board because that was a 780 jump. That was extraordinary.
I will ask him if you've got me, Jimmy. I've got Alec Diamond. Mate, we've just been saying in commentary, the 2 long jump competitions at this championships have been the 2 events of the meet.
Yeah, they've been good. I saw the end of the women's one and they were jumping huge in that last round. It was pretty impressive.
So the lead changed, I think, 3 or 4 times, or the medals changed 3 or 4 times in the last round of the women's. The leads changed twice in the last 3 jumps of the men's. Fairweather goes into the lead. You're leading halfway through the championship. Fry got in front of you in the 4th round. Fairweather goes in front of the 5th. Talk us through your mental approach to that last jump.
I kind of just went and just ran as hard as I can and hope for the best. Just the rest of the jumps weren't going fantastically, and I just kind of just stuck my foot in and tried to put as much force into the ground as I could and hope for the best.
The other thing is you were pretty short on the board on that last jump, so there's a bit more in the tank there.
Yeah, I kind of shuffled in because I thought I was going to... all I wanted was not foul it. So just started a little bit just to make sure it was on the board.
Well, you've got the New South Wales title, but looking ahead for the season, I don't know if you've heard about Sydney Track Classic yet, but what's the competition plan through to Nationals?
Yeah, still trying to wait and see about the Sydney. And then potentially Brisbane as well. If not, just Nationals is the next one up.
Well, good luck getting into the field, mate. I don't think you've done your chance any harm this weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations to Alec Diamond, who has picked up the win in the men's long jump in what was a brilliant competition on the back of the women's. And I think I'm going to be joined by James Constantine. Your mic working today, mate?
I think so. Is that working? Yes, it is. What a way to end these championships. My goodness. He was nowhere near the board. That was like a 785 jump. He was nowhere near the board.
No, I was crouched down next to it, and I reckon he had a good foot up his sleeve. So
unbelievable.
There's more in the tank there. But as you said then, didn't want to foul. Wanted to at least give himself a chance, so just shorten that run up a little bit. But he's done well. Let's talk about the field, and you don't have to go very far for the highlights. We watched them both right here.
Extraordinary competitions. I was just saying to the guys up in the production room as well, there's nothing like a little bit of drama in the high jump or the long jump, also the pole vault as well. We saw some brilliant jumping from Aiden, but just the drama that was created in those 6 rounds, shifting positions, jump to win the comp, it doesn't get any better than that in track and field.
We're both middle distance people, so let's talk about the 800s first, because notwithstanding the fact that we're fans, I'm not sure that you can call them the highlights of the track this afternoon, which we'll come to. But Luke Boys, we talked about him in the lead up in the number 1 seed effectively for the men's 800, and he acted accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely did, and it was just a confident move with 250 metres to go. Similar Wassel in the women's race, but Boys, he's just gone to another level, and he's gone under so many people's radars because of the likes of Raper and Perrott, who we have seen for a couple of years now, but ever since World Juniors last year, he's just put together such a good training block. Very few people actually know he went out to Narrabeen and went 1:48 solo as well in the milers meet with about 80 athletes there. So that was really the first step towards that 1:46 he ran at ACT, and now he's just a regular on Track Classic start list and one of the best runs in the country.
And the women's 800 headlined by the battle between Georgia Wassel and Laura Roth. They were training partners for a very long time, and they know each other well. I thought Georgia might have gone a bit early up the back straight, but she managed to hang on. Yeah,
she did. And again, it's that confidence that she had. She said in the post-race interview she was feeling good. She was confident that she'd get the win from that far out. She didn't think she went too early. So great to see her get a win, a New South Wales title after extended time out of the sport with injury. And just good to see her going around. And Laura Roth as well. She was particularly impressive, again, serving the last stages of her open career to be getting silver medals at this time is really good for her too.
Georgia Whincup was really good on the track there in the 3K steeple to dip under 950 and improve on her performance in Adelaide with a solo front-running performance. And she talked about the importance of points and chasing qualification for Budapest. That was a pretty impressive solo run.
Yeah, it was. And you mentioned it, the heat of Sunday afternoon of the New South Wales Championship, it's not that conducive to running super quick, particularly when there's no one around you. So for her to pull out one of the quicker performances of her career, probably up there in one of the top 3 or 4, putting aside international competitions and European domestic seasons, that's a very, very impressive run for Whincup.
But the 2 highlights on the track, as much as we'd like to talk middle distance all afternoon, came in the high hurdles. Let's start with Jacob McCorry, who gets into the 13.5s, pardon me. He was super happy with that performance, and he was entitled to be.
Well, he was just superb, and we'll talk about Shelley's run in a second, but just the front-on view of him just skimming each of the 106.7s, and everything just looked technically perfect without either of us being experts. It was just really good to watch, and Jacob really deserves it. He tried up in Queensland for a long time to put it together, comes back, joins Alex Stewart's squad, and instant success. We've seen a lot of that with Alex's athletes as well, of course, in the high jump, and Connor in the triple as well. So for Jacob to put it together today in that sort of manner at a state championship is really, really impressive for him.
And it was a Sydney University double, of course, with Michelle Janica running a World Championships qualification standard of 12.71 in the women's high hurdles. We're talking about points and running quick and getting the points here with the D classification. Shelley doesn't have to worry about points anymore.
No, she doesn't. She's run 2 in 2 weeks. And she's just a delight on and off the track, isn't she? She's just, one of the absolute stars of our sport, has been for the best part of 10 years now. And again, we didn't think that she might be, many didn't think that she'd be able to achieve these sorts of times, particularly in the second phase of her career. We all knew how good she was, in her earlier open years going into Rio. Rio's 7 years ago now. It's a totally different phase of her life and her career. And for her to be running 12.6s, 12.7s and 12.6s, let alone sub-13 sections, which she mentioned, she's just way beyond that at the moment. 12.69 is incredible, and we can't wait to see her up against the best at Sydney Track Classic in 6 days' time.
For so long, she was the heir apparent to Sally Pearson when they were running at the open level, and she was chasing Sally down the back straight here at the Australian Championships. Liz Clay has injected herself into that conversation well and truly, and they've got a pretty good group going up there of high hurdlers in the Sunshine State. But Shelley talked about how important it was to do it on this track, which she considers home, and in the All Whites of Sydney University, which is just a reminder of what the New South Wales Championships does mean to some of these athletes.
Well, absolutely. You're representing your club, and for a lot of these athletes, the club that they've represented their entire athletics life, it means a lot for Shelley, for the Jacobs, who has also been up in Queensland for an extended period of time, to come to their their sacred home of SOPAC and to run the sorts of times and career bests that they have today.
It's been a remarkable few days here at the New South Wales Track and Field Championships. It always is. We had a cracker at juniors last week. A big thank you to the entire team at Clutch Productions who were able to show us so much of the field events with the split screens as well as all the action on the track. For me, it's been a wonderful 3 days, but Jimmy's done most of the work for the 3 days up in the box, so I'll let him close us out.
Thanks so much, Matt. It's been wonderful covering all these meets. This is going to be our last Clutch production as well for the summer 2022-2023 season. So thank you so much for joining us for New South Wales All Schools, New South Wales Juniors, and New South Wales Open Under 23 Championships. It's been a lot of fun. Sydney Track Classic, 6 days. You've got to buy your tickets. You just have to be at SOPAC if you're an athletics fan next weekend, and that really will wrap up our summer season in terms of Athletics New South Wales top-level competitions. Thank you so much to everyone for tuning in at home. Thank you to all the athletes and, of course, the New South Wales officials for making these championships possible. From Matt and I, it's goodbye.